One blazing inferno ripped his entire world apart. It swallowed his forge, ruined his hands, and torched the only life he ever cared about. Now, his dad is trapped in a coma, leaving him drowning under a massive tidal. So he plugs into a VR MMORPG. He isn't here to chill or run from reality. He's here to do the absolute only thing he is good at. Why? Because inside this digital realm, his hands are flawless again. Every single blade he hammers out drags him one step closer to paying off those bills and saving his dad, and snatching back his family's legacy. He is dead set on. Flash forward, and the scene kicks off deep inside a pitch-black forest, with a panicked elf screaming his lungs out. "Hold your ground! We have to slaughter this beast today, even if it kills us." The monster's deafening roar shakes the trees. It is way too dark, and they are flying totally blind. Gripping his blade tight, the elf sprints into the shadows, yelling, "Screw this! Where is that freak hiding?" Suddenly, "Watch your six! He is right behind you!" The elf whips around, completely stunned, only to freeze when he spots it. A mysterious swordsman slicing the monster's head clean off with one brutally smooth strike. The elf gasps in pure shock. Wait, him? What the heck is he doing out here? Fast forward a bit. The elf bows his head, looking totally defeated, and admits he doesn't even know how to repay the guy. He completely apologizes for "You literally saved my neck and kept our entire village safe. I will owe you my life forever, bro." Flashing a genuine grin, he looks up at our guy. Instantly, a massive holographic prompt drops. Affection level with the local elf villager has skyrocketed by 10 points. Boom! First major milestone unlocked. An outsider who earned the elves' trust. Now, he basically has a VIP backstage pass to roam anywhere in the elven territory. Shifting his eyes away, the elf awkwardly clears his throat. "Oh, by the way, my little sister has something she wants to tell you too." The cute elf girl's face turns completely crimson. She shyly brings up her previous offer to team up as his official partner. Another system chime hits. Bond with the elf hunter increased by 10 points. Another massive notification pops up. First outsider to secure an elven companion. Now he can equip top-tier elven gear. Staring at the ground, the elf girl softly whispers, "If it's you, I honestly wouldn't mind." Cut to a massive time skip, and an absolutely insane, server-wide wedding festival is popping off. The gorgeous couple slides rings onto each other's fingers, triggering the ultimate pop-up. Achievement unlocked, the first outsider to tie the knot with an elf. Suddenly, a booming voice echoes across the stage. And cut! Standing right under the blinding spot, he hypes up the crowd, claiming he burned the midnight oil for years to make this happen. Ares isn't just some basic RPG. Every single NPC inside is powered by mind-blowing AI. They literally think, feel, and make choices based on their own unique traits. Ares is a literal second reality. The crowd loses their absolute minds, whispering, "Yo, was that actually raw gameplay? No shot, that looked way too hyper-realistic." I legit thought it was a live-action movie. Flashing a cocky smirk, Stejan declares this goes way beyond ultra graphics. His studio, Purim, basically coded an entirely new universe. Thanks to a groundbreaking god-level algorithm, an actual digital deity was born inside the server. This god of Ares constantly watches and judges every single player, dropping ridiculously overpowered skills and epic loot to those who actually. You will stay a total noob if you just play it safe. You can rise up as a legendary hero bathed in absolute glory, or recruit a massive guild and dominate the server like a ruthless warlord. Basically, anything you can hustle for in the real world is totally up for grabs in Ares, and then some. The impossible literally becomes reality here. The audience totally erupts, screaming, "Bro, I don't care if he is capping. With graphics that insane, I am pre-ordering right now." The auditorium is practically shaking as fans scream, "This is absolute peak cinema. Seijin, take my money. Where do we download?" And just like that, the servers go live. The year is 2045. Purim Corporation drops Ares, and the global hype for this genius developer's masterpiece goes absolutely viral. It completely shatters the gaming industry and literally reshapes pop culture. Overnight, the active player base blows past 1 billion users. Fast forward 12 months. Inside the virtual city plaza, totally stunned newbies are freaking out. Holy crap, the haptic feedback is insane. This is wildly immersive. For real. It feels like getting isekai'd into an actual fantasy world. They are all chilling in the starting zone. A safe haven village specifically locked for level 1 to level 10 rookies. Suddenly, our main guy flexes his virtual hands, realizing, whoa, so my real-world muscle memory and reflexes perfectly synced with my avatar. It makes total sense why the devs only let players tweak their cosmetics. Right then, a random dude beside him smirks and points ahead. Yo, check it out. This is the spot, right? He is pointing at a launch day server event that is still undefeated. Shatter a solid wooden dummy in just 10 strikes. Word on the street is over 1 to 2 billion players have tried to smash this stupid piece of wood, and literally every single one caught an L. The grand prize? A premium VIP gaming pod worth 50 million won, plus a massive 5 times multiplier buff to all base stats. The guy scratches his chin, thinking, bro, 10 hits sounds super easy. But his buddy immediately shuts him down. Don't even bother, man. Nobody even tries anymore. Bro, literal Olympic athletes got wrecked by it. Even the gold medalist champion Hanul completely choked. The whole community agrees it is totally bugged. Our guy's eyes go wide. If a literal superhuman like Hanul couldn't crack it, is this quest genuinely impossible to beat? One dude was like, man, everyone's hyping this up, but why isn't anyone actually stepping up to the plate? His buddy chimed in, bro, 'cause today is literally humanity's absolute last hope. Right then, a deep, rumbling voice echoed from behind. Mind stepping aside for a sec? He whipped around, his jaw practically hitting the floor. Holy crap, he hollered. The legend is actually here. The surrounding players shrank back in absolute terror as a massive, hulking giant stomped into view. It's Madosok, they screamed. At that exact moment, the massive beast gritted his teeth, his muscles tearing through his shirt. He cracked his knuckles, sneering with pure confidence. So this is the infamous target that even Hanul couldn't smash to pieces, huh? As he swaggered forward, the terrified players whispered, dude's a freaking tank. Rumor has it he can one-shot a grizzly bear with his bare hands. That training dummy literally looks like... He closed the distance, winding up a devastating haymaker. Someone in the crowd gasped. Wait, is he gonna obliterate it in a single hit? Madosiak locked onto his target, roaring at the top of his lungs. Watch and learn, scrubs. That 50 million won VIP capsule has my name written all over it. Bam! He unleashed a brutal strike that sent a shockwave through the arena, sending the dummy skidding a whole meter backward. The crowd lost their minds. Could this Meanwhile, high up in the control room, Taesuk stared intensely at the giant monitors, asking his co-worker for her take on the situation. Soyeon fired back. What do you think? We better pray to God this meathead actually succeeds. I swear, if I have to deal with one more raging customer service call... Glancing away, she muttered, if this absolute tank chokes right after Hanul failed, the internet is going to cancel us. Everyone already thinks we rigged an impossible quest just for the... They'll say Ares is just clickbaiting players to rip them off. By tomorrow morning, every damn news headline will be roasting us alive. Taesuk rubbed his chin, looking totally grim. So, if he bombs this, we'll be forced to manually intervene in the system for the very first time. Like the director would ever greenlight that? Soyeon spun around, clenching her fists in absolute frustration. You're the team leader. You gotta take the heat. Me? A regular team leader? He panicked. She practically shrieked. I don't know, but if this goes south, I'm out of here. I quit. Down in the arena, Madosok gasped. No freaking way. A glaring red system window flashed right in front of him. Mission failed. You should try again next time, it mocked. The massive brawler crumbled to the ground in sheer desperation, admitting total defeat. Up in the booth, Taesuk aggressively face-palmed, letting out a hollow groan. We are so incredibly cooked. It's game over for us. Soyeon violently snatched up her purse, slinging it over her shoulder. We need to dip, right now, before we get buried alive. Desperate to keep her around, Taesuk blocked the door. Look, Dinner is 100% on me tonight. If I pay for the meal, please. She crossed her arms, raising an eyebrow with major attitude. Depends on what's on the menu. Then I'll decide. Just as they were about to bolt, a junior employee wildly pointed at the monitors. Yo, team leader, a new contender just stepped into the... Taesuk whipped back around. Does this guy even look like he can handle it? Down on the field, our main character casually stood face to face with the... Soyeon aggressively pushed her glasses up her nose, squinting at the feed. That's the trash armor they hand out to day 1 noobs. You literally upgrade out of that by squashing just 10 level 1 monsters. Wait a minute, she paused, zooming in closely. That weapon, though. Whatever. A bunch of whales already tried to buy their way through this with donations. The worker awkwardly backed away, apologizing for talking too much. Meanwhile, the lone protagonist slowly drew his weapon from its sheath. Taesuk sighed, rubbing his temples. It's totally fine. A tiny part of me was actually wondering, what if? Let's just bounce. I'll check the logs after. They took exactly 2 steps toward the exit, when a deafening shockwave rattled the entire room. Taesuk froze, spinning around in sheer disbelief. What? What the hell was that roar? The very next second, his expression He stared at the monitor, utterly mind-blown. The indestructible dummy had been sliced clean in half with a single god-tier strike. Suddenly, a massive server-wide alert exploded across the screen. Congratulations! First player to a all stats boosted by 5. Fame skyrocketed by 200. Taesuk's jaw slacked as his drink slipped from his trembling fingers, shattering on the floor. Are you freaking kidding me? He choked out. What just happened? Who was that? Is there seriously anyone left in the game with that kind of crazy power? Soyeon leaned so close her nose almost touched the screen, completely perplexed. No way. Madosuk was supposed to be the last one. This dude literally looks like an ordinary person. Taesuk snapped out of his daze. Hold up! That sword! Pull up its rank, right now! She furiously sat down at the keyboard. The data populated, and Soyeon gasped, totally bewildered. She slowly turned to Taesuk. Team leader, these results are straight up bugged. No duh, it's strange, he barked back, sweating bullets. It would be a freaking miracle if it was just an ordinary weapon. Right, but you don't get it. It's an epic rank. A glowing system window popped up in front of them. Item, daylight, rank, epic. Durability, 3,000 out of 3,000. Attack power, 143. Level cap, none for creators. Level 40 plus for everyone else. A cold sweat broke out on Taesuk's forehead. An epic weapon? Who the hell is this guy? Like, actually, he thought, totally rattled. Just moments earlier, our badass MC stood in the forge, surrounded by the scorching heat incinerated everything, drowning out the piercing ring of metal. Stepping toward the shadowy figure, he choked out, Dad. Tears blurring his vision, he extended a shaking hand. I'm right here. Hugging the man's back, he promised, Dad, I've got you. But his father just mumbled, my boy, the fire, it's burning, so hot. A split second later, the man's body erupted into a raging inferno. Collapsing to his knees, our MC reached out desperately, screaming at the top of his lungs. Dad, get out of the flames! Hurry, please! But his father just whimpered about the unbearable heat. Snapped back to reality. Our boy jolted awake, bolting upright, panting heavily. A single tear tracked down his cheek. Not this nightmare again, he thought bitterly. Fast forward a bit. Down in the bustling lobby of OO Hospital in Seoul. His buddy, Kim Ji-hoon, was glued to a tablet, scoffing. Man, these clowns really think they stand a chance. He muttered, brute strength. Alone isn't going to put a dent in this wooden dummy. Strolling up behind him, flashing a massive grin. Oh snap, you made it all. Hansu glared. What do you mean, already? I literally told you to stop dragging me out in broad daylight. Ji-hoon threw his hands up. Bro, what else was I supposed to do? You're always grinding those brutal night shifts, and I can't exactly crash your dad's hospital room. Sliding into the seat next to him, the MC sighed. All right, spill it. What's the emergency? Ji-hoon smirked. Aren't you roasting in that outfit? Yanking his mask completely off, Hansu deadpanned. You got a death wish or something? Backing down instantly, Ji-hoon apologized and shoved the tablet in his face. Okay, straight to business. You've heard of Ares, right? Hansu raised an eyebrow. Ares? Ji-hoon gaped. Bro, do not tell me you've been living under a rock. It's literally the most hyped game on the planet with insane AI tech. Anyway, whatever. Get this. They're running a massive newbie event. Literally 0 people have cleared it. Top-tier gamers are getting utterly wiped. But if you pull it off, you score a VIP gaming capsule worth a staggering 50 million won. Unfazed, Hansu just stared. And? Flashing a sly smile, Ji-hoon nudged him. I'm saying you should. Hansu scoffed. Are you deaf? You just did. What makes you think we can pull off a miracle? Slamming the tablet onto the table, Ji-hoon leaned in. Hell yeah, I do. I mean, it's not going to be a walk in the park, but it is absolutely doable. Because if anyone on Earth actually stands a chance at shattering that wooden dummy, it's you. The MC locked eyes with him in dead silence, before demanding, the hell is that supposed to mean? Cut to the boys stood in front of a sleek gaming pod, leaving our MC totally stunned. What is this? Tapping the futuristic machine, Ji-hoon bragged, your boy right here just copped a standard Ares capsule. Dropped a cool 10 million won on this bad boy. Hansu's jaw hit the floor. 10 million won? Ji-hoon nodded smugly. Yep. Word on the street is, these standard models only hit about 85% neural sync. But hey, that's plenty to get started, right? Still recovering from the sticker shock, the MC stammered. It's that absurdly expensive, and 1 billion people are actually playing? Caressing the pod, Ji-hoon's eyes gleamed with greed. Totally worth the cash. If we play our cards right, we're going to be swimming in loot. They even let you cash out in-game items for real-world currency now. That's why everyone's going feral over it. Popping the hatch open, he clapped his hands. All right, enough yapping. You ready to dive in? I already took it for a test drive. But before he could even finish bragging, our boy clenched his fists, trembling with absolute rage. Damn it, Ji-hoon. Where did you scrape together that kind of cash? Flinching slightly, his friend deflected. Bro, does that really matter right now? You need to focus on the insane bags we're about to secure. Hansu snapped back. Is there a single shred of proof that this isn't just What kind of psycho scheme are you dragging me into? Ji-hoon just let out a dry chuckle. Psycho scheme? Dude, this is a calculated investment. You actually have a shot. Furious, the MC fired back. A shot at what? Make it make sense. Locking eyes with him, Ji-hoon dropped his voice. Just listen to Ares features a dedicated blacksmith class. Pretty sick, right? Pointing a finger dead at Hansu's chest. Kang Hansu, you need to wake up and remember who you are. You are the only son, the sole heir, of a world-renowned master blacksmith. With your raw talent, shattering that wooden dummy will be an absolute cakewalk. Hansu's expression darkened. He knew exactly what Ji-hoon was plotting. Yanking off his cap, he muttered coldly, Since that day, I haven't shown anyone what I'm truly capable of. Not even you. I'm just a shell of who I was. Frankly, I'm in zero condition to play a stupid game. Suddenly, the horrific memories crashed back, a blazing inferno, charging blindly into the heat and freezing right before the roaring flames. Spotting a motionless body on the floor, sheer panic ripped through his throat. Dad! Sprinting into the fire, he hoisted the heavy man up, screaming, Hang in there! Please, Dad! Hauling his father onto his back, he staggered through the blinding smoke, tears searing his eyes as he cried out into the chaos. Dad! That single day robbed me of everything, he thought bitterly. He barely made it out alive, but his dad slipped into an endless coma. With zero cash to cover the mounting medical bills, his life turned into a daily grind. Cut to a dusty construction site, where he was busting his back. An older worker glared at him, barking orders. Hey, yeah, you kid! Stop daydreaming and get over here with that hammer. I need backup. For a solid decade, he shadowed his old man's every move, wielding that heavy iron. But those glory days are dead and gone. Letting the massive mallet slip from his grip, hot tears streamed down his face as he cursed. Damn it all to hell! Snapping back to the brutal reality, his fingers spasmed uncontrollably. Ever since that cursed accident, my right arm is basically useless, he muttered. Forget about smithing. I can barely even handle a normal 9 to 5 anymore. Yanking his faded baseball cap down low over his eyes, he sighed heavily. Look, man, I get that you're trying to help out here, but I gotta fix my own mess. Take this rig back and go get a refund. Flipping up his hoodie, he spun around and started walking away, tossing over his shoulder. Don't just flush 10 million won down the drain, you absolute moron. Anyway, I gotta clock in for my shift. He shuffled toward the exit. But Ji-hoon wasn't having it. You're the freaking idiot here, not me. You seriously think I don't see you killing yourself to cover those insane hospital bills? How much longer can you keep drowning like this? Fine, let's say you just scrape by forever. What about your own damn future? Are you seriously planning to stay crippled for the rest of your life? I'm telling you, this game will solve everything. Your dad's surgery is gonna run you like 1 billion won, right? Yeah, it's a massive mountain of cash, but that doesn't mean you just roll over and give up. Gritting his teeth, Ji-hoon growled in utter frustration. The guy I used to know wasn't this pathetic. You swore you were going to be a master blacksmith. Until the day you died. You can still do it in there. Look, I'm eating the cost of this measly 10 million won setup. Just swallow your pride and trust your best friend for once. Come on, Hyun-soo, I'm begging you. Just give it one shot. I promise this won't backfire on you. Just one shot, huh? Right at that exact moment, his dad's fading voice echoed heavily in his mind. Deep down, that fiery passion was still burning bright. Slowly releasing his grip on the doorknob, he stared intensely at his trembling, damaged fingers. Hours later, he was back grinding away. Trudging through the dirt, he scoffed, thinking Ji-hoon had just stuffed his brain full of unrealistic garbage. He really needed to lock in on grinding out real cash right now. The clock was ticking to stack up enough dough for his dad's medical fees. Suddenly, his eyes widened in pure shock as he spotted a welder hammering away at glowing. That deafening, rhythmic clang of metal struck his soul like a lightning bolt. He realized that no matter how hard he fought it, his heart always dragged him right. That intoxicating symphony of steel had completely won him over. Ji-hoon's desperate plea ringing in his ears, he finally popped open He envisioned a blazing inferno, roaring hot enough to melt away all his worldly struggles. Craving that nostalgic, raw impact of hammer against iron. I'm gonna hear that beautiful sound again, Dad. With a surging pulse, he dove headfirst into the hyper-realistic digital universe. A crisp, holographic interface flashed right before his eyes. Welcome to the magical realm of Ares. Initiating character creation protocol. Please register your player alias. Without missing a beat, he declared, Hansu. A cheerful chime rang out. Player ID Hansu, successful. Commencing avatar customization. Startled, our boy spun around and yelled, Wait, what? The glowing AI coldly responded, scanning players' physical metrics. He lifted his palms, absolutely floored by what he saw. Whoa, the massive scar is totally gone. The robotic voice interrupted, biometric scan complete. Lock in. He slammed the confirm button without a second thought. A triumphant banner flashed. Character generation, 100%. Locating optimal server. Curling his newly healed fingers into a tight, powerful fist, a massive grin spread across his face. It wasn't just some cosmetic fix. The raw, explosive grip strength in his right arm was totally back to normal. Chuckling softly, he muttered, Guess I really do owe that idiot 10 million won now. Sure feels like it. Pressing a firm palm over his wildly beating heart, he hyped himself up. Time to grind like crazy and pay back every single penny. A blinding light engulfed him as the AI announced his randomized spawn location. Initiating warp sequence to the beginner's zone. Destination, the Barden territory, Len's legendary forge. Cutting to the sweltering interior of the workshop, a heavily muscled dude was slinging a sweat-soaked rag over his shoulder. He aggressively strapped on his heavy-duty leather gloves. I'm not backing down. Those stuck-up master instructors, just you wait. I'm gonna wipe that smug, elitist smirk right off their faces. I'll forge a blade that makes that loser's weapon look like a total joke. He viciously started hammering the glowing steel, roaring, Come on, shape up already, damn it. Right on cue, our protagonist casually strolled into the smoky smithy and deadpanned. Yeah, you're doing it completely. Len whipped his head around, eyeing the total stranger in utter disbelief. The hell did you just say to me, newbie? Hansu didn't flinch. I said, "Your technique is absolute garbage." Len's jaw hit the closing the distance with unshakable confidence. Our MC extended his perfectly healed hand. "Look, I can see you're desperately trying to forge a combat blade, but swinging like a crazed gorilla isn't going to yield a durable weapon." Len aggressively scoffed. "You look like a clueless out-of-towner. The hell would a punk like you know about?" Hansu smoothly countered. "Listen, I know I'm completely crashing your workspace here, but I respect a guy who's busting his gut to craft a top-tier weapon. My blacksmith soul just couldn't let me walk past such a tragic technique." Len let out a sarcastic bark of laughter. "Couldn't let it slide, huh? Acting like you're some grand master. What do I even have to lose?" He forcefully shoved the heavy iron mallet into Hansu's chest. "Step up and prove it, big mouth. Let's see if your skills can actually back up that insane ego." "I'm watching your every move." Gripping the sturdy wooden handle, our hero smirked inwardly. Honestly, he originally just wanted to butter the guy up and politely beg for a spot in this workshop, but this aggressive flex route was way more his style. Flashing a cocky smile, he fired back. Len crossed his massive arms. "Spit it out. What's your price?" Hansu's eyes glinted. "If I forge a flawless blade right here and now, I get to keep the weapon. And as payment for, I'll show you a legendary technique that'll completely blow your mind." The burly blacksmith threw his head back and roared with booming laughter. He stepped up, a smirk playing on his lips. "Let's see if that ego holds up. But if you fail, you're gonna pay for that attitude." Our boy didn't even flinch. "Bet on it." Moments later, he was already at the anvil, ready to forge. Internally, though, he was sweating. It had been 3 whole years. He had just talked a massive game, and honestly, he wasn't even sure he still had the magic touch. Still, a gut instinct told him he was built for this. "Dad, Ji-hun, just hold on a little long." Every lost instinct came rushing right back. The rhythmic clang of heavy steel, the intense blistering heat radiating against his skin. A wild grin spread across his face. "Man, it feels insanely good to be back." His muscles remembered every single motion. Bam, bam, bam. He brought the hammer down on the glowing iron with relentless force. Watching from the sidelines, Len's jaw practically hit the floor. Who is this kid? Len had assumed he was just some wannabe mimicking moves he had seen online. But no, this guy actually knew his stuff. Still, this has to be his absolute peak, Len reasoned. And why is he grinning like a maniac? Vibes do not forge weapons. In this world, only raw results matter. The kid was pouring his entire soul into one single technique. Len muttered under his breath that he totally disapproved of this reckless method. But he wasn't about to interrupt. He was the starting zone's master blacksmith, after all. He just prayed the rookie wouldn't shatter his own bones. Suddenly, his eyes widened in pure shock. Wait, what? He stared at the perfectly arched metal, completely mind-blown. What kind of godly technique is that? Was it seriously possible to multiply its durability like that? How had he never thought of applying such a beautifully basic method? One tiny mistake, and the whole piece could shatter in a split second. Maybe the kid was just trying to flex on him. Len activated his appraisal skill to check the item's tier. Instantly, a holographic blue window flashed before his eyes. Steel upgraded, D tier to C tier. Len froze. No freaking way. He shot up from his seat, his mind racing. Sure, he had crafted C-tier steel himself, but the quality had never spiked this insanely fast. The kid wasn't capping, but this had to be his absolute limit. There was literally zero chance he could push that rank any higher. Let the boy hammer his heart out. A couple of flashy parlor tricks wouldn't change the game. Because in this universe, without system skills, he was just a regular guy. Fast forward to daybreak. Len jolted awake on the wooden bench, frantically rubbing the sleep from his eyes. Did I actually pass out? He groaned. That crazy rookie had kept him up way past midnight. He squinted toward the anvil and completely froze. Our main character was still going at it. Is he seriously still hammering? Is this guy a machine? Has he been grinding straight through the night? Len locked his eyes on the glowing metal in the boy's hands, and his blood ran cold. Impossible. Another glowing notification popped up. Steel reached B tier. Len gasped. B tier? So the legends were actually true. You could legitimately hit B tier relying on pure, raw talent, zero system buffs. And the kid wasn't stopping. Was he seriously aiming for something even higher? Just then, our boy wiped the sweat off his face, panting. Damn, what time is it? Had he pushed himself totally past the breaking point? He jumped when he realized Len was standing right beside him, gently taking the hot metal from the tongs. Just tell me what you need me to do, the old master insisted. I've got your back. The tension broke as our hero flashed a grateful smile. Thanks, man. Side by side, the two blacksmiths went into overdrive. Hours later, Len held the cooled blade up to the light, trembling. This is unreal, A tier. You could forge a literal rare-grade weapon out of this. His brain couldn't process it. His appraisal eyes had never once witnessed a magic tier item spawn here in the beginner zone, let alone a crazy rare-grade drop. He grabbed the kid by the shoulders and practically yelled, "Are you not hyped out of your mind right now, kid?" But our protagonist was already casually sifting through the scrap ingots. Way too early to celebrate, he replied coolly. Len blinked, completely thrown off. Wait, what? The boy explained they still had to construct the perfect hilt. Plus, the edge required serious heat treating, so it wouldn't snap mid-combat. He had to grind even harder to maximize its stats. To him, this masterpiece was still wildly incomplete. Len gently set the blade down, bursting into a booming laugh. I have never met a madman like you in my life. Wiping his hands, our boy confessed he had been utterly obsessed with the forge since he was just a little kid. Then, Len leaned in. You told me you would craft a magic tier weapon and walk out with it, right? Our guy nodded firmly. Yeah, I did. Slowly, the old man pulled out a glowing chunk of... Then how about you take a swing at this? Wait, what is he playing at? Our hero thought. He stared down at the shimmering stone in his palms, totally stunned. Is this? Len nodded softly. It was pure mithril ore, a priceless family heirloom guarded fiercely, and passed down for over 3 generations. The kid was floored. Why the hell is he handing this over to a total noob? Len smiled warmly. Because of my eyes have finally been opened. I want to see how far this goes. Truth is, working this metal is way above my own pay grade. I need to witness exactly what kind of godly blade you can pull out of this. Our protagonist clutched the heavy stone, his heart hammering in his chest. Raw mithril. A material that literally didn't even exist back in the real world. Could he actually forge a mythical weapon straight out of the fantasy books? He had zero experience handling anything this high level. One wrong strike, and it was game over. He locked eyes with the veteran blacksmith. Like I'd ever turned down a drop like this, he yelled. Fire. He totally saw that coming. Honestly, picking up a few tricks from the old master wouldn't hurt his grind either. You got it, especially after handing over such an absolute masterpiece. Len's eyes practically sparkled. So, can I call you boss? I'll even use the proper honorifics. Dude, please don't, the MC brushed him off. You're literally old enough to be my grandpa. That's just super awkward. Len just chuckled, waving off the concern. Age is nothing but a number. Seriously, take me under your wing. The protagonist wasn't having it. Forget it then. I'm not using the mithril. Panic flashed across the blacksmith's face. Wait, no. Hold on, stranger. Fast forward exactly 1 month later. The MC cleanly slicing a heavy training dummy right down the middle. A glowing holographic system prompt materialized mid rarity, epic. Durability, 3000 out of 3000. Base attack power, 143. Equip requirements, level 40 or above, but completely bypassed for the original creator. Bonus modifiers, strength up by 6, agility boosted by 7. Undead damage resistance, 8%. Attack speed buffed by 15%. Critical strike rate sits at a solid 25%. Inherent passive ability, Swift Blade. Active ability, Sturdy Sword. Lore description, a god-tier weapon forged by an absolute master. Completely unheard of in the entire starting zone. Exhausted but hyped, our guy wiped the dripping sweat off his forehead, right as his personal status screen popped up. Name, Hyunsu. Level, 1. Class, Jobless. Base Strength, 35. Base Agility, 37. Health Points, 33. Bonus Agility, 19. Intelligence, 19. Movement speed, 353. The entire crowd watching was absolutely mind-blown. Holy crap. So let me get this straight. He booted up Ares, rushed straight to the forge, snagged rare mithril, crafted a broken weapon, and instantly cleared the quest. Spot on. Back in the developer's surveillance room, Taesok leaned back with folded arms. Honestly, this kid is straight up cracked. So-young kept her eyes glued to her keyboard. Shouldn't you be focusing on your actual job, or are you speedrunning a demotion right now? He casually sipped his iced coffee. I'm just taking a quick breather. Plus, we've hit a total dead end on this guy's background. So-young tapped her finger against her glaring monitor. Not exactly. Hyun-soo, 23 years old. Crashes in a cramped studio apartment. He's piggybacking off his buddy's Wi-Fi to log in. Taesuk spun his chair around, eyes wide. No way, you actually doxed him. You're a literal genius. She shrugged it off. We already tracked his chaotic stunt at the arena. I'm literally just pulling up the details from his official application form. Taesuk blinked. Wait, his app finally dropped? The dude went completely radio silent, so I figured he hard passed on our offer. She clicked her mouse. It just hit the inbox. But he slapped a strict NDA on it, once his real-life identity kept totally under wraps. Taesuk frowned. Under wraps? Why? Pushing her glasses up the bridge of her... Yep, he's super paranoid about it. As for the reason, her gaze shifted back to the glowing screen. Look, if his in-game stats leak, he'll get brutally mobbed by the hype train IRL. Zero privacy. Taesuk nodded slowly. Makes sense. Dude just wants to dodge the unwanted spotlight. So, where's our mystery VIP hanging out right now? So-young hummed thoughtfully. Looks like he just stepped into the combat training facility. Cut back to the game. Hyun-soo pushed open the heavy wooden doors and strolled inside. The combat instructor Welson shot him a dirty glare. Listen up, newbie. The beasts lurking in here aren't your basic tutorial mobs. I can read your stats, kid. A level. Do us both a favor and scramble before I waste my breath. Crossing his thick, muscular arms, the veteran NPC smirked. Go grind some wild bunnies in the starting zone and come back when you've actually leveled up. Hyun-soo calmly yanked back his hood, thinking to himself, can this guy seriously not see my hidden stats? Out loud, he confidently replied, I promise I'll make this quick. Welson let out an exaggerated sigh. Grab a rusty sword from the rack and step up. Without missing a beat, our protagonist wrapped his hand around his own custom hilt, asking smoothly, if any blade works, mind if I use my personal one? Meanwhile, another heated debate was kicking off back at headquarters. This absolute madman literally camped in the tutorial zone for an entire month. Most players breeze through that in 3 hours. Because he grinded so hard, his base multipliers are totally broken right now. But the craziest part? He's wielding the only epic tier weapon in the entire starting region, all while being a classless, level 1 noob. Taesuk ran a hand through his hair. He'd monitored thousands of top-tier crafters over his career, but this was completely unhinged. Are we seriously just gonna sit back, eat popcorn, and let him break the game? Zero admin interference? We're just tossing the wheel to the game's ultimate super AI, Ares, and hoping for the best? Sagan peered over his glowing laptop screen. So, you're stressing over this anomaly too, boss? He's currently chilling at the Burden Beginner Hunting Grounds. The wild part is, our guy is completely clueless that a legendary hidden class is about to drop right into his lap. Cut back to the dusty arena. Welson's thick brows stitched together in sheer disbelief. This cocky brat? He really brought his own toy? He scoffed loudly. A crafter's blade? You actually think you're some hotshot blacksmith? A mocking smirk crept across the instructor's face. What an absolute loser. Throwing away your entire combat potential for a garbage-tier lifestyle. We're completely surrounded by beasts on 3 sides. A single trained swordsman is worth way more than some trash-tier weapon. So why would a guy who picked a total joke class like Blacksmith even bother showing up here? Right on cue, the system chimed in, flashing that Instructor Welson's affection level just tanked by 10 points. Our boy closed his eyes, instantly flashing back to the exact same toxic vibe. he constantly dealt with in the real world. Being a blacksmith out there was a dead-end dream, but here in Ares, he knew his insane grind would finally pay off. He looked dead at Wilson and asked, out of every single swordsman who ever stepped foot in this boot camp, who holds the top record? He straight up demanded a brutal challenge. Wilson's face immediately scrunched up into a deep, furious scowl. He might be rotting away as some lowly hunting ground drill sergeant, but the man had forged countless rookies, and he knew raw talent when he saw it. Grinding his teeth in pure annoyance, he thought, who does this arrogant noob think he is? The system flashed a giant warning. Instructor Wilson is officially triggered. Scoffing, he waved the kid off. Fine, let's see what you've got. The system immediately dropped the quest prompt. They marched deeper into the arena, Wilson barking at him to keep up. His whole gig was drilling absolute beginners and running basic exams. But for the rare few who actually showed promise, he busted out the special treatment, the legendary third stage trial. Bam! The rusted iron gates cranked open, unleashing a pack of lightning-fast level 6 goblins. Wilson smirked, asking if he was absolutely positive. He wanted to throw his life away on such a suicidal stunt. If you choke, the penalty is severe. You're banned from my grounds for 7 straight days. You'll be stuck farming bunnies. We clear? Unfazed, our guy tilted his head. Is stage 3 the absolute limit? Wilson blinked. Huh? Casually resting his massive blade on his shoulder, the MC dropped a bomb. Just crank it up all the way to the final boss phase. Wilson's blood absolutely boiled. Treating my gauntlet like a joke, this punk is begging for a reality check. Snapping, he yanked a heavy iron chain, roaring, Bet! Let's see you survive this. The massive steel grating cranked upwards, unlocking the brutal 4th and final tier. A hulking, rabid level 15 goblin burst out, wildly thrashing its twin blades. Staring down the horde, our boy's mind raced. Literally 1% of the player base has survived stage 3, and absolutely nobody has cleared stage 4. He leveled his blade, bracing for impact, and perfectly parried the freakish goblin's lethal strike. In a flash, the beast vaulted into the air, bringing down a devastating overhead swing. The MC grinned. This is basic math for a true blacksmith. Surging raw aura into his steel, he launched a savage counterattack. The system chimed in. Active skill triggered. Durable Sword of Daylight. Physical damage spiked by 52%, and armor bulked up by 38%. For 40 seconds straight, he could literally feel the insane stats surging from his custom gear. Unleashing a flurry of crushing blows, he knew deep down, nothing in this entire zone could outclass his masterpiece. Ping, the Swift. Goblin was officially wiped out, but suddenly, his eyes widened as a rogue blade sliced right through his blind spot. He whipped his body sideways, dodging the worst of it, but the jagged edge still ripped across his ribs. Wilson, hawking from the sidelines, crossed his arms with a smug grin. Called it an instant crit. This was exactly why those speedy little freaks earned the title of the Rookie Reaper. Fancy gear means absolutely zero if you lack raw talent. But then, Wilson's jaw literally dropped, as our boy just gritted his teeth, hissing that the gash stung a bit more than he bargained for. A level 1 actually tanked a critical hit? Wilson panicked. The MC smirked, realizing that endless hours slaving over the anvil had permanently buffed his base stats. He was sitting pretty at 35 strength and 33 vitality. He brushed off the damage like an absolute tank. But Wilson knew the worst was yet to come. This isn't over. The actual boss fight starts right now. Right on cue, the rabid monster rushed the MC, triggering its berserker spikes. Our guy instantly went on the defensive, weaving through the chaos, sweating hard as he forced distance between them. A blaring system alert popped up. Debuff applied. Severe dizziness. His vision completely blurred out. Going totally blind, he squeezed his eyes shut. Wilson shook his head. The kid's cracked, but he's tapped out. It's game over. In a heartbeat, a whole squad of bloodthirsty goblins launched themselves directly at his throat. Raising his blade like a shield, he locked in. Tune out the noise, trust the steel I forged with my own 2 hands, and let it do the talking. He unleashed a blind, explosive slash. The system went crazy. Epic tier passive unlocked. Swift blade of daylight. Attack speed boosted by 1.7 times for 1 single second. Exploding like a bullet, our boy tore straight through the enemy lines, shredding multiple beasts into pixels. Knowing damn well this broken skill completely shattered the level gap. At that exact moment, everyone watching was utterly speechless as the MC stuck the superhero landing. The system glowed with the final verdict. Rabid Boss eliminated, Swift Grunts annihilated. A slow smirk crept onto Welson's face as he watched. This kid, he realized, just pulled off the absolute impossible. Stepping closer, Welson spoke up. Your strike seems super rough, but every single swing unleashed the blade's raw, unfiltered power. You've definitely handled a sword before. Our boy just flashed a grin right back. I just figure a blacksmith needs to know how to swing the gear he forges. Simple as that. Right on cue, a system alert popped up. Welson just had a mind-blowing epiphany. Welson shut his eyes, piecing it all together. Those jacked muscles, the heavy scarring down your arms. Now I get it. You're the real deal, a true master of the forge. Bowing his head, Welson apologized for acting out of pocket earlier. Ding! The system chimed that Welson's affection had completely maxed out. Then, the night dropped. I'm only asking because your talent is genuinely god tier, Welson confessed. Have you ever considered taking up the mantle of a mad lord? The system immediately flashed another notification. A top secret. Back in the real world, Taehyuk practically jumped out of his gaming chair. No way, he screamed. This was insanely rare. The game was literally offering the legendary Mad Lord class. A tier that completely blows the epic Mad Knight out of the water. Soyeon gasped. Realizing this alone instantly bumped him into elite, second-tier player status. Let's go! That's freaking huge! Taehyuk hyped him up. But deep down, he knew that accepting this hardcore class change meant passing the point of no. Meanwhile, Welson kept pushing the pitch. The Mad Lord commands an entire army of hundreds of Mad Knights. Will you rise up and become the ultimate guardian of our realm? What's your call? I don't just hand out golden tickets like this. With your insane potential, you could literally rule as the king of knights. But our MC didn't even flinch. He respectfully nodded. I appreciate the hype, but I gotta pass. I'm a crafter, not a fighter, he stated flatly. Welson was completely shook in the best way possible. Beaming from ear to ear, he declared, You are absolutely magnificent. Our guy swore he'd never touch a hammer again in the real world. But inside this virtual reality, he felt that familiar fire burning. His epic rebirth as a master blacksmith was officially locked. Suddenly, a hidden quest popped on screen, meeting the Lord. The objective? Track down Lord Vance. Without missing a beat, Welson handed over a sealed parchment, insisting he take this exclusive letter of recommendation. Head straight to the royal castle, Welson urged. A VIP totally worthy of your god-tier forging skills is waiting. Oh, and for surviving my trial, take this shattered armor. It once belonged to the original Mad Lord. It was totally busted and completely stripped of its magical buffs, but Welson knew our boy could cook up something wild with it. You gotta flex your skills out there too. Pull off exactly what nobody else can. Welson had zero doubts he'd absolutely slay. Our hero just awkwardly rubbed the back of his neck, promising to go absolutely all in. Over in the real world, Soyeon was glued to the monitor, whispering that player Hansu had seriously popped off. This time, Taehyuk slumped next to her, a huge grin on his face. Hell yeah, the spark is still alive and kicking. We are looking at the absolute peak of forging. The literal roadmap to becoming a blacksmith god. Fast forward a bit, and our MC was feeling hyped. The tutorial phase is finally dusted. Stepping up to the village gates, the main quest completion notification flashed. The grind is finally over, and now, the real game is finally starting. But first, reality called. Yanking off his VR headset in his room, he muttered, just as the system confirmed his logout. Yeah, right, he sighed. His IRL to-do list was already a total nightmare. Staring at his depressing $0 bank balance, he realized getting hooked on the game was cool and all, but first, he desperately needed to cover his dad's massive medical for the month, on top of budgeting their basic survival costs. His phone suddenly buzzed. Ji-hoon was calling. He picked up, and his buddy immediately asked if he finally speedran the tutorial grounds. Ji-hoon was drowning in shifts and couldn't even log on. "Yeah, man," our boy replied. "Just bagged the quest and hit the main village." "For real? That's sick," Ji-hoon hyped him up. "That means the auction house is totally unlocked for you now. We gotta hit that up ASAP." An auction house, our guy thought, caught totally off guard. Ji-hoon explained that all the meta gear and essential drops are crafted, and flipped at the auction house for straight gold. "Bro, 10 gold equals 10,000 won. The market is so freaking busted that players are literally making a full-time living off it. That's exactly why I dragged your ass into Ares." Ji-hoon chuckled, asking, "You want to know my biggest takeaway from this game? Literally nothing hits harder than the blades you and your uncle used to forge. And honestly, rocking a VIP rig with a 99.9% sync rate, your crafts are going to be next level insane. And now, we're going to flood this entire server with the sickest drops from the ultimate blacksmith." Our boy just smiled, realizing, classic Ji-hoon. He closed his eyes, silently thanking his best friend. Grabbing some grub, his mind raced. Hell yes, the blueprint is perfectly clear now. Time to grind out crazy gear and smash quests to stack up that gold. But first, stamina management was going to be key. Sure, it didn't completely drain him like real-world forging, but the virtual hustle still took major sweat. Sprinting down the dirt trail, he promised himself to just hold out a little longer. "Hold on, Dad. I'm absolutely going to scrape up the cash to wake you up." A few beats later, the system's booming voice welcomed him to the massive world of Ares. Entering village territory. Full access to the auction house unlocked. Please enter your shop's official name to begin listing inventory. Our MC dramatically threw his hand out, declaring, "Hien's Forge." In a flash, he spawned right at the steps of a massive towering structure. A glowing system prompt popped up, declaring the official launch of Hun's Blacksmith shop. Total freedom unlocked. He could now access the auction house no matter where he roamed. Stroking his chin, he debated his first drop, aside from that epic broadsword. He was holding a single prototype he had hammered out back at the anvil. And man, this bad boy was a straight-up rare tier. Normally, blades in this bracket went for a standard. A sleek, holographic window flashed before his eyes, breaking down the stats for Hun's first sword. Tier? Rare. Level cap? 1 to 30. Base attack? A solid 36. Maxed out durability, hitting 1,000 out of 1,000. But the real flex? A sweet +2 to strength and +1 to dexterity. Top it off with the active skill, Quick Draw. The flavor text bragged. Literally the most broken blade a level 1 newbie could wield, pieced together from absolute scrap. Our boy muttered to himself, "Ji-hoon warned me not to lowball this. Let's kick it off at 100 gold. Punching in the digits, he crossed his fingers, hoping for a massive win. Figuring he would kill time exploring the local village, he stepped away. Meanwhile, the server was already losing its mind over his listing. The global chat was blowing up. A classless noob crafted this, one player freaked. Then why is the bid skyrocketing? Suddenly, a heavy hitter named Blaine tagged his boss. "Yo, Vice Master. Are you seeing this heat? This is actually insane." The heavyweights from the Golden Shield Guild were absolutely spiraling over rumors that a literal level 1 rookie with 0 class had forged the ultimate starter weapon out of total garbage. The entire community was left utterly gagged. The wildest part? It was fully upgradable. The Vice Master chimed in. "Look, normally the trashier the raw materials, the higher the fail rate." Blaine fired back, hyped out of his mind. Exactly. He definitely matched the material tiers perfectly, meaning he cut production costs to basically nothing. With 0 investment, this beast of a blade will carry a player all the way to level 50. "Whoever this guy is, his big brain energy is off the charts," Blaine typed furiously. He even branded it, the first sword. Bro, this is literally the debut drop from a level 1 prodigy. The collector's value alone is insane, right? The Vice Master raised an eyebrow. Valuable? Blaine was practically sweating hype. Think about the clout. If we will be the legends who discovered his genius first. Smirking at the screen, the Vice Master typed back, "You make a good point. Secure the bag." Cut back to our hero. He stood there with his eyes shut tight, arms crossed defensively. He could not shake this weird, nervous vibe after locking in the auction. Honestly, the imposter syndrome was kicking in hard. It had been forever since he last hit the anvil, and he was still just finding his footing in this hardcore virtual world. Ping! A notification shattered his thoughts. His debut weapon? Gone. The transaction had cleared instantly. Pulling up his adventurer's log, a digital ledger materialized right in his face. He blinked, totally stunned. Wait, it's sold already? The virtual pages flipped frantically as he scanned the final receipt. I only set the starting bid at 100. How high did they actually push it? His jaw hit the floor. 1,000,001? You have got to be kidding me. And the crazy part? The winning bid came straight from the massive Golden Shield Guild. There was a VIP memo attached to the digital cash. What is up? Blaine here from Golden Shield. We are absolutely hyped to secure your debut masterpiece. We are always scouting top-tier talent. Whether you want to talk exclusive vendor contracts or a full-time spot on our roster, hit my line immediately. His mind raced. Golden Shield? They boasted a massive 780,000 subscribers online. His buddy Ji-hoon had drilled it into his head. Farming subs was 1,000,000 times harder than farming experience. The algorithm was everything. Clout equals followers, and massive hype translates directly into cold, hard cash. Meanwhile, his own channel, Hun's Forge, was sitting at a measly 82 followers. Hey, you gotta start somewhere, he shrugged. But suddenly, an absolute avalanche of holographic envelopes exploded around him. His inbox was getting nuked. Blue Hammer Guild wants to offer you a mind-blowing deal. Artemis Guild here. Truth Guild wants you. Even the elite Blossom Guild was sliding into his direct messages trying to recruit him. Everyone was begging to sponsor him, promising endless resources if he would just sign the dotted line. The system chimes were going absolutely feral, as endless recruitment pings flooded his vision. Staring at the chaos, our main character smirked. Ares, the god of war, was starving for craftsmen, players who completely vanish from reality to grind the forge. Out here, a creator's true worth was undeniable when the raw, god-tier stats did the talking. But selling out to a guild? Not on his bingo card today. Marching straight toward the towering lord's castle, he knew he was just getting started. They had not even seen 10% of his actual power. The real flex was about to begin. Meanwhile, deep inside the luxurious throne room, Lord Vance slammed his fist down. Are you telling me it is completely hopeless? His advisor, Bell, gave a sad, apologetic smile. I am trying to restore an artifact this shattered is a massive gamble. One wrong move, and it crumbles to dust for... We literally need the single greatest repair maestro on the entire continent. Vance scowled, pacing the floor. A legend like that only operates out of the royal capital. Bell nodded gravely. True, but that master has gone completely off the grid. He refuses all VIP requests. There is zero chance we can bait him out to a backwater. Vance let out a frustrated groan. Damn it, and I cannot just ditch my people to go hunting. His eyes softened, filled with heavy grief. This broken artifact was staring down at the splintered magical ruins on the table, he whispered. Because the world has never witnessed a bow this majestic before. Bell was totally backed into a corner. Just a little more, he smirked internally. The blue system text glowed. User Bell, level 100, rogue class. Oh, but wait. Right now, he was masquerading as a humble blacksmith, using his false promise skill. He had spent an entire grueling week kissing up to Lord Vance. Finally, payday had arrived. The Lord's booming voice echoed. So the price to fix this artifact will be 300 gold coins. Barely letting the guy finish, Bell flashed a slick grin. Absolutely, my lord. Just hand it over. And I'll personally haul it to the capital to get it looking pristine. But right as he was closing the deal, boom, our main guy crashed the party, declaring, Hold up, that bow can be fixed right here. Bell shot him a venomous glare, absolutely fuming. Damn it. Who the hell is this clown? He's blowing my entire scheme. Vance blinked, completely thrown off. What? You can fix this charred mess right on the spot? Guards! Who exactly is this kid? The guard quickly stepped up. My lord, this is the guy who pulled up with a recommendation letter. Straight from Instructor Welson. Vance raised an eyebrow. Welson? Ah, you mean the old... Leaning forward, Lord Barden demanded. All right then, kid. Tell me about your stats and what you bring to the table. Right on cue. The system pinged. Lord Vance has requested your class and level details. Unfazed, our MC looked him dead in the eye and dropped a bomb. Level 1, and totally classless. The room went dead silent. Bell absolutely lost his mind, screaming, "Are you kidding me? A level 1 nobody dares to mock a lord? You don't even have a class, you scrub. Do you have zero clue that restoration magic is strictly locked behind a level 80 blacksmith requirement? Do you even realize you're staring at an epic tier recurve bow? Back off, kid. I've dumped a whole week into this. Get out of here." Our boy just smirked, pointing a finger straight at Bell. "You're dead wrong, buddy. That's not even close to a recurve bow." Striding forward with pure confidence, he announced, "That right there is a gakgung." Bell's jaw dropped. A gak? What? The whole room gasped in shock. MC casually pointed at the wrecked weapon. "Look, Guard Becker told me you've been dying to revive your late old man's burnt bow. A super rare gift dropped off by some mysterious drifter. A one-of-a-kind piece nobody around these parts has ever laid eyes on." Vance slammed his hand down. "That is enough. I usually play nice with wanderers, but I am absolutely sick of people spinning fake lore about my family's heirloom. Next word out of your mouth better be hard facts." Undeterred, our protagonist calmly asked for one chance to set the record straight. "Sure, this weapon might have been a gift from a total outsider. But wasn't it crafted right here in your own backyard?" The Lord's eyes widened, genuinely stunned. The MC casually explained that while walking down the hallway, he had spotted a dope painting of beasts that looked just like water buffalo. Their horns are top-tier crafting loot. Even back in my world. But what really tripped me up was the insane curve of this frame. Whoever made this swapped out standard ox sinew for freaking whale sinew. Care to explain that? Vance squeezed his eyes shut, his face tightening as reality hit him. The kid was spot on. That mysterious drifter was actually his dad's old blacksmith buddy. That canvas? It showed massive water buffalo monsters, straight out of the toxic Barden swamps. Swamp horns and Barden Harbor whale sinew. Two insanely rare drops. The guy had forged an absolute masterpiece for his dad, the sickest weapon Barden had ever seen. This random level 1 kid had picked up on details a high-tier blacksmith completely glossed over. Bell glared at him, absolutely seething with pure jealousy. Vance leaned back, interlacing his fingers. "I just can't sit back and watch my old man's legacy rot away into dust. I need to pass this job to someone who actually gets it. If there's any hope left." The MC smirked. "The name's Hansu, if you're down. I'll bring this bad boy back to life." Instantly, a slick holographic system prompt popped up right in his face. Epic quest triggered. Restore Lord Vance's gakgung, rank A tier. Payout, 50 gold. Vance shot Bell a dismissive look. "You're dismissed. We'll call you if we need you." Gritting his teeth, Bell forced a stiff bow. "Yes, my lord." Understood. He masked his absolute rage, shooting Hansu a pure death glare before thinking, what is this freak's deal? "Hansu, huh? Oh, I'll make you pay for humiliating me, sooner or later." Simmering with toxic anger, he stormed out of the hall. Shifting his focus back to the real MVP, the Lord asked, "All right, kid, what's the shopping list for this restoration?" Hansu didn't skip a beat. "For starters, I need raw water buffalo horns and fresh whale sinew. Throw in some high-grade oak, mulberry wood, bamboo stalks, and a pro-level toolkit." The system chimed in perfect sync as he rattled off the exact crafting recipe, totally exposing the secret method to rebuild the gakgung. Warning: gakgung restoration requires minimum level 60. Required loot: giant water buffalo, whale sinew, pristine bamboo, mulberry wood, solid oak. Substitute materials permitted. Caution: Base failure rate sits just below 70%. Critical warning, a failed roll permanently shatters the item. Right then, Hansu flashed back to a core memory of calling his dad, asking, "Hey Pops, I just gotta flex the frame like this, right?" He locked eyes with the Lord, ready to speak. "I got this, kiddo," his dad whispered. Gently rough, he traced the rough, blistered skin on the boy's palms, asking if crafting bows was really worth tearing up his hands. But the kid was absolutely relentless. "I just love building them with you, Dad," he beamed. Smiling back, his father promised that if he poured his heart into it, he would reveal the secrets of forging steel once he was older. But for now, he needed to master the soul of the wood, to truly feel the grain beneath his fingertips. The protagonist's face lit up. "You got it, Dad." Snapping back to reality, a single tear slid down his cheek. "I won't let you down, Dad," he bowed silently. Thanks to the gaming capsule, their paths intertwined once more, letting him channel every ounce of craftsmanship his father had drilled into him. Rolling up his sleeves, he locked in. Vance strolled into the workshop, flashing a warm grin as he offered to jump in and help out later. Shadows swallowed the room as night took over. The MC was entirely in the zone, carved with Vance grinding right beside him. Watching the kids sweat, the Lord couldn't help but marvel. Pulling a shift this long is brutal, he thought. My own arms feel like pure jelly. But seeing that pure joy on his face, that hits different. As dawn's golden light crept through the windows, Vance let out an exhausted sigh. "We have been grinding on this beast for an entire week." Collapsing straight onto the cold stone floor, he begged, "Can I tap out now?" "Not a chance," the protagonist shot back, demanding help with the core frame. "The only reason you drag yourself down here every single day, my lord, is because you're dead set on restoring your father's legacy with your own two hands. Isn't that right?" A soft, nostalgic smile broke across Vance's exhausted face. "You nailed it." Pushing himself up, he muttered, "Is the absolute last piece of my old man I have left." He paused, looking at the protagonist. "And Hansu, you look like you're having the time of your life." Dropping his gaze, Hansu murmured, "Yeah, it brings back a lot of golden memories for me, too." Stepping closer to the noble, he softly added, "Processing the past? That takes serious time and heavy lifting." He held out his calloused hand, and Vance gripped it tight, silently nodding in mutual respect. The grind continued day in and day out, until finally the climax hit. Boom! The archer's gakgung is officially forged. A glowing holographic interface shattered the silence, flashing the ultimate specs. Rank epic. Item: Archer's gakgung. Durability: 3,500 out of 3,500. Attack power: 253. Level requirement: 60. Elite perk: Dexterity plus 9.5%. Accuracy plus 2%. Drawing speed plus 7.7%. Failure minus 1. Passive skill: Victory. Maker's Grace. Active skill: Triple shots. This beast was a massive upgrade, blowing its original form out of the water. Later on, Vance stood silently before a grand statue, whispering, "Father, are you watching the mysterious stranger who brought this bow back to life?" Catching the moment, the protagonist tilted his head and asked, "My lord, why not take her for a spin? Give it a test drive and see if it hits right in the feels." Gripping the wood, Vance ripped the bowstring back and unleashed a blinding shot, slamming dead center into the bullseye with terrifying force. Lowering the weapon, he muttered, "It is not the same." The protagonist's heart dropped. A massive grin split Vance's face. "It is insanely better than before." Immediately, the system chimed, confirming the bow restoration quest was a total success. He had smashed past the 100% mark. His affinity with Vance? Completely maxed out. Bowing deeply, the Lord poured out his gratitude, declaring that a massive weight had been lifted off his shoulders. But the base payout felt like a total insult for a masterpiece like this. So, on top of dropping a cool 2,000 gold, Vance handed over VIP, lifetime access to the Royal Forge. The system pinged again, flashing that the loot pool had been massively boosted, thanks to his god-tier performance. The protagonist's jaw practically hit the floor. 2,000 gold? Bro, that's literally 2 million won. That easily covers my entire living cost until the next raid. Breaking his hype, Vance smoothly chimed in, "Hey, quick question. Have you ever thought about picking up a blade?" He unsheathed a razor-sharp sword, the steel gleaming. Before I was sitting on the throne of Barden, I was a frontline swordmaster, wielding the absolute peak of blade mastery, a top-secret art of the Prime Kingdom that slaughtered hordes of rabid monsters, and ultimately brought absolute peace to this region. Now, you're obviously a generational genius at the anvil, but I'm sensing a totally different aura from you. A raw, untapped killer instinct for the sword. Between Instructor Welson's glowing letter of recommendation and seeing your gritty work ethic up close, I'm completely sold. You've got the insane physical stats and the lightning-fast reflexes of an apex predator, backed by an encyclopedic mastery of literally every weapon type. Staring him down, Vance made the ultimate offer. He was going to pass down his very own core swordsman essence. Immediately, a blinding interface popped up, locking in the new quest. Title: Fencing Training. Rank B. Reward: Supreme Swordsmanship. The catch? He had to grind to 80% mastery just to unlock the skill. Stepping into his personal space, Vance's voice grew dead serious. "The clock is ticking, kid. You cannot afford to lag behind now. If you unleash the exact same sweat and blood out there as you did in this forge, you'll be unstoppable." The MC smirked to himself. Well then. Looks like Christmas came early with this crazy hidden buff. And just like that, an insanely chaotic month flew by, all kick-started by crafting his very own gakgung. Polishing up the Mad Lord's rusted armor? Check. Wrapping up some intense sword drills? Double check. Catching his breath, Vance shot him a look. Our boy slid his blade back into its scabbard with a slick metallic click, giving a solid nod. "Yeah, thanks to you, I'm 100%. The Lord raised an eyebrow, wondering where his next stop was. Meeting his gaze, Hyun smirked. "It's about time I snagged a real class." Vance clapped him on the shoulder, letting him know the door was always open. "Listen, if you ever run low on mithril, you know where to find me." Stepping past the heavy gates, our MC breathed in the fresh air. The farewells were officially done. Now, he just needed to pack up his stash before hitting the road. He took stock of his insane arsenal, gear he'd literally resurrected from scrap over the years. We're talking the legendary Mad Lord's arm, which flexed enough raw durability to tank heavy hits despite its trash deflection stats. Plus, he'd crafted a pristine gauntlet, packing a massive 60% accuracy buff. Flipping through his battered journal, he needed to secure some serious cash to fund this upcoming grind. So he hammered out a batch of rare tier bows and tossed them straight onto the auction house. The listing flashed with the title, Hyun's Second Bow. The specs were absolute fire. Rarity? Rare. Durability? A flaw. Attack power capped at 94, with a massive level bracket from 0 to 60. For the perks, +7 to dexterity, a juicy 13% accuracy boost, and a busted passive combo. Heavy shot stacked with piercing arrow. This was a one-of-a-kind weapon, stitched together purely from garbage loot lying around the noob zone. A complete anomaly that nobody could ever duplicate. "Let's see what the whales will drop for this one," he muttered. Cut to Sojin, the shot caller of the Golden Shield Guild. Her jaw practically hit the floor as she stared at the glowing interface. No freaking way! Not even Black, the top ranker in the entire country, could forge a masterpiece like this at level 10. But this Hyun guy, he's only level 1, cooking up this kind of heat using actual garbage? And he still pulled it off. Even Smith, the undisputed goat of the blacksmithing world, had called it. Because at the end of the day, Ares is the literal god running this server. If a player flexes hard enough to impress him, he blesses them with a busted profession, a sick skill, or an overpowered title. And Forge Master Hyun was already casually dropping god-tier artifacts. Yeah, exactly like Smith, this dude is holding on to a legendary class. Fast forward a bit, and our MC was staring at his screen, completely shook. Holy crap, the final bid locked in at 2,050 gold? Some absolute madman just swiped 2 million in real-world cash for a digital bow. His mind was racing. His sub count had rocketed to 3,200. Guild invites and crafting commissions were flooding his inbox faster than he could swipe them away. Slamming his journal shut, a fiery grin spread across his face. All right, let's get it. His target? The holy grail for all crafters, the blacksmith's tower. He hit the trail, trekking through dense woods, sprawling plains, and rushing rivers. Eventually, he slammed on the brakes, tilting his head up at an absolute unit of wiping the grime off his forehead. He exhaled. Finally, the blacksmith's tower. The sheer scale of this place was insane in person. Rolling up to the massive entrance, he spotted a chunky boulder wrapped in heavy chains. Wait, how the hell do I even get in? Right on cue, a translucent system prompt popped up. Welcome to the blacksmith's tower. To unlock the path of the crafter, you must shatter this seal using a blade. Birthed straight from the magical forge. Our boy So this is the seal. Feels like solid basalt. Definitely some hardcore volcanic rock. Glancing over, his eyes locked onto a separate doorway glowing with heat. The magical forge, huh? Without missing a beat, he swaggered right through the frame. A notification dinged. You have entered the magical forge. This was the ultimate sandbox to grind out the crafting skills needed to clear the trial. Infinite mats? Check. Unlimited tools? Double check. Plus, the crafting timer was sped up like crazy compared to a normal workshop. The catch? Any weapon pumped out here could only be swung against the trial stone. Hyun cracked his knuckles. Slice a solid rock seal in half with a sword. Got it. So they're strictly testing my forging chops. I need to make a blade that literally chews through stone. Snatching up a heavy hammer, the sparks were about to fly. Cut to Deng, grumbling from his throne. Useless scrubs. Every single one of them looks exactly the same. Always whining about how much cash they'll make, or begging for quick ways to farm gold. He knocked back a swig of his booze, glaring down. All they give a damn about is spamming their skills to pump out absolute garbage. Not a single drop of respect for the actual art of smithing. Wiping the liquor off his beard, he spat, "The path of the hammer is dead and buried. These rats are only chasing the bag." This boomer was Deng, the literal Grand Master of the blacksmith's tower. Scoffing, he muttered that if this new kid was just hunting for a shiny title, then he could cheat the system however he wanted. Sloshing another heavy pour of liquor into his cup, he growled, "If he's just gonna mash some trash metal together and swing a soulless stick around, then he deserves whatever pathetic failure comes his way. I am done babysitting." Not a single player will ever cleave that ceiling stone. A scratch is the absolute best they can pray for. His face contorted in disgust. Nope, mathematically impossible. But down in the forge, our boy was declaring war. I'm forging a Damascus blade. As he slipped on his crafting glove, a blazing red warning flashed. Only Grandmaster Blacks can attempt Damascus steel. The system literally told him to stick to a basic iron dagger. But Hyun just smirked. Bro, I have unlimited materials. If you know the recipe, you might as well send it. Closing his eyes, the roar of the fire faded, replaced by his dad's gritty voice, echoing in his mind. Hyunsu, a true blade can slice straight through stone. It was time to unleash the secret forging technique his old man had invented. Our boy vowed that channeling his father's wisdom would guarantee him the win. Flawless, magic-infused forges and gear, every single thing he needed to craft legendary Damascus steel, plus an endless mountain of premium ores. Even the crafting timer was slashed. This game was just absolutely busted. He brought his heavy hammer crashing down onto the glowing metal, screaming that he was pouring his entire soul into the steel. Meanwhile, Dung was completely passed out, snoring away on the window ledge. But a split second later, his eyes snapped wide open, and he let out a massive shriek. Peering out the window, he panicked. What the heck is rocking the entire tower? It's vibrating. Wait, somebody is hammering. He bolted downstairs, stepping outside to yell, "Seriously, what in the world is happening out here?" That's when he spotted the massive ceiling stone violently split down the middle, as the giant doors groaned open, unleashing a blinding wave of light. He gasped. No way, somebody actually sliced the ceiling stone? Right then, our MC strolled up to him. Deng muttered, "The blacksmith god has finally descended." Our hero sheepishly rubbed his neck, apologizing before asking, So, did I pass? Shortly after, the duo began making their way down the spiral. Dung explained that up until this very moment, they'd strictly judged a candidate's skill level by using that ceiling stone. But since you literally obliterated the thing, we can't gauge a single stat anymore. Our guy figured he was probably doomed to a massive retake. Stepping forward, a glowing arcane symbol on the floor caught his eye. A magic circle? He wondered aloud. Deng corrected him, calling it a summoning array, before shoving a heavy mallet into his chest, ordering him to grab it. Our boy spun around, totally bewildered. Wait, what? Instantly, a system prompt chimed in, confirming he had just acquired Deng's personal hammer. An SS rank quest had officially triggered. Dung shoved him back, forcing him right into the dead center of the glowing runes, declaring that this was the real trial he needed to conquer. As our hero's body began glitching into a teleport, Dung confidently stated that he'd survive it. Go show them, Blacksmith God. A heartbeat later, our guy spawned right at the edge of a massive, heavily fortified wall. Gripping his head in pure shock, he stammered, where the hell am I? Is this seriously my makeup exam? Suddenly, he spotted an absolute ocean of hideous monsters storming the stronghold, just as the system blasted an SS-ranked alert. His objective? Annihilate the invading orc horde. He hollered, "Hold up, time out! I'm supposed to be doing a blacksmithing quest." Just then, a voice echoed out, shouting about reinforcements arriving from the Master Forge. He instantly snapped his head sideways. Reinforcements? Wait, are they talking about me? He scanned the battered squad of knights as the system flashed his win conditions. He needed to secure 70% of the total kill participation against 50 elite combatants. An armored dude flashed a weary smile, thanking him for showing up. This was Hans, the captain of the strike team. Hans explained that the orcs were blitzing the Prime Kingdom harder and harder by the day, absolutely shredding their frontline gear into scrap. Can your smithing skills patch our armor up? Fast? Our guy blinked, realizing the massive mix-up, and confessed there had been a huge misunderstanding. He hadn't officially unlocked his blacksmith class yet, meaning his crafting skills were locked. Hans' jaw practically hit the floor. Excuse me, what? Then what exactly is that massive mallet you're gripping? Our hero glanced down at the heavy weapon, realizing his mistake. Ah. He awkwardly explained he'd literally just been handed the thing during his class advancement exam, and that he was instantly warped over here for a bonus objective. Hans stared blankly. So, you literally have 0 battlefield experience? Our boy sheepishly scratched the back of his neck, admitting that when it came to actual warfare, he was still an absolute noob. The captain crossed his arms, internally groaning. He prayed for hardcore backup, but High Command dumped a literal rookie onto his front lines. Great, now they had to babysit a VIP tourist. Sighing, Hans admitted their defensive line was basically collapsing. So do us a favor and go hide inside the watchtower. It's fully secured, just chill there until we wrap this up. But a millisecond later, a lethal throwing axe ripped through the air. In a literal flash, our guy whipped out his blade, cleanly deflecting the projectile away. Hans stared at him, completely dumbfounded. Flashing a confident smirk, our hero said, "Look, I know I'm still a low-level noob, but mind if I crash this party?" Internally, he was hyped, realizing this was actually his final stress test. Hans just stared at the kid, thinking to himself, "Are you seriously telling me this reflex demon considers himself a rookie?" Moments later, the squad pushed directly onto the blood-soaked battlefield. Our guy pumped himself up, figuring that if he just mimicked his goblin-slaying strat, he'd totally survive this. Hans then barked an order, telling him to stick right behind Ben's unit. He'll catch you up on the attack patterns. Ben flashed a gritty grin, welcoming the kid to the meat grinder. Stepping up to the front line, he roared out his commands just as a massive tidal wave of monsters charged their position. Our hero felt the insane bloodlust washing over him, realizing this raw, suffocating pressure was leagues above some random goblins. So this was actual, life-or-death warfare. But adrenaline spiked in his veins. He refused to take an L here. In a heartbeat, cleanly severing the head straight off the massive brute standing in his way. The system HUD flashed instantly. Level 10, Orc eliminated, rewarding him with 86 juicy experience points. He grinned, knowing his brutal month-long grind was finally paying out. The system violently chimed, "Level up," right as Ben, deflecting a barrage of monster strikes with his heavy shield, Ben locked eyes with his jaw practically dropped. "No class? You've got to be kidding me." Suddenly, our MC caught movement in his peripheral vision, a beast lunging straight for the tank. Realizing Ben was about to get clapped, Hansu instantly swapped his gear to a sleek Korean bow and pulled the string taut. With dead center accuracy, he let it rip, planting an arrow right into the creature's chest. Ben whipped his head around, completely shook. Hansu didn't even blink before firing off another shot, threading the needle through multiple targets like a shish kebab. Right on cue, the system chimed in with a sweet level-up notification. Ben just stared at him, absolutely flabbergasted. He just ragdolled a massive orc with one single arrow. How is that even physically possible? "Snap out of it, Ben," Captain Hans barked. "The horde is shifting aggro to Hansu. Brace yourselves." Snapping back to reality, Ben dashed toward our MC, racked with guilt knowing Hansu pulled all that heat just to save his skin. He gritted his teeth, mentally kicking himself. How the heck did I zone out mid-battle just to fanboy over him? But the mob was already closing in, weapons raised and locked onto our protagonist. Without missing a beat, Hansu triggered his weapon swap, summoning the glowing blade, Daylight. He cleaved through the air, roaring, "Fury!" A whirlwind of devastating slashes erupted around him as he pushed deeper into the enemy lines. The system flashed. Fury triggers an indiscriminate blast against all hostiles within a 10-meter radius. He followed up with a brutal combo, dicing the next brute into absolute confetti. Ding! Another level up in the bag. His raid contribution ticked up to 19%. Watching this absolute carry, Captain Hans couldn't help but crack a massive grin. The old master totally knew what he was doing, Hans realized. With a beast like him on our squad, we might actually pull off the impossible. "Incredible," the captain roared. "Listen up, squad. With Hansu leading the charge today, we are going to wipe this orc army off the map." The interface confirmed a massive morale buff, sweeping through the punitive squad, bringing a smirk to our MC's face. "Looks like I'm officially part of the fam," he mused. He dove back into the carnage, spamming attacks while the level-up alerts kept popping off. Sitting at 28% contribution, he frowned, wondering why the gauge was suddenly crawling like dial-up internet. The system chimed in, noting he was shredding the horde at record speed. Boom! A hidden quest unlocked, kicking off a brand new, never-before-seen episode. Suddenly, a massive level 51 orc warrior blocked their path. Hans threw out his arm, screaming for everyone to freeze. "Hold your ground!" The ultimate raid boss had spawned, the exact monster that had previously wiped the floor with them, their ultimate nemesis. Panic set in as a scout yelled, "Captain, we're totally boxed in." Hans frantically scanned their perimeter. "Damn it, this is on me," he cursed inwardly. We got way too hyped on the momentum and pushed way too deep into enemy territory. But Ben was fully locked in, roaring, "Captain, we're pumped. Today we finally flatline these scumbags. No stepping back." Catching the vibe, Hans barked back, "You're damn right. We end this right here, right now. All units, charge!" With a fierce scowl, the captain raised his blade and sprinted head-on. Hanging in the back line, our protagonist knocked an arrow, ready to provide cover. Idiots. They've completely lost the plot and just went full aggro, Hansu thought. I gotta lay down some serious suppress. He let loose a shot, but it literally pinged harmlessly off the brute's helmet. Crap, my shots aren't even making a dent. This Korean bow is specifically buffed for max penetration and pinpoint accuracy, he muttered in frustration. Meanwhile, the rest of the punitive squad was locked in a brutal clash with the horde. But this elite warrior's skin is literally built like a tank. Archery alone isn't going to cut it, the MC added. Up front, Hans was already sweating. Is our firepower seriously? Do we really have to bail? Pushing through the doubt, he charged forward, screaming, "Hell no, we aren't backing down this time." But in a split second, the behemoth swung its massive weapon, cleanly slicing off the commander's sword hand. Hans collapsed into the dirt in absolute agony. "Hans! Captain!" our MC yelled, genuine panic lacing his voice. Hearing the chaos, Ben in the front line scrambled. Hansu ground his teeth together, realizing that no matter how much he spammed his attacks, he couldn't break through that absurd armor. If we keep bashing our heads against this wall, it's a guaranteed team wipe, he muttered, grinding his teeth in pure frustration. That's enough, he commanded. Keep this up and we're all dead meat. We need to fall back immediately and turtle up in a hard defensive line. Fall back to the tree line at our 6 o'clock, fast. I'll hold them off and regroup with you guys in a sec. Ben quickly backed his play, yelling at the squad to follow the order. Grab the captain, move him to safety and pull back into the woods. Let's go. Keep those shields up. As the battered squad scrambled toward the rally point, Ben rushed up to our MC's side. Dude, that forest is going to slow them down too, but it's only going to buy us a short respite max, Ben warned. The protagonist's face went dead serious. Just 5 minutes. We only need to hold out for 5 damn minutes. Catching the intense fire in his eyes, Ben replied in sheer shock. We hold the line, no matter the cost, he snarled, white-knuckling his grip. Cutting through the dense woods, our guys' gears started turning. Did that overgrown beast really think heavy plating made it invincible? Bet. Skidding to a halt inside a dense bamboo thicket, he whipped out his trusty mallet. Instantly, a glowing hollow prompt popped up. Item, Dang's Hammer. Rarity, Epic. Passive buff, Consumable Duplication. Active perk, Cooldown Reduction. Lore, the legendary mallet formerly swung by the big boss of the Forge Spire. This might actually work, he smirked. Cut back to the front line. The squad was throwing everything they had at the colossal brute, flanking it from every angle. Pushed to the absolute limit, Ben staggered to his feet. Using his broadsword as a crutch, he hacked out a desperate rally. Just give me 5 minutes. Just 5 minutes. Jaw locked in sheer defiance, he roared. We don't back down. We never fold. Without missing a beat, he hoisted his blade high. Ben squared up, steel flashing, then whipped around with lethal intent. But before he could even swing, a massive gash ripped open across the behemoth's throat. The titan crumbled like a ton of bricks. Ben blinked, utterly, totally stunned. Squinting through the dust, he spotted our boy perched on a vantage point, bowstring still vibrating. The monster let out an ear-piercing death shriek. Thwack! A second shaft buried itself deep into the base of the creature's skull. Zero hesitation. Our guy knocked 3 more rounds, dead set on finishing the job. Boss Hansu, Ben cheered, losing his mind. In his hands, our hero gripped the horn Pyeongjan. Rarity, rare. Base damage, 55. Special specs. Armor penetration boosted by 70%. Velocity cranked up by 60%. Lore check. Thanks to its compact build, this dart cuts through the air like butter, packing enough kinetic energy to shatter solid granite. He ran the math. A bamboo launch tube, razor-honed baby arrows, all perfectly duped by the forge mallet. Pair that crazy combo with a traditional reflex bow, and the interface lit up. Synergy triggered. Set, bonus unlocked. Damage spiked by 25%, strength up by 10%. Down in the mud, while the vanguard tanked hits with their busted shields, and traded brutal blows. A grunt pushed the front line, screaming at the squad to keep the aggro. By Lord Hansu an opening. They rushed the beast. Meanwhile, our MC locked in. This thing practically hits like a sniper rifle. He let the payload rip with terrifying force. Bullseye. The shot blew straight through the massive brute's sternum. The system chimed. Target eliminated. Level up achieved. Title unlocked. Greenskin Bane. Base damage against this faction permanently boosted by 15%. Intimidation aura activated. Seeing their boss get one-tapped, a grunt dropped its heavy chopper and bolted for the hills. The raid party went feral. They're routing. Hunt them down. Not one to miss out on free XP, our guys sprinted off the ridge, vaulted into the air, and unleashed a brutal mid-air shot that turned the monster's skull into red mist. Sometime later, the mega prompt dropped. Double S-rank quest. Crush the Horde. Total kill participation. A whopping 92%. Absolute hard carry. As he stood overlooking the carnage, the surviving raid members swarmed him, chanting his name. Boss! Notification. Faction reputation maxed out. The strike team would blindly follow him into hell. Secret loot drop acquired. Title: The Warlord. Base charisma bumped by 10 points. Right then, Hans dragged a battered Ben over. Lord Hansu, man. Our boy glanced back. Captain Hans. The older knight cracked a massive grin. We've been playing defense for so damn long. I legit thought I'd be in the ground before I saw this happen. Total victory against the Horde. It was just a pipe dream. Thumping his armored chest, his voice cracked. I owe you everything. Bawling like a baby, his energy was totally contagious. The rest of the battered squad started doing the chest thump salute. Catching the vibe, our MC mirrored the gesture, giving them their flowers right back. Bonus round cleared, he thought to himself. Staring past the horizon, a new problem popped up. Time to head back to the Forge Spire, I guess? He rubbed his neck, suddenly looking insanely lost. Wait, how the hell do I even get there? Fast forward to the main citadel. Inside the Grand Forge. Dang was going off. This spire is a shell of what it used to be. The shiny knights steal all the clout. The only guys walking through our doors are total cash grabbers looking for a quick bag. We need a literal prodigy. Someone actually built different enough to pull this sacred blade. The camera pans to a tight circle of heavyweights, staring down an epic broadsword stabbed into the floor. He kept venting. We've had endless tryouts, but the prophecy, total dud. An ancient cheat code left behind by the Forge God himself. It literally promised an absolute unit of an heir. Someone who'd put us back on the map. Coulson hit back with pure sarcasm. Oh wow, and out of all the guild masters, you're the only one fit to oversee the trial? The almighty Dang? He scoffed, crossing his arms. Bro, what if this whole chosen one thing is literally just cap? You pulled us away from our grind, completely wrecked our schedule, just to hand the golden ticket to some random newbie from out of town? Coulson practically ruled the Bow Tower. Dang shot him a sharp look. Coulson, did you even bother reading the letter he sent? Earning the right to stand here isn't a handout. He absolutely crushed the trial. And get this, he hasn't even awakened a class yet. Still, he commanded the troops and wiped out those orc warriors using pure blacksmithing mechanics. The room erupted in whispers. Obliterated them? Without a class? Someone gasped. Deng raised a hand to quiet the crowd. This trial is tethered to an ancient prophecy. The true heir to the Forge God will rise above everyone. That sword right there, it holds the ultimate verdict. Deng couldn't wait to witness history unfold with his own eyes. Suddenly, a guard burst through the heavy oak doors, frantically calling Deng's name. Lord Hansu has arrived in the Grand Hall, he announced. Deng nodded, ordering the guard to escort him in. A heartbeat later, our protagonist shoved the massive doors open and strode forward. Deng beamed. Welcome, challenger. You've conquered the Crucible and earned your place inside the sacred forge. More importantly, you've won the right to face the Blade of Space, forged by the god himself. Hansu locked eyes with the legendary weapon resting in the center of the circle. The second your skin grazes that hilt, your fate is sealed, Deng warned. Survive, and an unimaginable reward awaits. Hansu smirked internally. A massive reward? Hell yeah. I literally just aced an S-rank hidden mission during the Awakening exam. Maybe it's a legendary class. Just then, Coulson crossed his arms, his voice dripping with fake politeness. Congrats, kid. Making it to this sanctuary is a major flex. Pulling off that little stunt under pressure? Not bad. But let's be real. That arrow you crafted was just a cheap knockoff of a Solinarian. You got incredibly lucky. Without that epic rank bow, you would have failed miserably. Now go grab the sword. Let's see if your insane plot armor holds up. Hansu scanned the room. So these are the Forge Masters, absolute living legends of the Ares realm. They're top tier, named NPCs rocking insanely. A slick blue hologram popped up. Coulson, Master of the Bow Tower, Blacksmith Tower, level 365. Not gonna lie, that's a massive flex, Hansu thought. But skill-wise, I'm definitely not lagging behind. If we threw down using raw mechanics instead of high-level stats, I'd absolutely wreck him. Brushing off the shade, he stepped up to the pedestal. I can handle it, he declared. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock, and the rest of the room froze and the legendary blade violently exploded into 1,000,000 glowing fragments, shooting straight into his chest. Whoa, what the hell? Hansu gasped, frantically gripping his shirt. Where did the blade go? Deng rushed over, a massive grin spreading across his face. I knew it, he roared with laughter. The prophecy is actually happening. We've been blindly following old rituals, but a true heir wouldn't even need to physically touch the steel. Coulson's face twisted in pure rage. Bullshit. There's no way I'm buying this. Ding! A golden notification flashed before Hansu. Congratulations, you've unlocked the first god class in Ares history. Hold up, I'm not just some random brat, but I'm completely new to this, he thought, mind blown. The system chimed again. Class acquired. Godsmith. Wait. An actual divine class. The first one ever. Then, another alert dropped. Unique SSS rank title unlocked. The Godsmith. Material levels no longer restrict your crafting. Mastery scales endlessly with artifact rarity. As a blacksmith, you will reign as the ultimate class. Quest triggered. The Blade's Trial. Requirement. Level 100. The hall erupted into a frenzy of whispers. The weapon literally chose the outsider. It's exactly like the ancient text said. He's the true successor. I refuse to accept this garbage, Coulson suddenly bellowed. We masters have spent lifetimes waiting for a worthy heir to inherit the divine revelation. A glitchy magic sword shattering doesn't prove it's the actual will of the forge god. Deng fiercely clapped back. Coulson, the prophecy is absolute. He glared at the rebellious master. This isn't some cheap farce. But the texts also state the heir needs the unanimous blessing of the Tower Masters. That's part of the lore too, Coulson argued. So as the master of the Bow Tower, I'm officially challenging this random nobody to a forge-off. Coulson violently pointed a finger right at Hansu's face. Crush me in a crafting duel, and maybe I'll acknowledge you as the heir. But if I win, you publicly forfeit this so-called divine title. You drop it entirely. Have you lost your damn mind? Deng screamed. Guards, restrain him immediately. But the rest of the masters nervously stared at the floor, refusing to step in. Cowards, Deng cursed silently. Coulson sneered. Running away is always an option, kid. Quit now, and I'll even make you my deputy master. Assuming you actually survive my grueling boot camp, that is. He let out a cocky laugh, but Hansu just smirked. Bet, I accept your challenge. Coulson unleashed a hidden technique. Blacksmiths, our hero smirked. We let the anvil do the talking. Right on cue, the system chimed. He had just unlocked the legendary divine crafting. A glowing notification flashed. An S-rank blacksmith duel quest just dropped. The mission? Crush Coulson at his own game. Coulson's expression darkened. We aren't meathead knights, he growled. Our battles hit different. We pour our literal souls into the blazing forge to birth the ultimate weapon. The rules were dead simple. Clash using the weapons you crafted with your own two hands. The first blade to shatter, you lose everything. Thrusting calloused finger toward the grand hall, he revealed that a top-tier... Since you're supposedly a master now, Coulson scoffed, 24 hours is all you get to hammer out a masterpiece. If you're truly a god-tier smith, I'll see you tomorrow. Flashing a cocky grin, he spun around and swaggered right out the door. A companion shot our boy a serious... Coulson isn't just some random dude. He is a wildly skilled tower master. Sure, our guy just bagged godlike abilities, but he still desperately needs time to grind out actual experience. But our hero just smirked. That logic would be totally valid if he was still stuck in his old trash-tier class. Surviving this showdown should have been mathematically impossible for him. Out here, the entire in-game universe landing those overpowered buffs totally relies on your level and titles. Plus, every single tower master is packing their own exclusive busted abilities. But the second he ascended to godhood, all those limits just evaporated. Honestly, the only thing that matters now is pure, raw skill. Gripping the heavy hammer, his mind started racing. Thanks to his newly unlocked power, a glowing system prompt instantly popped up. Level 1 skill unlocked. Active ability, Divine Creation. God tier rank. Staring down at the cold metal in his grip, a massive text box materialized right in front of his face. It gave him the power to forge literally any artifact he could imagine, and inject it with absolutely any broken effect. But there was a catch. The more overpowered the perk, the insanely harder the crafting process became. Its actual output directly scales with his crafting proficiency, bouncing anywhere from 0 to 100%. Cut to Coulson, aggressively hammering away at his own gear. Scowling into the flames, he seethed over his lost identity as a legendary bladesmith. He was supposed to be the one true heir to the sacred art of blade making. A bloody legacy, passed down through generations. He was meant to inherit his old man's empire. But out of nowhere, some insanely cracked prodigy stole his spotlight. So instead of ruling the forge, he got violently pushed aside and forced to run the bow tower. It tasted like absolute garbage, but he swallowed his pride and pledged loyalty to the mighty Deng. But now, Deng dragged in some random, absolute nobody and instantly crowned him the top dog. Coulson's jaw clenched so hard, his teeth nearly cracked. There was zero chance he was letting this slide. He whipped his hammer back and brought it down with a thunderous, earth-shattering smash. On the flip side, our boy, exhaling a heavy, exhausted breath, stared dead at the unshaped metal chunk in his palm. Watching him closely from the shadows, injecting raw gear with god-tier perks strictly plays by the ultimate rule of equivalent exchange. If he wants even a sliver of a chance in this deathmatch, he has to go all in on tank-like durability and straight-up nuke-level destruction, which basically means to score that perfect god roll ability, he is going to have to forge an absolute top-tier, mythical-grade weapon. But Hansu's base specs and material qualities are capping out at a measly rare. Seriously, Hansu? What kind of insane flex is a blacksmith god hiding up his sleeve? Fast forward a bit. The two rivals finally locked eyes in the middle of the blood-stained arena, flashing a cocky punch. Coulson sneered that since he didn't chicken out, he must have slapped together some junk overnight. Time to find out if his little science project could actually step up to the heir of the gods. Sliding his blade out of its scabbard with a sinister metallic shing, he mockingly announced that he would graciously let the kid show off his toy first. Coulson leveled his glowing weapon right at Hansu's face, triggering a massive system holograph. Coulson's Dark Knight. Unique grade. Durability is a perfectly maxed out 12,000 out of 12,000. Attack power sits at a spicy 654. Special perks include a passive 15% armor buff. Sword Mastery gets a clean 2-level boost. Passive trait, Weapon Destroyer. Active ultimate, Light of the Dark Knight. Taking it all in, Deng just crossed his arms, his brain running cold calculation. A random dude in the crowd gasped, "Dude, no cap, Coulson's blacksmithing is actually goated." The girl standing right next to him squealed. Whipping up a unique tier dual blade in literally one night? That is absolutely insane, totally mind-blowing. Soaking up the hype, Coulson smirked, his ego massively inflating. Obviously, peasants. This beauty is a flawless masterpiece, dripping with his bloodline's forbidden techniques. Now, it was time for the kid to expose his own weapon. Without missing a beat, our protagonist smoothly unsheathed his blade, and a glitchy system screen popped up. It read, Hansu's first custom-forged sword, rank, rare. Durability, a measly 1,000 out of 1,000. Attack power, an embarrassing 177. Coulson's cocky grin instantly dropped. Rare? A freaking rare tier sword? What an absolute joke. Maybe Coulson had been overthinking this whole time. His annoyance spiked, grinding his teeth together, as he shifted into a lethal combat stance. Dang, you completely sold the bag this time, wasting everyone's time on some brat with a plastic toy. A split second later, he exploded forward, blitzing his target while roaring, "It is game over for you, kid." Meanwhile, our main just casually raised his basic-looking sword and took a few chill steps forward. Then, out of absolute nowhere, crack! Coulson's legendary weapon. The entire arena went dead silent. Jaws dropped as the broken half of the masterpiece clattered against the dirt. Coulson froze, his brain utterly short-circuiting, stammering out a pathetic, "Huh?" Our boy just hit him with a cold, deadpan look, letting him know that a weapon's true lethality isn't just about its shiny rank. A hidden stat window finally exposing the true nature of Hansu's rare sword. Special traits, an active ability literally called a blade that slaughters other blades. A busted 65% chance to instantly delete the enemy's weapon on contact. A true one-of-a-kind. Completely unrepairable and shatters into dust at 0 durability. In that exact mind-bending moment, a core memory unlocked in Coulson's brain. He heard his dad's raspy voice whispering, "Kid, one day," and the old man had ruffled his hair, solemnly adding, "He is the anomaly who will completely shatter every rule of reality we know, and drag humanity into a totally new era of metalworking, and every single one of us will witness his rise." Little Coulson had looked up with massive, starry eyes, smiling wide. If I grind hard enough and become a legendary blacksmith too, do you think he would take me in as his apprentice? Watching the absolute chaos unfold, Dung cracked a knowing smile. His just snapping a fancy sword in half was not going to be nearly enough to make the other stubborn tower. So his master plan was to forge a blade capable of slicing right through other swords. Just a hot minute ago, Dang had questioned him. Is pulling something like that even? The MC brushed it off, admitting it was never a walk in the park. Birthing an artifact of that insane tier strictly boils down to the sheer, raw talent of the blacksmith. A cocky smirk painted his face as a glowing holographic system window flashed right before his eyes, announcing, "Special creation of a deity." The deadlier the effect here, the more grueling the crafting process becomes, with the success rate wildly swinging anywhere from absolute 0 to a perfect 100%, hinging entirely on the crafter's expertise. Snapping back to reality, Dang stared blankly ahead, his mind racing. Hansu actually possesses the big brain knowledge and god-tier mechanics to manifest this crazy concept into reality, he realized. Right as Coulson chimed in, a literal blacksmith god. Could someone like him genuinely forge a weapon like that? Our boy just shot him a knowing smirk and clapped back. The word impossible literally isn't in my dictionary. Tears immediately welled up in Coulson's eyes. Slamming down onto one knee in pure reverence, master of the bow tower, humbly bow before the one true god of blacksmiths. Ping, the system loudly announced, blacksmith dual quest successfully completed. Trembling slightly, Coulson stepped up, cradling a heavy wooden chest. Addressing our hero with massive respect, he begged him to accept this starter tribute. Flinging the lid wide open, a blinding golden glow spilled out. Staring at the massive loot pile, the MC grinned from ear to ear, wondering to himself, "Wait, is this seriously the payout for that quest?" But Coulson wasn't done. He dramatically offered up an ancient, weathered scroll, adding, "Plus, take this blueprint of the mythical legendary bow. This sacred relic has been safeguarded by our tower for generations." Another system chime rang out. Player has secured the blueprint for the legendary bow. Recognized as one of the 10 supreme treasures of the blacksmith tower. Coulson's voice cracked slightly. "This very bow, I miserably failed to ever craft it. Handing it over to a prodigy destined for absolute greatness, that is its one true calling." Dang slowly shut his eyes, deeply moved, and declared, "Now that the ultimate blacksmith god has finally descended, we are going to rebuild our legacy from the ground up. So please, Mr. Hansu, I am begging you to climb to the absolute peak of power and dominate this massive universe." The MC just casually waved him off, confidently stating, "The ascension of a literal god starts right now." Cut to a bit later, glass mugs loudly clinked together as he and Jihoon celebrated. The protagonist, "Cheers, bro!" His buddy busted out laughing, admitting it felt like a fever dream getting free beer totally funded by Hansu's wallet. "And bro, you legit snagged a divine tier class already?" Jihoon had originally dragged him into the game Ares because his insane real-life talents were rotting away, but he totally underestimated how cracked Hansu would actually be at gaming. After grinding through absolute hell inside that forge, our boy finally hit the jackpot. "So, spill it. What's the massive hype around a divine class?" Hansu took a sip, shrugging. Honestly, He wasn't feeling any jaw-dropping The immediate perks weren't the focus anyway. The brutal reality was securing the cash for his dad's towering hospital bills, due by tomorrow morning. To make matters worse, another crushing 10 million won in medical debt had just piled up. Ji-hoon's smile faded, staring awkwardly at his glass before mumbling, "Hey man, by the way, I dug into that experimental medication you asked about for your dad. Bad news though, insurance won't touch it. You're gonna need to scrounge up a minimum of 20 million won out of pocket. Plus, you seriously need to get your own burn scars treated, bro. Flexing a fancy title doesn't magically spawn cash. And let's be real, there's a hard cap on the number of weapons you can realistically hammer out and pawn off. You desperately need to power level and farm massive clout." The protagonist's eyes narrowed with resolve. The grind to godhood officially waving his hand to grab his attention, Ji-hoon dropped some pro advice. "You've got to network with the absolute megastars dominating the Aries leaderboards. Rubbing elbows with top-tier players guarantees you access to insanely broken loot drops and ultra-rare materials, even on standard difficulty quests. You take those premium drops, use them as your base, and forge mind-blowing, game-breaking gear." Our guy just blinked at him, completely skeptical. Schmoozing with server celebrities? Really? Leaning in and slapping both hands on the sticky bar table, Ji-hoon hyped him up. "Listen, I've got a master plan. Just hang tight for a bit. I'm about to unlock some massive server firsts, and I'll totally hard carry you to the top." The MC just let out an exhausted sigh, deadpanning. "Bro, maybe focus on not getting fired from your day job first." But Ji-hoon fiercely defended his gamer honor, swearing he was dead serious. Meanwhile, over on the community forum, "Yo, chat, are you seeing this? Lord, the guy perpetually stuck in 21st place, just finally secured a legendary tier class. Holy crap, that is actually unhinged. Bro, that's not even the craziest part. The absolute madman actually soloed Sword King Barood. Wait, defeated? Hold up, you're telling me his attacks actually penetrated that boss's defense? Cap. Literally no player in the game could even land a scrap. Okay, that is undeniably badass. You can't even hate on that. But like, how the hell did he pull that off? What kind of glitch or strategy did he even cut back to reality, where our protagonist was glaring dreadfully at his glowing phone screen? 30 million won, just for... I literally have to clear these past due notices by tonight. The math just ain't mathing, even if I scrape together my quest payouts and every single dime from the auction house. Pulling the plug on his dad's life support simply wasn't an option. Suddenly, a notification pinged. Wait, what the... His pupils dilated into massive saucers as he read the pop-up text. Auction alert. Your first crafted blade just sold for a staggering 53,310 gold. Winning bidder, Player Lord. Moving like lightning, he dashed straight up to the hospital clerk's desk, slamming his hand down excitedly right next to her monitor. "Those overdue medical bills for today? Go ahead and swipe it. I'm clearing the entire balance right this second." A massive wave of relief washed over him. I am literally never... A short while later, his screen buzzed with a direct message from the server's newest legend himself. "Mr. Hansu, words cannot Man, Hansu actually pulled it off. Thanks to his custom-forged blade, he crushed his ultimate goal and cleared the Barad trial." If gamers actually grasped the god-tier stats of that weapon, they'd realize his 50 million won investment was absolute pocket change. I mean, slicing straight through the Sword King's personal weapon and completely shattering his ironclad defense. Even the legend himself was visibly shook. The absolute ruler of the Goyard Kingdom, Sword King Barad, is literally waiting for Hansu right now. He desperately wants him to forge a custom blade. Hansu's jaw dropped. Wait, the actual Sword King? The Lord requested a face-to-face meetup. Stepping out into the blinding sunlight, our guy took a deep breath, staring up at the sky. A massive wave of relief hit him. He could finally wipe out his dad's crushing hospital bills and afford that. Securing an audience with Barad was non-negotiable, and he was totally getting his stolen forge back too. Later, stepping out of his ride, Hansu locked eyes with the towering building and muttered, "A forge in 30 days?" The clock was violent before his contract completely vaporized. Suddenly, his phone buzzed. Our MC picked up, totally thrown off, and blurted out, "Wait, Barad?" There's zero chance he can just walk up to him. Over the line, Ji-hoon scoffed. Bro, do you seriously think unlocking a divine class You're literally a level 10 noob trying to casually chat with the king. To even trigger a cutscene with a top-tier NPC, your level and street cred need to be absolutely stacked. Accessing Barad requires you to be at least level 200. But hey, that doesn't mean it's completely impossible. Enter the Goyard Martial Arts Tournament. It's a massive, yearly server event in the kingdom, strictly capped for players between levels 50 and... Since Sword King Barad is constantly scouting for cracked rookies with insane potential, every single year, he hosts an exclusive gladiatorial arena for Outlanders. And guess what? It's kicking off right now. Whoever takes the crown gets their loot handed down directly by Barad himself. If you need FaceTime with the boss, ASAP, this is your one and only cheat code. Flash forward, our guy was rattling along in a wooden cart, zoning out at the passing horizon. Master Dung's heavy warning echoed in his mind. Hansu, you must immediately set out for the blood-soaked lands of Castle. It's a brutal frontier bordering the northern kingdom of Drum. A cursed dead. That front line needs your specific, broken abilities more than anywhere else on the map. He mentally visualized Castle, a relentless war zone designed solely to push back endless monster waves. And according to Dung's intel, it's the ultimate grinding spot for insanely fast power leveling. It was literally perfect. He had to steamroll whatever quests they threw at him. Moments later, a sleek system prompt confirmed he had breached the territory. Instantly, Render locked eyes with him, flashing a desperate grin. Yo, are you the heavy backup from the capital? Thank God. Every single fighter is basically worth their weight in gold right now. Render was a hardened level 76 Centurion. He quickly briefed him. The undead swarms pushing the front line are multiplying by the second. Stepping up to the barricade, our MC narrowed his eyes. Multiplying? Do you have any clue what's triggering the spawn rate? Look, whenever the sacred Rama's bell echoed across Cassel, it cast a massive debuff on the advancing undead hordes, stripping their armor and making them way easier to farm. Up until recently, just the sound waves from that bell would scatter even the farthest zombie mobs. A light bulb went off in our hero's head. Ah, so that's the hidden mechanic holding this server together. Gripping his weapon, but a few days ago, the damn thing completely shattered into a million pieces. We got caught lacking and barely managed to throw up these rusty barricades in time. The enemy AI instantly sniffed out our weakness and started swarming the perimeter. Frowning, our MC asked, "Wait, can't you just repair the artifact?" Render's eyes widened in pure shock. Wait a minute, did the legendary Master Dung actually send you? Rubbing the back of his neck awkwardly, Hansu gave a slight nod. Yep, the Grand Master of the Blacksmith Tower personally dispatched him. Render practically jumped. Bro, you should have led with that. We've literally been praying for your arrival. Hurry up, I'm escorting you straight to the captain. Just then, a heavily armored knight of Castle named Carl marched right up to them. Narrowing his eye, so you're seriously claiming the great Master Dung handpicked this kid? Render eagerly gestured toward Hansu. Yes, sir, Captain. He's here to run a personal diagnostic on the Rama's bell. Carl's face remained totally stone cold. I hear you, however. Didn't Master Dung already publicly declare the artifact permanently trashed? The old man had already sneaked in and tried to patch it up. 12 times. Every single top-tier craftsman gave us the exact same brutal verdict. A shattered Rama's bell is a completely dead artifact. Zero chance. Look, we do have one stubborn guy in camp desperately grinding for a fix, but honestly, it's a total shot in the dark at this point. That dude is a terrifying level 290, and even his stats weren't enough. So what makes this kid's skill tree so special? Right on cue, a red system alert flashed. Captain Carl was aggressive. Unfazed, our MC casually dropped the bomb. I'm currently level 13. Render's jaw basically hit the floor in pure disbelief, while Carl just coldly crossed his heavy steel gauntlets, glaring down at the rookie. Sighing, the captain muttered that he didn't want to absolutely flame someone who volunteered to help. But with trash tier stats like that, he'd be way better off grinding in a beginner zone. The entire Castle borderline was literally teetering on the edge of a total server wipe. The second the main undead army launches a full-scale raid, it's game over for everyone, and as captain, his only mission was to guard his lord and keep the civilians breathing. He had to see this mission through to the bitter end. But suddenly, a frantic scream shattered the silence. "Captain!" A terrified scout sprinted over, violently pointing toward the perimeter. The undead are storming the eastern wall. A massive swarm of ghouls is closing in fast. A terrifying horde of level 41 ghouls surged toward the stronghold. Carl aggressively waved his arm and bellowed, "Sound the alarm! We hold these gates with our lives." "Yes, sir," his lieutenant barked back. Carl stepped up, his gaze locked on the threat. "Render, back him up." "On it," Render answered, but the captain grabbed his shoulder, lowering his voice. "And hey, everything got it?" Our boy gave a quick nod, his mind racing. If this bloodbath went anything like the Orc War, he could totally carry this. Suddenly, a glowing system prompt flashed before his eyes, dropping a high-stakes territory defense quest. Objective: crush the ghoul invasion and lock down the main gates. Outside, the undead army was already swarming the castle. The monstrous mob kept flooding closer, a literal nightmare creeping up to the fortress. Shrieking like demons, the monsters started clawing their way up the barricades, while the desperate guards fought to push back the meat grinder. Up on the ramparts, our main character stood dead still, drawing his bowstring. Render shot him a panicked look and yelled, "You can't just kill, you literally have to blast the exact same weak spot over and over." But the very next second, thwack, our guy let an arrow fly, instantly lobotomizing a screeching monster. Render's jaw practically hit the floor. Zero holy power, yet one single shot. Not stopping there, our hero readied a specialized flight arrow and let it rip, skewering multiple targets in one insane combo. The surrounding soldiers hyped him up, adrenaline pumping. Render leaned over the parapet, hyped out of his mind. "Let them keep coming! We'll slaughter every last one of them." Our boys side-eyed the carnage, realizing this raid was actually a total cakewalk. If they kept farming kills like this, holding the fort would be a breeze. But suddenly, he froze as a chilling system alert popped up. A new saga is initiating. New objective: obliterate the giant ghoul. Right on cue, a colossal, four-armed abomination smashed its way to the front lines. Render lost his absolute mind, screaming, "A freaking boss monster? We need the captain right now." The level 89 Titan unhinged its jaw, rolling out a grotesque, dripping tongue. Down in the trenches, Carl cursed, "Damn it all." Render clocked the chaos and panicked. Captain Carl is pinned down at the main entrance. He has zero backup. He gritted his teeth, sweating, but right then, our hero stepped up, declaring he would drag that beast's aggro away from the defenses. Render was stunned. "Bro, what? Are you insane?" But before he could even finish his sentence, the protagonist launched himself off the... He dive-bombed straight into the abyss, while the guards shrieked in pure horror. Render screamed, "You're committing suicide going solo." But our guy just kept falling, tearing through the wind as he zeroed in on the monster swarm. Plummeting through the air, he carved through a random mob with rapid-fire strikes, parkoured down the stone wall, and touched down right in front of the raid boss. He narrowed his eyes, locking onto his massive prey. "All right, time to put this ugly freak down." Without hesitating, he exploded forward. The giant ghoul swiped a massive claw to crush him. Our boy dashed past the strike, deciding to kite the boss far away from the fragile barricades. He successfully stole its aggro, but as he violently pivoted, a leg the size of a tree trunk came swinging straight for his skull. Clenching his jaw, he desperately weaved through the Titan's stomps, zigzagging like a maniac. He roared, pushing his agility to the absolute limit. Glancing back, he was honestly shook by the beast's absurd speed. Instantly, the system flashed, confirming a tactical weapon swap. Hornbow, paired with a specialized flight arrow. "It's game over for you," he hyped himself up, blasting off the dirt. Locking on, he let the arrow rip, burying it straight into the giant's skull. But the strike just completely enraged the boss. Our hero's blood ran cold. "Are you kidding me? 0 damage?" Before he could blink, a monstrous kick slammed into his ribs, launching him through the air like a rag doll. Critical alert, HP plummeting below 10%. He crashed hard into the dirt, while the system brutally warned that hitting 0% health meant a permanent banishment from the server. "No! I refuse to go out like this," he thought, gasping for air as he sprawled across the shattered earth. Propping himself up on a shaky arm, he spat. Forced log out, he forced himself to stand, furious at the absolute garbage mechanics of this game. Right then, a shockwave rattled his bones as the Titan's massive foot slammed down just inches away. Staring death in the face, he realized the brutal truth. Failing this raid meant throwing away his shot at the Goyard martial arts tournament. And if he choked now, there was zero chance of paying off his dad's insane medical debt. He would lose his own treatments and totally kiss his blacksmithing dreams goodbye. He couldn't let his life crumble into dust again. Grinding his teeth, he locked in. This wasn't just some game. It was his one and only ticket to fix his miserable reality. Quitting was absolutely not an option. Pulling back the bowstring with everything he had, he took dead aim. Thwip! The arrow sliced through the air, violently piercing the beast's leg and making it shriek in pure agony. Lunging forward for the kill, our guy gritted his teeth as a brutal system warning flashed red. His HP had just tanked below 3%. "I am not dying here," he vowed. But right on cue, the monstrous beast aimed a massive, shadowy claw. Knocking another arrow, Hyunsu's eyes locked onto his target, convinced this wasn't his final stand. Snap! The bowstring violently ruptured under the tension. "You've got to be kidding me. The string?" he panicked. His eyes darted back up, only to see the ghoul's gargantuan palm crashing down on him like a meteor. His health bar practically shattered into pixels as he plummeted into the dark void below. "Is this really how it ends?" he thought. "Hell no," he roared internally, clenching his fist. There was no way he was going out like some pathetic NPC. Forcing through the pain, he threw his hand out into the empty air. Ding! A blinding holographic window erupted in his vision. Special condition, unlocked. With his HP hovering under 5%, his insane survival instinct perfectly matched the hidden Godsmith requirements. A brand new skill was unlocked. "Wait, a new skill right now?" he gasped. The system chimed. "Skill acquired. Emergency god creation. Initiating sequence immediately." The catch? He had exactly 20 seconds to forge a weapon from scratch, and it would crumble into dust after just 30 seconds of use. "This is it, my absolute last shot," he muttered. The countdown flared. 19. Adrenaline surged as he realized he had no other way out. Summoning a massive forge hammer, he gripped its handle tightly. 18. The material selection menu popped up. 17. "Please, just let me clear this stage," he prayed, while the merciless timer ticked down. Sparks flew everywhere as he started violently hammering away at the glowing phantom metal. He pounded the steel with everything he had, and in the literal final seconds, a devastating blade materialized. Letting out a feral battle cry, he launched himself straight into the danger zone. Wielding the newly forged Sword of Death Oath, he unleashed a blinding horizontal slash, tearing right past the colossal beast. A beat of absolute silence hit, and then the monster's gigantic body cleanly split in half, crashing to the dirt. Skidding to a halt, Hyunsu glanced over his shoulder. A weary smirk cracked his face. "Gotcha." The screen instantly flooded with notifications. Giant ghoul eliminated. Massive XP gained. Level 38 reached. Totally drained, he dropped to his knees, staring at the blue glow. "Yeah, that'll do for now," he smiled weakly. But before he could even finish his sentence, his vision blurred to black, and he collapsed face first into the dirt. "Mr. Hyunsu!" a terrified soldier screamed, sprinting toward his lifeless body. Hours later, harsh sunlight stabbed through his eyelids, forcing him awake. He found himself swaddled in heavy bandages, laying on a soft bed. Where am I?" he groaned, bolting upright and clutching his pounding head. How long was I out? Did the monster? Before he could spiral, the surrounding guards absolutely lost their minds cheering. "Master Hyunsu is awake! The legend is back! Our absolute savior, Master Hyunsu," they chanted. Totally bewildered, he muttered, what is happening right now?" That's when Carl stepped up, clapping a heavy hand on. "Because of your insane stunt, every single one of us is still breathing. Carl said, his voice thick with awe. Seriously, how on earth did you pull that off? Hyunsu, rubbing the back of his neck with a super awkward laugh. Hyunsu stammered, Man, I don't even know how to explain it. Carl just threw his head back and laughed, crossing his massive arms. I see how it is, keeping your secrets. Hyunsu quickly looked away, sweating because explaining a magical video game I would sound completely unhinged. Carl slapped his back again. Stop being so humble. You straight up hard carried today's raid. Because ghouls are basically ghost types, they take massive critical damage from holy magic. The second that clicked in his brain, it instantly triggered his memory of the legendary Sword of the Four Symbols, a mythical blade famous for instantly nuking evil spirits and warding off terrible luck. Recalling the old blueprints his dad used to talk about, he had magically speed-crafted an exact replica on the fly. Or, something close enough. Staring at his calloused hands, Hyunsu felt a huge wave of, thank God that crazy gamble actually paid off, he internally sighed. Suddenly, Carl clapped his hands. Oh right, it's payday, my friend. He tossed over a ridiculously heavy leather pouch. The moment Hyunsu caught it, a glowing notification popped. 200,000 gold acquired. Weighing the massive bag of loot, Hyunsu awkwardly thanked him, while his brain did the math. Wait, is that seriously 2 million won? Clearing his throat, Carl's face actually turned a deep shade of red. He admitted he was completely out of line earlier, stereotyping him as just another sketchy outsider. The giant captain suddenly bowed a full 90 degrees, begging for forgiveness. Whoa, hey, Captain, Hyunsu panicked. Waving his hands frantically, he tried to stop the guy. Seriously, Captain, we're totally cool. Just knowing you had my back out there was enough. Carl grabbed his hands in a firm grip. Ding! The system reported his synchronization with the Holy Sword had hit max level. Carl then added, Since we're good, I have a massive favor to ask. I desperately need you to repair the Bell of Rama. That epic sword you swung out there was literally overflowing with holy aura. With tier 0 crafting skills like that, I know you can pull this off. Hyunsu gave a super pained smile. Scratching his messy hair, he deflected. Look, I really appreciate the hype, but I literally have to hit the road for the Goyard Kingdom ASAP. Carl just smirked, like he held a royal flush. You're forgetting one tiny detail, Mr. Blacksmith. Our local lord is currently sitting on a legendary tier mineral. Fix that bell, and I guarantee he'll hand over the ore as your quest reward. Hyunsu's eyes practically bugged out. Wait, legendary tier? Fast forward a bit. The duo was marching through the castle's massive stone corridors, stopping dead in front of some ridiculously imposing door. So, what are we dealing with? He shoved the door wide open. Inside, nothing but the mangled remains of the bell. He announced this was the legendary Bell of Rama. Our boy stared at the wreckage, mind blown. This thing wasn't merely busted. It was absolutely pulverized. Carl pivoted toward him, flashing a desperate grin. And you're seriously claiming you can patch this up? Could anyone actually buy that? But our hero just smirked. Yeah, I got this. Internally, he was sweating. The damage was insane. But he knew he'd figure something out. Right on cue, Belle barged into the room. Captain! She marched right up, declaring the relic a total lost cause. Getting uncomfortably close to our MC's face, she scoffed. Listen, even a level 290 pro like me can't salvage this trash. Yet this rookie thinks he's the chosen one? She rolled her eyes with a mocking grin. Dude's obviously a total fraud, right? Belle dropped an absolute bombshell. She was bailing on the guild. The Golden Shield leader lost his mind, screaming, Belle, wait, hold up. Team leader Kim, what the hell is this out of nowhere? Are you just tossing all our hard work in the trash? Belle wouldn't even make eye contact. She crossed her arms, muttering that wasn't the case at all. She was just totally burnt out. The boss practically begged, Come on, stay. You can handpick the new blacksmith this time. She jabbed a finger right at his chest, her face twisting in pure frustration. That is exactly the issue. You're dangling a 500 million a year salary in front of literally any random nobody, he shot back. Look, Jason the blacksmith flipped his very first blade for 500 million won. If we lock down talent like that, our guild shoots straight to the moon. Belle just crossed her arms again, totally unimpressed. Yeah, right. The first guy we hired just wanted a quick side hustle. The second guy snatched the down payment and ghosted us. Number 3 hit the jackpot and vanished into thin air. And don't even get me started on the last 2 losers. The leader gripped his hair, completely exasperated. All right, I get it. Drop it. Belle shut her eyes, massaging her temples. She quietly asked if he finally realized how utterly exhausting it was, cleaning up his endless toxic messes. He needed to stop holding her back. Defeated, the leader dropped his gaze. If your mind's really made up, fine. Turning toward the door, she tossed a glance over her shoulder, telling him to chill. She wasn't jumping ship to a rival guild anytime soon. As she walked out, he yelled, "You know your spot is always open here. Whenever you want to come home." Fast forward. Belle was wandering around the castle walls. She took one look at the devastation and gasped, "Holy crap." A town like this didn't deserve to get wiped off the map. This place proved to her that the locals weren't just brainless NPCs. They were living, breathing people. If they could just repair the frame's bell, they might actually halt the apocalypse. She had to inspect that artifact, snap back to the present. Our guy leaned back, staring at her like she was crazy. He knit his brows. "And who exactly are you to declare it's hopeless?" She flashed a cocky smirk. "A blacksmith leagues above your pay grade, kid." Before they could throw hands, Carl slid between them with a super awkward grin. "Whoa, guys, let's keep the peace." He nervously introduced Belle as the top-tier smith he'd hyped up. "And Belle, meet Hansu. He's the one who helped us obliterate the undead horde. And to top off that insane flex, he's stepping up to reforge the bell. Total lifesaver, right?" Carl let out a booming laugh. Belle just stared. A measly level 38 wiped out the zombies, and now he's playing mechanic? Yeah, right. Crossing her arms, she glared straight through our MC. "Look, I have zero clue what glitch or cheat you abused today. But that relic is done for. Don't even dream about milking this tragedy for clout. Hey, are you listening to me?" Our boy literally just turned his back, muttering about her being delusional. He casually strolled over to the table loaded with the shattered bronze. Her jaw dropped. Did this scrub really just leave her on red? She stomped over to his side, squinting to see if the metal fragments were acting weird. Instantly, a glowing blue system prompt flashed right in her face. It flat out stated the frame's bell was overflowing with divine energy, completely vaporized, and totally beyond repair. She mentally cheered. She knew it. But suddenly, our MC gripped a heavy forging hammer. Belle's eyes widened. Not a chance in hell. Out of nowhere, he started viciously smashing the broken pieces. Belle threw her hands out, shrieking in pure panic. "What the hell are you doing? Drop the hammer. You're ruining it." "Are you deaf?" He just glanced over his shoulder, flashing a dangerously confident smile. "Restoration. I told you, I can pull this off." She screamed back. "Do you even comprehend what irreparable artifact means, you idiot?" Boom. The heavy wooden doors slammed open. A bloodied guard charged in, screaming, "Captain, the undead breached the perimeter." Carl whipped around, his face draining of color. "They what?" Belle froze, staring at the guard in absolute horror. Meanwhile, our MC locked his eyes forward. Was this a hidden quest? Nope. A massive Crimson System alert popped up. The castle territory update had officially triggered. It warned that a completely new zone was about to overwrite the map. Our boy narrowed his eyes. A live update notification? Right now? Belle slapped a hand over her mouth, her voice trembling. The castle. It's transforming into a permanent undead wasteland. She slowly spun around, defeat crushing her. "It's over. We lost." But our MC slammed his hammer down. "Bullshit. If I reforge this bell, we shut this nightmare down." She blinked at him, completely. "Reforge the bell? I literally just told you it's physically impossible." He didn't flinch. "Nothing's impossible. I thought you actually cared about." His intense glare hit her like a truck. She froze, realizing the kid had a point. But seriously, how? Ignoring her shock, he rapidly began gathering He signaled her to trail right behind him. A crisp system alert popped up. the shattered frame bell fragment was officially secured in his stash. Spinning on his heel, he balled his hand into a tight fist and swore they were going to defend this turf with everything they had. Right then, Carl locked eyes with him, his voice tearing through the chaos. "Hyun-soo, I am betting it all on you, man. Get that bell working. I will buy you as much time as humanly possible." Our hero gave a firm nod, promising he would not let him down. Without missing a beat, Carl charged out onto the blood-stained streets. Hoisting his broadsword high, he roared at his squad to keep their heads up. Sprinting straight into the absolute meat grinder, he bellowed that they had to scrap until the bitter end. Just a few more agonizing minutes. "We hold the castle, no matter what." Flash forward a bit, and crossing her arms with zero patience, she shot him a heavy glare. "All right, genius. What exactly is the game plan here?" He broke it down for her. Since smashing the shard did not wipe out its divine aura, that meant the pure, holy energy was baked right into the metal itself. Gripping the jagged, glowing piece, he stared dead at it and dropped a massive bomb. He was going to completely melt this sucker down and hammer out a brand new bell. Think about it. If we forge a complete bell, that holy power is going to absolutely skyrocket, right? Belle admitted she had never witnessed a crafting skill like that in her life. He just flashed a cocky grin, saying you do not need some fancy system skill to patch things up. Totally baffled, she gasped, asking why he was rolling up his sleeves then. Our guy just brushed it off, casually suggesting they pound out the raw materials first. As he shoved the metal deep into the roaring furnace, Belle watched in pure disbelief. Wait, is this absolute madman seriously going to craft this by hand? Dude, the clock is literally ticking. He fired right back, demanding she jump in and help since there was no way he could solo this massive. Cut to the real world. Inside the sleek control room, Taesok took a slow sip of his iced coffee, coldly stating that it was officially game over for them. A glaring system pop-up dominated the monitor. The massive castle territory patch was hitting in exactly 0 hours, 49 minutes, and 32 seconds. He sighed, muttering that all their patch prep was just flushed down the drain. A random dev strolled over, crossing his arms, totally clueless about the panic. "Bro, are you seriously doom-scrolling on patch day?" Taesok just jabbed a finger at the screen. The dev squinted at the "What am I even looking at?" Then his jaw basically hit the floor. "Wait, you are tweaking over some random Blacksmith player." He burst out laughing, completely dismissing the hype. There was absolutely zero chance a mere player could fix a core world item. "Bro, stop capping." But right then, So-yeon cut in, her voice dead serious. He is not just some average player. Meanwhile, the relentless server update countdown. Back in the absolute bloodbath, the front lines were clashing violently with the zombie horde. Carl brutally cleaved a monster in half, screaming at his squad to hold the line. Do not let a single one breach the gates. But the sheer terror was creeping in. The soldiers were shaking, and the monstrous swarm started ragdolling them across the courtyard. Suddenly, a rookie tripped and face-planted into the dirt. A hulking ghoul loomed over him, violently swinging its massive rusted blade. But out of absolutely nowhere, Carl blitzed the beast. With one vicious slash, he took a massive chunk right out of the mutant's skull. Panting heavily, he glared at the terrified rookie and barked, "You still breathing, kid?" The guy scrambled back to his feet, crying out for his captain. Carl desperately rallied the shattered troops. "Just hold the line a few more seconds. We are almost there, I promise." Deflecting another bone-crushing strike, he roared, "This is our home. We were born in these streets, and we will die for them if we have to. Defend the fortress at all costs." But deep down, he was grinding his teeth, a dark thought creeping into his mind. Why was this happening right now? Snap! His trusted broadsword violently shattered into jagged pieces. The nightmare standing in front of him shrieked, winding up for the ultimate death blow. Carl slammed his eyes shut, accepting his grim fate. Damn it, he thought bitterly. So this is really how my run ends. But the fatal strike never connected. The massive blade froze mid-air, mere inches from his skull. He snapped his eyes open, completely stunned. A deafening, holy chime echoed through the entire battlefield. The entire undead army literally burst into holy white flames. A blinding, majestic light exploded from the central tower. The frame bell, The crazy bastard actually fixed it. Cut back to the real world, where that smug dev did a literal spit take, choking on his coffee. Are you actually kidding me right now? The guy furiously pointed at the live feed, staring wide-eyed at Taesok. How in the hell did he just pull that off? Did our untouchable server patch seriously just flop? Taesok just rubbed his temples, dropping insane lore. This absolute mad. The dev was mind-blown. Wait, a whole freaking week? Yep. By day 5 of his hardcore, wasting zero time, he rallied every single NPC worker in the city and aggressively kicked off the impossible repair mission. We get a quick flashback. Our boy was intensely sketching out blueprints, while Bell hovered over his shoulder, totally invested. He laid out the insane strategy. They had to melt every single scrap down to pure base materials. The true goal? Extracting raw, unfiltered, holy. Multitasking like a boss, he slapped the blueprint down and ordered Bell to manage the labor crew and keep the front line supplied with ammo. The moment the forge roared to life, a legendary system prompt lit up the screen. The crafting phase for a custom-tier divine artifact had officially begun. Smirking at the flames, he swore he would dump every ounce of his craft. Gotta pack this thing with some heavy-hitting direct damage. Letting out a heavy exhale, he barked at the crew to crank the forge's heat to the absolute max. His mind was locked onto one single mission, defending the castle grounds. Meanwhile, the crew was sweating bullets, melting down the glowing ore, as one of the guys hollered to liquefy every last scrap of that metal. Our boy grinned to himself, realizing that when this squad locked in, they were unstoppable. Zero impurities. Stay zeroed in, boys, the crew chanted. We gotta hold the line and protect our turf. He knew that by the time the sun set, this artifact would be absolutely radiating holy energy. Fast forward to day 4. Bell watched, wide-eyed, as he shattered the scorching clay mold. The exhausted crew had tapped out by day 3. But Bell had just snapped awake. Rubbing the sleep from her eyes, she blinked in confusion, wondering when she had even blacked out. Scanning the forge, her jaw dropped as she spotted our guy putting the final touches on the massive bell. No way, she whispered to herself. He had been grinding non-stop for days on zero sleep. Suddenly, a slick system window popped up in her vision. The apprentice title shines. She had just witnessed a master blacksmith in his element. Her brain short-circuited. Wait, a master blacksmith? This try-hard? She shrieked. The system pinged, bumping her advanced blacksmithing proficiency up by a massive 20%. Catching her stare, he spun around with a cheeky smirk. Teasing, guess the forge was loud, but you were fully knocked out, huh? Her face flushed red as she balled up her fists, snapping defensively that she totally wasn't asleep that long. He just raised an eyebrow, then rested his palm against the cooling metal, and told her they were at the finish line, so she just needed to hold tight for a sec. Staring at the floor, she suddenly mumbled, "Hey, spill it. Are you the legendary Hansu?" Shock crossed his face for a split second before shifting into a confident grin as he admired his work. "Guilty as charged," he replied. Right on cue, the colossal bell erupted in a blinding, ethereal glow. Bell was totally mesmerized. "Whoa," she breathed out. Calling this beautiful is a massive understatement. It's straight up majestic. Right then, a flashy system alert dropped. The second Hansu bell, tier, unique, infinite durability, special perks, purify undead, and a major buff against all undead mobs. A fully resurrected artifact everyone swore was busted beyond repair. Bell stared at him, totally mind-blown. A recreated piece? How did you get this ridiculously OP? She had never seen anyone flex crafting skills like this in her life. Without thinking, she called out his name, and practically lunged to grab his hands. Looking up with total awe, she blurted out that they needed to team up permanently from now on. He flinched, completely caught off guard. "Whoa, hold up! Is this a legit confession?" he panicked. "Well, what do you think it is?" she yelled back, flustered. Dodging the awkward tension, our boy bolted straight for the artifact and struck the bell with everything. A deafening, god-tier shockwave ripped through the air, instantly incinerating the undead horde in blinding. The system went wild, announcing he had successfully forged the bell and wiped the mob wave, meaning he could cancel the deadly update and literally rewrite the storyline. Flashing a triumphant grin, he cheered. We actually pulled it off. Internally, he was thanking his lucky stars. But a split second later, brutal pain shot through him. A crimson warning flashed, extreme fatigue. His stamina had flatlined, his legs gave out, and he slammed into the dirt. Belle scrambled over in full panic mode, terrified, shaking him frantically. Hansu, wake up! Are you okay? She screamed. Meanwhile, the system casually popped up to confirm the frame bell repair quest was cleared. As she gently cradled his head, another golden notification chimed in, stating, the quest rewards had just been massively upgraded. Cut to the community forums, which were absolutely exploding. Yo, anyone know this Hansu Blacksmith? LMAO. Who is this tryhard? Wait, for real? Why did the castle territory update suddenly glitch out and fail? Bro, I know him. He's the goat who forged that legendary signature sword. Wait, that Hansu? No shot. Holy crap, he actually fixed the frame bell. His subscriber count started skyrocketing to the moon. A few hours later, a blinding glare forced our hero awake. Shielding his eyes with a groan, he grumbled, Ugh, why is it so freaking loud in here? A giant holographic window materialized right in his face. Hansu's forged subscribers, 101,655. His jaw unhinged. Wait, how many? He shot up from the mattress, his eyes bulging out of his skull as he frantically double-checked the ridiculous sub-count. Am I hallucinating right now? He gasped. Slapping his own brand name on that bell was the most big-brain marketing move he ever made. Now, every single player pulling up his own would see his giant flex. Suddenly, a polite knock echoed from the door. Mr. Hansu, are you decent? Carl strolled in, beaming like he just won the lot. He announced that the Lord had sent him personally to drop off the bounty for forging the legendary bell. Exactly 330,000 gold. With that flex, he tossed a heavy, jingling sack onto the floor, and the system pinged to confirm the massive deposit. Our boy's mind short-circuited. Wait, that translates to like 330 million? With this kind of insane cash, I actually have enough bank to contact that person now. Just then, Render stepped into the room, declaring that a hero of his caliber deserved a top-tier payout. Popping open an ornate chest right in front of him, Render revealed a personal VIP gift straight from the Lord. Peering inside the glowing crate, our guy was left completely speechless by the insane. A glowing system prompt suddenly popped up. He had just bagged the legendary mineral, or a calcum. Turning to the captain, Hansu expressed his deep gratitude, but the battle-hardened leader just thrust out his hand, insisting that they were the ones who owed him their lives. Pressing a heavy hand over his heart, the captain admitted that while everyone else fled, Hansu stood his ground and fiercely defended their shattered home. Pouring his soul into the words, the man offered a deep, respectful bow. A soft, knowing smile crept across Hansu's face as he watched him. The raw emotion was undeniable. Brushing off the immense praise, our guy simply stated he was just doing what had to be done. Deep down, he realized the crushing despair of Ares' NPCs mirrored real-life tragedy perfectly. Breaking the heavy silence, explaining he desperately needed to return to his own world for a bit. Carl gave a warm, understanding nod, just as our MC vanished into thin air, thinking, all right, time to hit his forge. The system chimed, confirming Hansu's logout, while Carl gazed into the distance with a smirk, muttering, travelers sure are a weird bunch. Cut to Gyeongju the very next day. Haksu stared wide-eyed at his phone screen. A massive deposit of 330 million won from Hansu had just cleared. He actually pulled it off. The veteran real estate investor chuckled in disbelief, totally hyped by Hansu's insane hustle. Flashback to exactly 1 year prior. Hansu's pen scratched across the contract, and Haksu snatched up the paperwork, confirming the massive 330 million won payout. Word on the street was a brutal inferno, completely wiped him out. Hansu offered a grim nod, confirming the tragic rumors. Pushing his chair back, Haksu stood up, telling him the cash would at least cover the mounting hospital bills, urging the kid to stay strong before turning to leave. But right then, Hansu desperately blurted out a plea to buy the ruined shop back. Haksu whipped around, utterly baffled. Buy it back? Again? Hansu's hands shook violently as he choked out, If he somehow scraped together the insane amount of cash, could he reclaim his turf? Haksu bluntly shot back that dumping was literally setting money on fire. He advised the kid to just drop it and buy a fresh setup, but Hansu fiercely refused. It absolutely had to be their exact forge. Hot tears streamed down his cheeks as he confessed the ashes held the last precious memories of his late dad. The seasoned investor furrowed his brow, staring down the broken kid, knowing full well that reclaiming prime real estate like this was totally impossible even if you ground yourself to dust. Finally, he sighed and laid down the law. 1 single year. That was his absolute, but he made it crystal clear, the absolute second that deadline passed. That property was hitting the open market. Snapping into a deep, desperate bow, Hansu screamed out his massive gratitude to the man's retreating back. Haksu simply promised to wait for the call. Snapping back to the present, Hansu locked eyes with the investor, admitting that, honestly, he fully knew he was asking for a total miracle. A year was basically a massive gamble, especially when prime turf could get snatched up overnight. Yet the guy seriously honored their deal. Unable to hold back, Hansu asked why he cut him such an insane break. Haksu just clapped a heavy hand on his shoulder, revealing that in all his years, no one had ever demanded a buyback. He simply wanted to back a kid with that kind of crazy fire. Overwhelmed, Hansu bowed deeply, shouting his thanks once again, but Haksu waved it off like it was nothing. The real praise belonged to Hansu for actually delivering the cash. Shutting his eyes, relief washed over our MC. His father's legacy was officially safe. He seriously owed this guy. Shifting gears, Hansu casually dropped a question, asking if the older man happened to know about a massive game called Ares. Haksu stared blankly for a split second before bursting out laughing, claiming literally the entire planet was obsessed with it right now. Scratching the back of his neck awkwardly, Hansu confessed, "Spot on." He was actually grinding away as a blacksmith inside the game. Crossing his arms, Haksu beamed. It was literally the most perfect gig ever for him. Seizing the moment, Hansu offered a massive thank you gift, promising to craft him a totally custom artifact. Haksu's eyes lit up. Could he seriously request a bespoke item? Pushing his luck, he asked if the stats, tier, or crazy effects mattered. Flashing a confident smirk, our MC promised to forge absolutely anything he desired. Sometime later back in the game, Hansu pushed into a lively tavern, scanning the crowded room until he instantly spotted Belle. She was frantically waving from a corner booth, gesturing him over. Sliding into the seat across from her, she flashed a glowing smile, pointing out that they literally had not crossed paths since that whole crazy undead nightmare. Nodding, he agreed. Totally true. Leaning in, she teased that tracking him down was basically impossible these days. Catching the vibe, he offered a super awkward apology. Bursting into laughter, she brushed it off as a total joke, before finally dropping her real introduction. She was the absolute mastermind behind the Golden Shield Guild, the chief strategist who built their massive empire, and she locked on to one undeniable fact that day. She knew without a shadow of a doubt that Hansu was absolutely destined to hit the top of the server. Cutting straight to the chase, she laid out her demand. When he finally launched his own guild, she claimed dibs on the very first spot. Thrusting her hand across the table to seal the deal, Hansu just raised an eyebrow, roasting her for literally calling him a toxic cheater just days ago. Instantly flustered, she stammered out an apology, aggressively defending herself that, honestly, literally anyone would have thought the exact same thing, seeing those insane— Bro, that is so not the point right now. The MC just shook her hand, playfully admitting he was totally messing with her. He was honestly hyped to team up. But the very next second, Belle practically jumped out of her seat, screaming, "Wait, say that again?" He was actually aiming to meet the Sword King Barad, an absolute top-tier legend. Taking a casual bite of his food, our guy just nodded. "Yep, I'm entering the Goyard tournament." Word on the street was that Barad himself handed out the grand prize. Belle literally facepalmed, groaning. "Dude, heavy hitters from literally everywhere show up for this. It's not a game." Holding eye contact, he deadpanned. "Exactly why I gotta take the W." She glared right back, totally losing her mind. "How are you this insanely chill? He just flashed a confident smirk, telling her to take a breath. He casually mentioned he'd just flex his skills and grab that #1 spot. While she stared at him completely stunned, he pointedly asked, "So, you gonna finish that?" She completely lost her appetite. Fast forward to the day of the tournament. The host circled the massive stadium, riding a literal dragon, booming through the speakers. "Welcome to the Go-Yard tournament." Beckel grabbed the mic, hyping the crowd. "The second I step off this stage, the survival match begins against pure monsters." His expression suddenly darkened as he scanned the players. "You might not see him, but His Highness is watching your every move. So bring your absolute best and show some respect. May the odds be in your favor." In that exact moment, the entire arena absolutely erupted into massive cheers. A system ping officially kicked off the bloodbath, but the very next second, the ground violently quaked beneath their feet, making every single player whip around in pure panic. Just as a colossal stone beast violently erupted from the dirt, a glowing blue screen flashed right in their faces, warning them they had to survive this golem's rampage for exactly 1 hour. Instantly, some random dude yelled, "Bring it on, big guy." His buddy chimed in, totally bragging that he totally called a golem for round 1. Blindly charging forward, they screamed out a battle cry. The system officially dropped the first massive trial. Taking down this behemoth meant major loot, but towering over the arena was a level 109 stone golem, throwing its head back with a deafening roar. Right then, a swordsman charging in suddenly froze, his voice shaking. Wait, was the starter boss always this insanely high level? His buddy scoffed. "You getting cold feet? Round 1 is basically a tutorial." But before the words even left his mouth, a massive boulder fist slammed into him. A system alert flashed. HP hit 0%. Automatic forced logout. Watching his friend vanish, the swordsman gritted his teeth, screaming, "Bro, are you good?" But the very next second, the giant completely flattened him too. Total chaos broke out as players shrieked, "Get out of the way!" Another brutal hit, another system ping. HP at 0%. Forcibly booted from the server. A mage backed away in absolute terror, crying out, "What the heck? This is completely off script." Throwing up his massive shield, a heavy tank desperately yelled, "How are we even supposed to scratch this absolute unit?" Meanwhile, Beckel was full-on sprinting down a hallway, internally raging. This entire event was a massive disaster. An endgame stone golem had somehow glitched into the starter bracket. Shoving past a random staff member, he barked that there was zero time for pleasantries. If this kept up, every single rookie out there was going to get instantly wiped. Skidding to a halt before the royal guards, he demanded they open the heavy doors right now. It was an absolute emergency. He had to see His Highness. The guards just blinked, utterly confused. "Lord Beckel, the boss hasn't cleared any visitors." Ignoring them completely, Beckel practically kicked the doors open, begging, "Your Highness, we have to pull the plug on the tournament immediately." But Barad, casually resting his chin on his fist from his massive throne, simply muttered, "Hard pass." Beckel's jaw dropped. "Wait, what?" Totally losing his mind, Beckel demanded to know why. Barad just kept his eyes glued to the glowing crystal orb, pointing out a specific player on the screen. "Just watch this guy. Down in the arena, our boy let a single arrow fly, barely grazing the absolute top of the golem's rocky skull." A system pop-up flashed. Hyunsu's third creation returning. Smoothly snatching the arrow right out of thin air, another prompt dropped, confirming the orichalcum short arrow was auto-equipping back to the user. Every single player watching was completely mind-blown. Did that projectile literally just fly back? Is that a boomerang arrow? Smirking, our MC pulled his bowstring back again, hyped about his ultra-rare castle territory loot. Legendary orichalcum material with absolutely busted stats? Honestly, a massive flex. Trusting the auto-aim, he let another arrow rip, totally expecting a clean headshot. But suddenly, a random player desperately ducked out of the way, screaming, "Yo! Watch where you point that thing, unless you're trying to catch a body out here." Our guy just awkwardly scratched his head, mumbling a quick, "My bad, bro." The colossal rock beast jerked its head up as a system alert flashed. The stone golem was locked in a stun for exactly 4 seconds. Standing right in the danger zone, our boy yelled, "It's stunned! Go, go, go!" The surviving players didn't hesitate, charging in for the kill. Screaming that this was their only window, they unleashed a massive barrage from every possible angle. But then, the Titan lifted its massive foot, breaking the stun. Panic erupted as the crew scattered, screaming for everyone to fall back. Someone completely lost it, screaming, "Just survive a little longer. We are absolutely cooked. Dude, move your butt." A mammoth stone fist came barreling straight at our hero, while the rest of the squad dove for cover. Instead of running, he barked, "Weapons swap." As the thick dust settled around his silhouette, he smirked and whispered, "This ain't over yet." He actually braced his blade right against the beast's knuckles, blocking the fatal punch and gearing up for a counter. But boom! His sword exploded into glowing shards, launching him backward like a rag doll. Up in the VIP stands, Beckel urged, "Your Highness, we need to pull the plug on this tournament right now. That kid is completely out of juice." But Barrett just shut his eyes, then suddenly gasped, leaning closer to his crystal sphere. A broken fragment of the blade had actually impaled the giant. Right on cue, the system announced, "God's emergency creation, successful." This insane Damascus blade sliced through solid rock. He actually soloed the boss. The divine forge and the legendary blade vanished into thin air, followed by a massive level-up flash. Staring at the cascading holographic screens, our MC's jaw hit the floor. Bro, he just jumped up 14 whole levels in one go. A random player stumbled up to him, totally mind-blown, stuttering, "No way, you actually killed it?" Our guy tilted his head, asking, "Wait, weren't we supposed to beat the boss?" The guy shrieked, "Are you out of your mind? Look at the level gap. The quest literally just said survive." Throwing up 3 fingers, he added, "This trial has 3 entire phases, so the game's balance is totally wrecked now. That thing was a survival check, not a target." Realizing he just broke the game, our MC gave a super awkward grin, rubbed the back of his neck and mumbled, "Oh, my bad." Then he whispered, "Wait, why do I feel like garbage?" In a blink, his vision went completely dark, and he face-planted into the dirt. The crowd circled his body, completely freaking out. Wait, did he just pass out? He hasn't been logged out of the server, though. Do we just leave him here? And what about the actual event? Is this whole tournament still happening? Yo, how many weapons did that dude cycle through? I thought he was just flexing, but he's literally a god-tier weapon master. This is absolutely cracked. I'd sell my soul for just one of those drops. Suddenly, Beckel's voice boomed across the arena. Listen up, competitors. Due to a massive server-side glitch, the martial arts tournament is officially postponed. Everyone, log out, hours later. A clip of our passed-out hero hit the forums, and instantly went incredibly viral. The comment section was on fire. Bro, that looks brutal. Did this absolute unit really solo a raid boss golem? Drop the stats on that bow right now. Nah, forget the bow. Did you see the arrow? For real, he definitely dropped some insane loot when he KO'd. What class is that arrow even from? The design is so sick. Guys, zoom in on the engraving. Wait, hold up. Isn't this the exact same guy who forged that legendary bell over in Castle's territory? No way, that's him? You've got to be kidding. This OP monster is a blacksmith? Cap. How is a crafter dealing DPS like that? Yeah, this has to be a fake edit. But seriously, his inventory is totally busted. Meanwhile, at Dev HQ, the customer support inbox was literally blowing up with angry players demanding to know why the Goyard tournament was abruptly canceled. A stressed-out rep was copy-pasting. "We sincerely apologize, but we cannot comment on an AI-driven choice generated by the Ares system." The user fired back, "Are you joking? A level 100+ boss just magically spawned in? Were we just supposed to get wiped out?" The agent sweated, typing, "That is considered an in-game lore event for the Goyard Kingdom, so we cannot disclose any details." The player raged, "What else can you even tell me?" The dev could only spam the corporate apology. Across the room, So-yeon gave a dead-inside smile before aggressively face-planting into her desk. Boss, we are so incredibly doomed. Tae-suk, intensely coding, groaned. What now? I'm drowning in bugs here. She spun her chair around and dropped the bomb. The Goyard event? It completely crashed and burned. Tae-suk sighed. Yeah, I figured the server would tank. It is what it is. She yelled, no, you don't get it. Lord Barad just summoned Hansu. Tae-suk completely froze, did a massive spit take with his coffee, and shrieked, he did what? We need days just to fix the tournament database. Did they already make contact? She nodded grimly. Yeah. Hansu is literally walking into the reception hall right now. Tae-suk buried his face in his hands, groaning. We are entirely cooked. Looks like another brutal all-nighter for the team. So Yeon whimpered, burying her face. I just want to log off and go home. Pushing back his chair, Tae-suk stood up and muttered, this kid is just so ridiculously broken. I don't even understand his gameplay anymore. She nodded in total agreement. What exactly would go down if Hyun-soo nailed Barad's request and maxed out his affinity? His game plan? He casually replied that he'd completely master the Sword King's legendary techniques and rise up as the ultimate blacksmith. Crossing his arms, he admitted, sure, it's not going to be a walk in the park. The whole thing hinged entirely on Barad's free will. So Yun chimed in, claiming she just knew he'd crush it. These are just pointless worries, right? He fired back, telling her not to jinx it with such harsh words. Cut to the very next day, our MC was striding down the Grand Castle corridor, realizing his royal audience with Barad was happening way faster than anticipated. Dropping to one knee before the massive throne, he listened as Barad boomed. Listen up, Outlander. Normally, we'd do this whole awards ceremony publicly, but you'll have to excuse us. We're skipping the formalities thanks to a little unexpected chaos. Still, the whole kingdom saw your insane combat skills yesterday. Warrior, take this. Stepping down, the king declared. He was dropping a massive bounty of 13,000 gold as a reward. Without missing a beat, our boy spoke up. Your Majesty, rumor has it you were looking for me. The king scowled, utterly confused. What? And then, the absolute madman actually started marching up the royal steps. The royal guards the sheer disrespect. We don't care how cracked of a fighter you are. This is completely out of line. How dare you interrupt the king? As if His Majesty would ever waste breath on a nobody like you. Unfazed, our MC placed a hand over his heart and smirked. The blacksmith, Hyun-soo, that's me. The guards practically foamed at the mouth, screaming, treason, watch your mouth when you address the throne. Sire, we beg your forgiveness. We'll toss this trash out on the street right now. But Barad just raised a single hand, freezing them in their tracks. Reaching out, the king proclaimed that this guy right here was the exact VIP he'd been waiting for. Hyun-soo finally gave a proper bow, greeting him, Your Highness, Barad. The king chuckled, telling him to chill out. Crossing his arms, our MC casually mentioned that the trek over here was definitely no joke. The Sword King leaned forward, so you know exactly why you're here. Hyun-soo nodded. You need me to craft a weapon, don't you? Barad's lips curled into a smirk. Spot on. The top-tier blacksmiths in my entire realm, even the Grand Master of the Sword Tower, completely choked on this commission. So tell me, why should I bet on you? In a flash, a suffocating monstrous aura exploded from the king, but Hyun-soo stood his ground, stating flatly that he showed up betting entirely on his own raw talent. The heavy tension snapped as Barad burst into booming laughter. I love that fire. Absolute perfection. Meanwhile, Beckel stood frozen in shock. The king immediately ordered his crew to haul out the special package. A subordinate snapped to attention with a loud yes. Barad locked eyes with the MC, saying he was banking on that exact confidence. Moments later, the knight presented an unlocked treasure chest. Instantly, a holographic system prompt popped up, revealing the legendary 100-year-old cold steel, a ridiculously rare ore that literally soaked up freezing energy for a solid century. It boasted insane fire resistance and pure ice properties. Hyun-soo's jaw practically hit the floor as he geeked out, bro. This material is straight out of a wuxia novel. The stakes dropped immediately. Barad demanded a blade of epic tier or higher. Pull it off, and he'd grant him literally any wish he wanted. But screw this up, he'd be permanently blacklisted and banned from the Goyard kingdom forever. Holding his breath, the MC gripped the heavy chest. A massive new system alert flashed. S-rank quest alert. Royal Commission. Clear condition. Earn the Sword King's ultimate respect. Success reward. 1 blank check wish from Barad. Failure penalty. Permanent exile from the Goyard territory. Quest details. The Sword King, Barad himself, has officially contracted you for a legendary forge. Hyun-Soo's eyes lit up, realizing this was a literal golden ticket to ask Barad for anything. He promised he absolutely wouldn't drop the ball on this. In his head, he was already hyping himself up. He was going to totally ace this. Fast forward a bit, he was grinding away at the anvil, but out of the corner of his eye, he felt a seriously heavy glare burning holes into his back. Lurking in the shadows, leaning coolly against the stone wall, was the Goyard Knight's vice captain, Bella, rocking a massive level 301. He let out a deep sigh, realizing that since he was basically a random nobody, having a high-level babysitter hawking over his shoulder was pretty much standard procedure. He shook his head, admitting it would actually be sketchy if they trusted him. Right out of the gate, Bella coldly snapped at him to just pretend she was invisible and keep grinding. Awkwardly, he forced a chuckle and asked, "Was I staring that hard?" She gave a sharp nod, her eyes narrowing as she mentally scoffed. Who does this punk think he is? The king threw him a massive lifeline, and this guy treats it like a joke? I'd love to see him crash and burn. Sweating bullets, the MC tried to shake off the insane pressure. Suddenly, a bizarre system notification dinged. IRL doorbell. He blinked in shock, spinning around and rubbing the back of his neck, muttering, looks like I've got real-world aggro. Can I AFK for a sec?" Bella gave a stiff nod, and in the blink of an eye, our guy disconnected from his VR pod, shuffled over to his actual apartment door, and called out, "Come on in." Standing there looking stressed was his landlady, softly saying, "Oh, Hyun-Soo, thank goodness you're around." He gave a polite nod, totally confused. "Landlady? What's going on?" She nervously confessed that they were forced to put the building on the market. With her husband stuck in a brutal job drought, they were desperately trying to stay afloat. Immediately, he told her to stop apologizing. If anything, he felt super bad, considering she had been nice enough to rent him this space. His rent was literally the cheapest in the building, but he'd still missed a bunch of payments. How long did he actually have before getting kicked to the curb? Her voice cracked as she told him he had exactly 2 weeks to pack his stuff. The landlady could barely even make eye contact out of pure guilt. Hyun-Soo respectfully bowed, gently asking her not to stress over it. He genuinely loved living there. Spinning around, reality hit him like a truck. 2 weeks. Sure, he was raking in some serious cash grinding in Aries, but those massive hospital bills were casually sitting in the tens of millions. On top of that, buying out that totally wrecked forge drained 330 million won from his account. And he hadn't even bothered fixing his own agonizing burn scars yet. He clutched his hair in total frustration, muttering, "Where the heck am I supposed to crash now?" Suddenly, his phone buzzed. Staring at the screen, he blinked. "Bella?" He swiped to answer, asking, "Yo, what's up?" Immediately, she fired back. She was totally hyped, claiming she just brainstormed an absolute banger of a quest idea. That was the whole reason she hit his line. "Can I hit you back later? My brain is completely fried with real-world drama at the moment." Instantly shifting her tone, she asked. He groaned. "Look, crafting Barad's blade is super crucial, but I literally just got hit with a 2-week eviction notice." Taking a sharp breath, she barked, "Hyun-Soo." He tried to justify himself. I mean, being homeless is pretty urgent. But before the words even left his mouth, she absolutely "Do you have zero clue how insanely critical this quest is?" Startled, he yanked the phone away from his ear. "What?" Pause. That pulling this off would guarantee 2 massive flexes. Blinking in confusion, he repeated, 2 flexes? Without missing a beat, she confirmed. Right now, the entire server is literally losing their minds, trying to figure out if the Gore tournament god and the legendary Blacksmith, her master plan? Let everyone think he's ghosting the community, only for him to make an epic comeback and drop the ultimate bombshell, launching his very own. Plus, do not forget you bagged a custom weapon commission from Barad, literally one of the most overpowered VIPs in the entire Ares universe. Just picturing it. She could already see Lord Barad flexing that god-tier blade, proudly rocking Hansu's personal blacksmith trademark. The blacksmith's eyes completely blew up in shock as she hyped him up. The second that happens, your market value is going straight to the moon. She promised to back his play every step of the way. Pumping his fist in pure adrenaline, he tossed her a huge thank you. That pep talk was exactly the reality check he needed. He swore to go absolutely all in. Fired up, he squeezed his fist tighter as she cheered. Let's get it. He immediately spawned back at the forge, but out of nowhere, Bella yanked his arm and screamed, "Dude! What the heck took you so long?" Utterly baffled by her panic, he asked what on earth was going wrong. His Majesty Barad is literally trapped inside the dragon's lair. Hansu stood there, completely paralyzed by the news. Wait, Lord Barad is stuck? Tilting his head like a total noob, he awkwardly asked, where is that?" She aggressively face-palmed, groaning. "Are you seriously telling me you do not even know the map zone?" Letting out a massive sigh, she rapidly fired off. "We are on the clock, so listen up. The lair of flame is the hardcore biome completely infested with high-tier fire mobs. And hidden right in the center of it is the Ifrit's dungeon, a total death trap that literally 0 players have ever survived. Well, except for Lord Barad himself. Completely lost, Hansu questioned why the guy would willingly backtrack into a nightmare raid he'd already cleared, especially without waiting to equip the epic weapon he literally just ordered. Her voice dropped as she replied, "Because the monster he swore to slaughter is in there." Frowning, he echoed, "Swore to slaughter?" Meanwhile, cutting straight to the brutal lair of flame, Barad desperately took cover from a scorching blast of hellfire. Behind a massive stone pillar, grinding his teeth in agony, he told himself, "I am so freaking close." The only thing left was breaching those final gates. But stepping back, he realized, damn it, my current gear just isn't cutting it. Glaring disgusted at his half-melted, useless blade, he chucked it into the dirt, thinking, well, at least my squad managed to evacuate in one piece. Even if I call for backup right now, they wouldn't spawn in for another 3 days. Slumping his exhausted head against the scorching rock, he muttered, maybe I actually should have waited for that kid to finish forging my weapon. A wave of grief hit him as he thought, if only my sweet boy Ban hadn't been taken from me. He would probably be the exact same age as that blacksmith kid Hansu. Suddenly, traumatic memories of his boy flooded his mind. Flashing back to the horrific second, he heard that weak cry, "Father." The warlord had crashed to his knees, violently screaming, "Ban! Why the hell did you run into this death trap alone?" Coughing up blood, the boy confessed that he thought soloing this dungeon would finally make him a son worthy of his father's legacy. But he just didn't have the stats. He choked out a pathetic apology, but Barad, with absolute rivers of tears streaming down his face, roared at him to stop saying sorry. "Ban, stay with me. Do not close your eyes." But his boy just whispered, "I am so sorry, Dad." Sobbing uncontrollably, Barad cradled his son's pale face. "Please, do not leave me alone." He screamed his boy's name over and over, crushing the lifeless body against his chest. Snapping back to the present, the Lord he knew rushing in without Hansu's masterpiece was practically suicide, but there was 0 chance he was letting the Ifrit escape again. He had been hunting this exact spawn window for actual years. Clenching his jaw with pure, murderous rage, he vowed, "I am mounting its head on my wall." Cutting back to the forge, Bella gravely explained, "Ever since the young prince was killed, Lord Barad has basically thrown his life away hunting the Ifrit. But that boss mob never just spawns out in the open. This might literally be his final shot at vengeance. Honestly, relying on a random player like you feels super sketchy. But if His Highness chose to put his faith in your crafting skills, there has to be a solid reason." Breaking eye contact for a second, she suddenly dropped into a flawless, deeply respectful bow, pleading with the fierce, "Please, you have to save the king." Suddenly, a holographic system prompt flashed right in the protagonist's face, triggering an emergency quest, a blade to save the sovereign. Rank, S. Requirement, accept the mission. Reward, too hazardous to reveal. Penalty for failure, the absolute demise of Barad. The prompt explained that the Sword King was trapped inside the Ifrit's blazing domain. His objective? Craft a weapon strong enough to pull him out alive. Our boy realized he totally underestimated the sheer hell Barad was going through. He remembered that fateful day when the flames almost stripped away everything he cared about. If he had been in Barad's shoes, losing his entire family, would he even have the willpower to keep pushing forward? With a heavy nod and a deep bow, he swore he would do absolutely everything in his power to help. Without missing a beat, he fired up the forge. Time blurred as he stared at the glowing edge of the blade, thinking, rumor has it the Ifrit's inferno can liquefy even unique tier gear. That meant he had to push past the unique tier and go all in on extreme fire resistance. Hovering his hand over the scorching metal, he brought the hammer down with rhythmic, bone-rattling strikes. A notification chimed, stating his mastery over the century-old. Frost iron had reached a whole new level. He slammed the hammer down a few more times, and the system announced that the blacksmith's sole passive had officially triggered. Hammering away at the steel, he slipped into a state of absolute flow, zoning out the rest of the world. His burning drive and razor-sharp focus fused together, locking him in. Boom! The very first legendary blade, Hansu, was born. Just then, Bella burst through the workshop doors, screaming, "Is it finished?" Gripping the intensely radiant weapon, our protagonist locked eyes with her and declared they had to move immediately to rescue King Barad. Cut to the battlefield, where the Sword King coughed up a harsh mouthful of blood. A massive shockwave ripped through the cavern, blasting him straight into the rock face and spiderwebbing the stone behind him. Glaring through the dust, he gritted his teeth and this absolute nightmare ends. A level 409 Ifrit. Roaring at the top of his lungs, Barad screamed the monster's name. He exploded off the ground, launching himself into the air while yelling that he had been craving this payback for way too long. Mid-flight, he slashed fiercely with the shattered remains of his blade, blitzing past the beast. But instantly, the fresh gash on the demon's torso erupted into blinding sheets of fire, healing the damage as the monster aimed its blazing weapon right at the exhausted king. Barad scrambled back, trying to gain some distance, but violent waves of magma engulfed his broken blade, reducing it to liquid slag in seconds. "I need a sword," he panicked. Meanwhile, the boss condensed raw plasma between its palms and whipped its arm forward, unleashing a devastating firestorm. The blinding heat scorched Barad's vision, forcing an agonizing scream from his lungs. The Ifrit just threw its head back and cackled wickedly. Struggling back onto his feet, the king muttered, "Damn it! Is this really how I go out?" But suddenly his eyes went wide. Piercing the scorched earth right beside him were two distinct blades, one radiating blistering heat, the other crackling with He whipped his head around in total shock, spotting a massive, glittering ice barricade blocking the flames. Our MC was gasping for air, while "Your Majesty, grab the sword, now!" Barad wrapped his fingers around the hilt, and immediately a glowing stat screen popped up. Barad's signature weapon, Hansu. Tier, Legendary. Perks, plus 343% fire negation, plus 194% frost output, and a whopping plus 397% ice damage against flame-type enemies. Ultimate move, Glacial Bloom. Description, Hansu's very first mythic tier creation, tailor-made for the King of Swords. Flashing a confident smirk, our boy told him to take it for a spin. Without hesitation, Barad slashed through the air, launching a breathtaking lotus of pure ice straight at the target. Frost violently expanded across the cavern, making the Ifrit shriek in pure agony. Pivoting off the icy wall, Barad flanked the beast, wound up for a brutal strike, and bellowed, "Checkmate!" The legendary blade cleaved clean through, slicing the flaming titan right in half. The squad watched in absolute awe as the system officially confirmed the boss had been eliminated. "It's finally over. We actually did it," Barad exhaled. But Bella's eyes suddenly darted forward in sheer terror. realizing the ambient flames were violently spiking in temperature. "Wait, what the hell is happening?" our MC yelled out. She panicked. Certain bosses trigger a kamikaze explosion upon death. In a flash, deadly magma started swallowing Barrett alive. Throwing her hands up to shield her face, Bella screamed at the top of her lungs, "Sire, get out of there right now. It's a death trap." But he furiously ordered her to hold her ground, roaring, "Stand down! That is a royal command." Pulling a worn locket from inside his chest plate, he declared he was ending this night. He snapped the pendant open, gazing softly at a faded picture of his beloved son. Meanwhile, Bella was racing. She desperately wanted to drag the king to safety. She knew she could intervene, but directly defying his final order felt impossible. What was her play? Shaking uncontrollably, she instinctively gripped her hilt, only to gasp in pure shock as she cried out, "Wait, what are you doing?" But our MC just stepped right into the heat, flashing a fearless grin. Glancing back, he announced he was pulling His Majesty out of there. Right on cue, the system started blaring a critical emergency. Divine creation, fire-resistant armor activated. Pushing through the scorching heat, he wiped the sweat dripping from his chin. Spotting Barad through the haze, he shouted, "Your Highness," but Barad just waved him off, telling the outsider to bounce. He had already done way more than enough. Closing the distance, our guy flat out refused. He was there to escort the king out. Yet Barad stayed glued to the floor, stubbornly declaring he wasn't going anywhere. Our MC locked eyes with him. "Is this about the necklace's owner?" The king choked up, admitting it was. The crushing guilt of getting his own son killed had completely broken him. How was he supposed to just keep living? But right then, Hansu's expression hardened. He hit him with a harsh reality check. "Do you honestly think the owner of the—" Barad totally snapped. How dare he? An outsider could never understand this level of pain. Gripping Hansu's collar, the king screamed out. All the agonizing bitterness of causing his own flesh and blood to die. Who gave him the right to judge? Unfazed, our guy frowned and gently agreed. Yes, he would never truly grasp that specific nightmare. But he did know this. He had come dangerously close to losing his own family, too. His dad was trapped in a coma. He spent every single day praying for him to wake up. But honestly, now he was just incredibly grateful his dad was still breathing, no matter the condition. He firmly believed Ben would feel the exact same way. Those words hit Barad like a ton of bricks, and his grip slowly loosened. Leaning into the broken king's shoulder, our MC softly urged him to finally let his son rest. Choking on his tears, "I am so sorry. Please forgive me, Ben." Hot tears spilled down the king's weathered face as he choked out, "Your foolish old man was so wrong." Giving his shoulder a reassuring squeeze, Hansu told him that he needed to survive this. "Your Majesty," he said, holding his gaze intensely, "don't you want to be a father your son can actually look up to?" Wiping his eyes, Barad agreed. He absolutely refused to be a dad his boy would be ashamed of. Lifting his head with a brand new spark in his eyes, he smiled and said it was time to move. Clapping a hand on Hansu's shoulder, the duo pushed forward and finally spotted Bella. She sprinted over in an absolute panic, screaming that the king was in critical danger, but our guy just smirked, assuring her His Majesty was perfectly fine. Literally a split second later, the system flashed a red warning. HP depleted. Initiating forced logout. Flashing one last grin, he promised he would log back in soon. Right as he vanished, Bella rushed up to the Sword King, desperately gripping his hand. Barad weakly muttered that Hansu, that outsider, had just saved his life. His legs suddenly gave out, collapsing to the floor as Bella— "Your Majesty, please, stay with me. Wake up." Cut to the real world a bit later, where a glowing system prompt dropped some bad news. Thanks to the forced logout, he had been slapped with a 1-level penalty. But as a single tear slid down our MC's cheek, he just stared ahead, thinking to himself, he is going to keep pushing forward, for his dad. Meanwhile, deep in a coma-like sleep, Barad was transported to a breezy, sunlit cliff. Standing right at the edge was a familiar silhouette. As the figure turned, the young man flashed a warm, glowing smile and called out, "Father." Barad's eyes practically bugged out of his head. It was Ben. Trembling in absolute shock, Is it really you?" Ben jogged over, gently breaking the news that he had just come to say a final goodbye. Panic setting in, Barad snatched his boy's hand, frantically asking what on earth he meant by that. Uncontrollable sobs wrecked the king's body. Smiling softly, Ben echoed Hansu's exact words. He just wanted his dad to be happy, and begged him to finally start living for himself. As Ben's form slowly began scattering into golden sunlight, a devastated Barad screamed his name over and over, desperately clawing at the empty air, before jolting awake in his royal bed. The second he sat up, his frantic servants swarmed the room, anxiously revealing. He had been out cold for 3 whole days. Was he all right? Ignoring the chaos, Barad quietly murmured that Ben had visited him for one last goodbye. Staring down at his trembling, it clicked. It was all thanks to that player. He demanded to see Hansu, right this very second. Fast forward to the scheduled meetup, the king paced around his grand reception room, practically buzzing with anticipation. Finally, the guards escorted Hansu inside. Our guy instantly dropped to one knee out of respect, but a grinning Barad quickly waved him up. "How are you holding up?" Hansu asked. The king assured him he was doing great, gesturing for the hero to pull up a chair right across from him. He had summoned him here for one specific question. Waiting for Hansu to get comfortable, Barad leaned in and stated that he was well aware players were basically immortal beings who just respawned after dying. But respawning didn't mean dying hurt any less. "So why?" he asked. "Why put your life on the line to save mine?" Our MC held up 2 fingers, saying he had 2 main reasons. Number 1, they both carried the exact same heavy, emotional baggage, and he genuinely wanted to see the king survive and thrive. Placing a hand over his heart, Barad took that in, then curiously asked what the second reason was. Rubbing the back of his neck, Hansu awkwardly admitted he was banking on a massive fat loot reward from His Majesty. Caught completely off guard, the king blinked, before letting out a booming chuckle, teasing that the kid was pretty damn bold. As Hansu flashed a sheepish grin, Barad told him he hit the nail on the head. He was planning to shower him in rewards, regardless. Sliding a glowing scroll across the table, he declared it was the official payment for that epic sword he forged. The second, Hansu unrolled it, a golden system prompt exploded on screen. He had just bagged a staggering 1 million gold. This totally blew his mind. Catching that stunned look on his face, the king chuckled, admitting that since the blade literally saved his life, wasn't it totally worth the payout? Our boy instantly shot to his feet, snapping into a crisp 90-degree bow to show his ultimate respect. But the royal sternly commanded him to take a seat, vowing that from this moment on, he would live every single day to the absolute max, just so he could face Ban in the afterlife without a shred of guilt. And honestly, he expected our hero to do the exact same thing. He urged him to keep fighting for his dad, who was bound to wake up soon. Plus, he casually asked if he could drop by the palace sometimes. The king desperately craved some fresh gossip from the outside world, eager to hear about all the wild characters he bumped into. Hansu nodded, completely down for it, adding that he would love to listen to his legendary tales too. Then, the ruler reached out his hand, asking if they could officially be friends after such a deep, eye-opening chat. This massive honor left Hansu completely speechless. Right on cue, a system alert popped up, flashing that his affinity with Barad was totally maxed out. He just unlocked the rare blessing of a friend. Without missing a beat, our MC gripped his hand, knowing full well that snagging a high-tier NPC like Barad as a homie was an absolute massive flex. Barad stood tall, declaring that to celebrate their brand new bond, he was going to personally hand down his royal sword techniques. Catching wind of this, Knight Commander Benson practically lost his mind, furiously protesting the idea of leaking top-secret skills to a total random. Hadn't the king literally just named Lord Rod as the official heir and started his training? He argued that anyone aiming to learn this deadly art needed some serious credentials, and inheriting the royal slash wasn't some free giveaway. The king casually brushed off the drama, smirking as he promised he wasn't tutoring just anybody. He locked eyes with Hansu, who immediately watched a glowing blue interface materialize, triggering an epic quest to bag the S-rank skill. Swordsmanship of the Blade King. This exclusive mission was strictly locked to players who actually scored Barad's personal invite. But there was a catch. Failing meant a brutal penalty, totally tanking his hard-earned friendship stats. Since mastering this style was insanely tough, the victory condition was to land 3 clean strikes straight onto Commander Benson. Barad shot him a knowing grin, hyping up the knight as his ultimate crash test dummy. After scoring a sweet 2-day break, the very first thing our guy did after logging out of the pod was dump his massive loot to clear out all those stressful medical bills. Then, he secured a fresh apartment and gave a huge shout-out to his landlady for forgiving his overdue rent. With the heavy stuff out of the way, he hit up Ji-hoon for a dinner hangout. His buddy immediately joked, asking if they were just going to chug cheap convenience store beers all over again. But when Han-soo dragged him into a high-end barbecue joint and ordered top-tier beef, Ji-hoon's jaw basically hit the floor. Staring at the sizzling cuts of meat, he drooled, asking if this was legit Hanwoo beef. Han-soo gave a smug nod, and Ji-hoon went absolute goblin mode on the grill, swearing he had finally seen it all. Getting treated to premium steak by Han-soo felt like a literal fever dream. Our MC smiled warmly, admitting that Ji-hoon had always had his back through the dark times, so spoiling him with a feast was the least he could do. This suddenly made his buddy super suspicious, especially when Han-soo pulled a mystery box out from under the table. Ji-hoon squinted at it, asking what was going on. With a massive grin, the MC pushed the present forward. Ji-hoon ripped into the wrapping, totally baffled, only to uncover a pair of absolutely fire, limited edition kicks. He shrieked in absolute disbelief, demanding to know how he afforded such crazy drip. Was this seriously for him? Han-soo casually mentioned he knew his bro had been eyeing these sneakers forever, so it was on the house. Plus, he dropped the bombshell that he had already wired back every single penny for the gaming pod right into Ji-hoon. The dude was completely shell-shocked at how he pulled this off so fast, instantly showering him with gratitude. Han-soo just beamed, thinking to himself that his whole life getting an insane glow-up was entirely thanks to this guy. Out loud, he insisted that he was the one who owed him. Ji-hoon looked totally lost, but Han-soo just aggressively jammed a juicy slice of brisket into his mouth, telling him to shut up and start chewing. The second Han-soo jacked back into the server, it was time to grind out that quest. The royal squad, including the king, the commander, the vice captain, and our boy, all pulled up to the grand arena. Bella hyped up the crowd as she kicked off the duel, while Benson barked at Han-soo to unsheath his blade. The knight promised zero mercy, regardless of his VIP status with the king. Smirking, the MC reached into his inventory and pulled out a plain rock, claiming the feeling was completely mutual and he was itching for a real brawl. Out of nowhere, the random stone erupted with a blinding glare, totally flash-banging the knight before morphing straight into a weapon. Benson blinked away the spots, visibly thrown off, expecting some ultra-rare mythical gear, only to see a completely basic-looking sword. Snorting in disgust, he braced his stance, mocking the stupid trick, and asking if he seriously thought that scrap metal could block a master. Benson exploded forward with a lethal thrust. Han-soo threw up a quick parry, but the heavy impact instantly sent massive spiderweb cracks down his blade. Spotting the damage, Benson laughed, roasting him for bringing such a trash-tier weapon into the ring. But then, the absolute craziest thing happened. The fragile sword suddenly exploded into a swarm of razor-sharp shards, spiraling around the commander like a high-speed tornado of pure damage. When the chaotic barrage finally ended and the metal pieces hit the dirt, the knight was left totally dizzy. Han-soo smirked, innocently pointing out that he just needed to land hits, right? The hit counter flashed a clean 59 successful strikes. There wasn't any rule against a fragment storm, was there? The commander's jaw practically unhinged in absolute shock. He never in a million years imagined getting completely cheesed like this. Sweating bullets, he scowled and demanded to know what kind of freak he really was. Our hero casually whipped out his trusty hammer, grinning as he announced that he was the literal god of blacksmithing. Gripping that massive hammer, our guy radiated pure boss energy. Benson was totally starstruck, immediately dropping into a deep, respectful. He practically worshipped the ground our hero walked on, declaring it the ultimate privilege to stand before the "May your sword art conquer the world and beyond," Benson proclaimed. But our main character was dying of embarrassment, begging him to chill out before the sheer pressure crushed him. Fast forward a bit. He was dragging his feet down the long palace corridors, hanging his head with a heavy, frustrated sigh. He had grinded insanely hard for this exact duel. That relentless dedication absolutely paid off, allowing him. His raw skills had definitely spiked. But the huge question remained. What was his next play? Because his current level was still pretty low, his options were he secured the chapters, but not the whole set. The first one, the Aria of Beasts. Chapter 2, the Sword of Raging Waves. And Chapter 3 hits with the Cry of the Sword. They swore they'd drop the rest of the knowledge on him, but only when his skills actually leveled up to par. He strode right up to the royal office. The attendants bowed, waving him through, where King Barad gave him a warm welcome. Cutting right to the chase, he admitted he needed some serious advice about that century-old cold iron he used to forge his insane blade. He was absolutely desperate for more. The king just tapped his fingers on the desk, looking totally puzzled. He confessed he would happily hand it over to his buddy, but tragically, that ingot was literally the very last piece. Hansu felt his jaw drop. His mood instantly tanked. Grinding for a new batch would devour. The king just flashed a smirk, telling him to chill out. That legendary cold iron could totally be excavated straight from the frost mine. So why not just mine the stash himself? The king immediately summoned Bella, ordering her to escort Hansu straight into the freezing depths of the mine. She instantly pushed back, arguing her duty was to guard the king. But Barad just brushed it off, claiming this side quest would be a major learning curve for her. Totally trapped, she had to bite her tongue and nod. You literally don't argue with royalty. Right after that, the king dropped a massive bombshell. Gripping that legendary blade, he officially declared the absolute conquest of the very first tomb, sending the massive crowd into an absolute frenzy. Everyone's eyes glued to his weapon. You could literally feel the freezing, bone-chilling aura radiating off that sword from a mile away. Carved right into the steel was the name Hyun, a tag the whole server already knew, since it was stamped all over the armor of the recent tournament champions. Rumor had it, the mythical blacksmith Hyun was currently hiding out in the Go-Dark Kingdom. Yet, the guy's real identity remained a total ghost story. No one had a clue about his age, his level, or even his gender. Skimming through the hype, Belle smirked to herself. Thank God they successfully planted the fake news that Hansu and this master blacksmith were two completely different dudes. The comment section was spiraling, claiming the crafter was some overweight dude in his 40s. Honestly, a solid theory, since he literally never touched grass. Ji-hoon cracked up reading the thread, especially when some totally hyped fan commented, "Bro, I literally do not care. I am smashing that subscribe button anyway." They were all praying he'd start taking custom requests. Meanwhile, Hansu's clout was absolutely skyrocketing, just because Barad flexed his sword on stage. Checking his stats on the Blacksmith forum, he realized his subscriber count just exploded past 30,000. The entire server was obsessing over this mysterious Hyun. Imagine the absolute chaos if he leaked that he was actually the tournament champion. He stared down at his shaking hand, taking a deep breath. He needed to play this super smart. The grind was far from over. First things first, he needed to shoot a text or hop on a call. He still owed a massive thank you to a certain someone. Cut to Hisu, locked in at his setup. He figured Barad had already slammed his head against the tomb a dozen times. Just like the forums predicted, it was a completely dead zone for average players. He had spammed the Salamander dungeon forever to clear his class quest, but the heat just melted his gear into literal slag. The guy didn't stand a chance. Even top-tier unique shields were getting liquefied. He had cash to burn, but zero amount of god-tier loot could save him in there. Where on earth was he supposed to find a legit crafter? Right then, his screen lit up. A DM from Hansu, reminding him to cash in on their old deal. The second he saw the pop-up, his face totally lit up. But wait, what exact deal were they even talking about? He scrambled to rewind their past chats. Did this dude actually mean the god-tier artifact they brainstormed? Before he could panic, Hansu fired off another text, asking if there were any tweaks needed for the stats of his custom gear. Hisu was literally just about to finalize the specs and hit send. He narrowed his eyes. Honestly, if Hansu could forge that game-changing item right this second, it would be an absolute lifesaver. He typed back that the specs were locked in. Then he dropped the golden question. What was his level? Hansu confessed he was only 59, making Hisu silently groan. Still painfully low level. He typed back, saying if it wasn't too much of a headache, just go ahead and craft the gear. He tossed his phone onto the desk, leaning back. Whatever. The kid clearly had insane potential, so he was worth gambling on. Glancing back at his monitor, Hisu caught the trending thread about King Barad's icy blade. He paused. Maybe he should just slide into Hyun's DMs and commission a piece. But the word on the street was this guy straight up ghosted top rankers. He definitely wouldn't give the time of day to a random player like him. But the timer on his class transfer quest was ticking danger. He had absolutely nothing to lose by shooting his shot. Fast forward, Hansu and Bella finally pulled up to the freezing mouth of the ice mine. The sheer epic scale of the place left him completely stunned. Suddenly, a system alert popped up, crowning him the very first player to ever step foot inside the zone. Boom. A totally insane double experience buff for an entire week. He grinned, definitely vibing with the epic pioneer title. The massive experience boost was just the ultimate cherry on top. He glanced over at Bella, asking if she had ever ventured this deep before. Looking absolutely miserable, she muttered that this was totally her first rodeo, too. Hansu could only offer a super awkward chuckle. He shivered, realizing they were standing in a brutally freezing, dead wasteland. As they ventured deeper, swapping casual banter, a random worker suddenly blocked their path, barking out a demand to know how they got in. Sneaking in without clearance was a massive violation. Unfazed, Bella totally flashed her royal badge, deadpanning her title as she laid down the law. Bella totally flexed her royal clearance, and the second those words dropped, the miner's eyes literally lit up like fireworks. Snatching the parchment, he gasped, "Wait, is this the actual royal seal?" He was completely starstruck. Dropping his guard, his whole vibe shifted to super welcoming as he turned to Hansu. "I am Banya, by the way, just a humble miner," he grinned. Hansu threw him a quick intro, and Banya admitted it felt awesome catching a fresh face down here, after staring at rocks for ages. "But hey, I cannot just wave randos into the tunnels," Banya shrugged. Hansu blinked, totally lost. "So, what is the move then?" Flashing a massive grin, Banya winked. "Lucky for you, my old man runs this place. Come on, I will sneak you over to the boss." Hansu tossed him a grateful nod, while Bella rolled her eyes, radiating straight-up bossy energy as usual. Trekking past two massive caverns, Hansu suddenly froze, spotting monsters lurking in the shadows. Catching his stunned stare, Banya leaned in. "Yeah, that is basically a hardcore dungeon. Way back in the day, these creeps swarmed the whole map. But exactly 100 years ago, some overpowered wizard locked them down right inside this shaft." Hansu pointed. "Are those beasts seriously covered in century-old cold steel?" Banya gave a grim nod. "Yep, but trust me, getting greedy gets you zeroed. That is their turf now. Sure, you could probably clip through the barrier. But surviving the exit? Fat chance. Honestly, it pisses us miners off too. Because that specific vein is totally loaded with the best drops. But hey, as long as those freaks stay caged, we get to swing our pickaxes without dying. So, we just deal with it." Hitting the main rail lines, Banya pointed toward a massive dude barking orders. "That is my dad," he yelled. Cupping his hands, he hollered, "Pops, we got VIPs," before immediately dipping back to his shift. "Appreciate the carry," Hansu shouted back, marching straight toward the big boss, with Bella trailing right. But Banya? He instantly ducked behind a rusted ore cart, spying on them like a ninja. Why would randoms push this deep into the danger zone? As the duo stepped up, the foreman scanned them up and down, his eyes narrowing. A royal knight, and some random outsider? This was Rec, level 231, absolute tank. "Weird flex of a duo," he grunted. "What is your business down here?" Hansu locked eyes with him. "I am hunting for a drop way better than cold steel. like top-tier, god-level ore. Rex scoffed. Better than cold steel. Hansu gave a firm nod. Exactly. You got any leads on where it spawns? The veteran miner eyed him suspiciously, thinking to himself, yeah, that legendary stat, but why the hell would I leak the coordinates to a greedy noob? If the server finds out that the ice mine holds that kind of loot, this whole zone would instantly crash into absolute chaos. Still, this kid pulled up with royal backing. Is there a trick to secretly strip mining this place without anyone noticing? Breaking the silence, Rek challenged him. You ever even swung a pickaxe? Hansu shook his head, totally clueless. Rek let out, look, a pro grinds out 3 chunks a day max. Pull 40 pieces in 1 week? Do that, and I will drop the intel. Ding! A glowing blue system prompt instantly smashed into Hansu's vision. Quest alert. Mine 40 pieces of ore in 7 days. The penalty? Fail and kiss that god-tier 100-year cold steel goodbye. Rek flashed a smug, challenging smirk. So, we got a deal, kid? Hansu just cracked his knuckles, pure confidence radiating off him. And if I smash past 40? The big guy chuckled, shaking his head. Literally 0 chance. But hey, if you somehow pull off a miracle, I will personally mine that legendary drop for you myself. Just remember, this is a solo run. 0 carrying from your knight friend. Hansu locked eyes with him. You swearing on that? I swear on my pickaxe, Rek fired back without missing a beat. Catch you in exactly 7 days. After dropping the bet, Rek pivoted like a tank toward the rusted cart. Banya, get your butt out here. I know you are camping. He casually snatched his son by the collar, dragging him away like a rag doll. What did I tell you about creeping on my conversations, huh? Left alone, Bella glared at Hansu, crossing her arms. Why would you lock yourself into that ridiculous bet? Ignoring the attitude, he effortlessly summoned his pickaxe. Look, I already knew this cave was a massive grind zone, he smirked. So I totally brought some cheat code gear beforehand. That god-tier ore is mine, no matter what it takes. Bella just shivered, internally screaming about how His Majesty ended up trusting such a total psycho. Boom. 7 days vaporized. Rek chilled on a massive boulder, watching the tunnel. He replayed the crazy kid's words in his head, swore he would not log out of the mines for a whole week. Totally impossible for a noob. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from the shadows. Rek whipped his head around. It was Hansu, swaggering out of the darkness. Covered in grime, but sporting a cocky, $1,000,000 smirk. Well, Rek grunted, at least you finally look like a real tryhard. Time is up. Let us see your loot. Without skipping a beat, Hansu flicked his wrist, spawning a massive chunk of ore from his inventory and slamming it down. Rek's jaw hit the floor. Okay, I definitely did not see that coming. Maybe I underestimated this freak. But before he could even blink, a massive avalanche of 100 more glowing rocks exploded from the kid's storage. Rek watched in pure, paralyzed shock as the mountain of loot multiplied by the second. Hansu totally crushed it, hauling in 200 pieces of solid ore. Rex basically dropped his jaw, pointing at him like he'd just seen a ghost. Who is this guy? Was he some kind of mythical top-tier hunter? Hansu casually slung his massive pickaxe over his shoulder, flashing a chill grin. Nah, nothing like that. He was just your friendly neighborhood blacksmith. His secret weapon? A massive Damascus sword that literally buffs stone-cutting power by 170%. Oh, and it tanks durability drain by 70% too. Plus, the blade straight up morphs into a pickaxe. Talk about the ultimate survival tool. Rex scanned the absolute mountain of loot. Pulling himself together, he admitted that a master blacksmith's touch was totally obvious here. He stepped up to apologize for completely sleeping on Hansu's skills. How about grabbing a drink tonight to make up for it? Our boy just smiled, shaking his hand. He said he'd be totally down to grab a pint, but asked if he could bring Bella along for the ride. Rex was perfectly cool with that. Fast forward to nightfall. The crew hit up below. Banya leaned in, asking why she was going so hard on her own. Hansu backed him up, nudging her to just vibe and chat with them instead. But she just brushed them off. She liked rolling solo with her cup. Banya instantly pouted, low-key hurt. Right then, a burly miner crashed their table. He slapped Hansu on the back, hyping him up. Did this rookie seriously pull 200 chunks of ore today? Hansu gave a modest nod, sparking the next question. What about the ultra-rare cold iron? How much of that stash did he snag? When Hansu casually dropped that he bagged 20 pieces, the dude was absolutely floored. He was shook. Rumor had it the kid was packing some insane, high-tier pickaxe. Could he get a sneak peek at the goods? Hansu whipped the gear out of his inventory. He flexed that it was a custom Damascus pickaxe, specifically forged to absolutely obliterate ore veins. This bad boy skyrockets mining efficiency by over 200%. That's exactly how he speedran the entire quest. And the crazy part? It shifts into a heavy-duty sword that literally slices through stone like butter, an absolute must-have item. Watching him geek out over his own craft, Bella softly smiled. Yep, he really was a blacksmith at heart. Suddenly, the giant miner practically bear-hugged Hansu. He cheered wildly, shouting that for a total noob, he was already goated. The veterans weren't about to get outshined. They'd be grinding twice as hard tomorrow. The rest of the crew swarmed the table, pouring endless rounds into Hansu's glass. One of them roared that the kid was officially one of the boys now. Bottoms up, they chanted. Hansu totally ate up the good vibes, but the wild night eventually wrapped up. Come morning, Rex guided him deep into a hidden cave. This was the Holy Grail, the drop zone for the 1,000-year-old cold iron. Hansu popped a confused eyebrow. Was this really the spot? Rex sighed, admitting they were complete. It sucked, but the rumors were true. A massive stash of ancient cold iron was just sitting right on the other side. Hansu frowned, picking up on a super sketchy vibe. There was a literal horde of monsters lurking back there. Was this actually safe? Rex patted his shoulder, saying the ball was entirely in his court now. Hansu rubbed his chin, completely lost on how he was supposed to mine anything in that death trap. Rex dipped out to check on another site, telling the kid to holler if he needed backup. But the second he vanished, things went off the rails. A glowing system prompt suddenly flashed in front of Hansu. A new lore event was triggering, and his stomach instantly dropped. 100 years had passed, and the ancient mage's magic holding the barrier together was those monsters. They'd been locked up for a century, and they were absolutely rabid. The shield was going down in exactly 3 minutes. Panic hit. Hansu sprinted straight back to the foreman, screaming that the barrier. They had to evacuate the entire crew, right now. Rex just stared at him like he was crazy, brushing it off as a wild overreaction. That wall had held strong for 100 years, without a single glitch. But right on cue, an earth-shattering roar echoed through the cavern, proving Hansu totally right. Everyone froze, dead in their tracks. The ceiling groaned, violently cracking apart, as massive boulders slammed into the helpless workers. Dragging a bleeding buddy to his feet, the foreman screamed at the top of his lungs. The whole place was caving in. They needed to bounce, right now. Hansu wildly waved his arms, ordering everyone to run for their lives before the monster swarm breached the perimeter. But his drinking buddy from last night shoved him toward the exit. Get out of here, kid. The veterans were going back into the hellhole to save the trapped miners first. The rest of the rugged crew completely backed him up. They refused to leave their brothers behind to die in the dark. Rex stood his ground, his eyes fierce. He wasn't running. Some sketchy magic definitely triggered this trap, but they were pulling those men out alive. Hansu stared at his boots, his mind racing. The system clearly warned him the barrier was collapsing, and a total bloodbath was imminent. What was the play here? Ping, a sudden survival quest popped up. Save the miners from getting wiped out. 58 guys were trapped deep in the rubble. Another 38 were pinned in the danger zone outside. The reward? Total mystery. The penalty for failing? A straight-up massacre. Right now, the survival counter sat at 96 living souls. The better the rescue rate, the sicker the loot. Hansu gritted his teeth, adrenaline spiking. He needed to stop hesitating and lock in. These guys were just like the friends he'd made back in Ares. Drawing his massive blade, he gripped the hilt with white knuckles. He locked eyes with Bella. If even one of those freaks slips past me, you take it down. Her eyes widened with absolute panic. Are you literally insane? She yelled, terrified he was throwing himself into another suicide mission. Flashing her a cocky grin, he threw a look over his shoulder. "Told you," he smirked. He was about to lock down the cavern entrance and tank the monster wave single-handedly. Breathing deep, he planted his boots right in front of the magic barricade. Stealing his nerves, beasts bashed against the shimmering shield, clawing frantically to tear it down. Staring at the fracturing magic, our boy couldn't help but sweat. Was his current setup actually gonna cut it? A basic blade wouldn't survive this meat grinder. To crush this swarm, he desperately needed a game changer, a custom-forged beast slayer, packed with an insane payload of raw ore. Shutting his eyes tight, he channeled his focus into the crafting screen. He was stepping into completely uncharted territory, pulling off a clutch, emergency forge. By burning through a massive stockpile of raw materials, guaranteed one apocalyptic, boss-shredding nuke. His eyes snapped open. A blinding, neon sphere materialized right in his palms, magnetizing rogue chunks of rock before morphing into a wicked blade of frosted steel. Suddenly, blaring system alerts flashed. The shield was officially at critical mass. The crimson countdown ticked down. 5, 4, 3, 2. Boom! The barricade shattered into a million glowing shards. Hansu locked in his stance as a nightmarish horde poured out. A hulking rock troll, a rabid orc, and a bloodthirsty dire wolf. He bolted forward, sprinting straight into the danger zone. A glitchy system pop-up confirmed the 30-second cooldown timer was completely overridden. One swing was all he got. The massive troll charged like a runaway freight train, but Hansu roared over the chaos. "As long as I'm breathing, nothing gets past this line." Hoisting his frosted greatsword high, he brought down the hammer with bone-crushing force. His Ice Storm skill absolutely obliterated the troll, slicing its head clean off. Glacial pillars erupted violently from the rocky dirt, skewering the invading beasts on jagged, sub-zero spikes. In one legendary flex, he wiped the entire front line. But the epic strike carried a price. His frosted blade detonated into glittering. He stared down at the empty hilt, gears turning in his head. Glancing back at the frozen carnage, a crazy genius idea sparked. If he actually slapped some premium loot into forging this weapon, the damage multiplier would be unreal. But since the cavern was still swarming with hostile mobs, he scanned the perimeter to make sure the trapped miners were still breathing. Through the dust, he spotted them frantically clawing at the rubble, desperate to dig out their buried crew. The system chimed in, reminding him that his final payout was strictly tied to the survival headcount. Everyone had to make it out alive. Gripping his fists tight, a surge of adrenaline hit him. These guys weren't just pixels or background NPCs anymore. He caught major déjà vu, flashing back to the raw panic of rescuing his own dad. These workers were throwing down everything to protect their family. Whipping his head toward a pitch-black tunnel, where a fresh wave of mutants was already spilling out, he swore he'd act as their ultimate shield. Spotting the vulnerable humans, the beasts went rabid, sprinting on all fours. Hansu intercepted their path, baiting the horde deep inside the tunnels, dragging aggro into an empty, desolate sector of the dungeon. The monsters totally fell for it, swarming his tail. Mid-sprint, he whipped out a fresh blade and violently spun around, deflecting a brutal axe swing from the orc, only to catch the shadow of the wolf, attempting a dirty backstab. Twisting his hips, he unleashed a flurry of lethal slashes, melting the surrounding mobs until only the heavyweight remained. The enraged troll lunged, swinging. Hansu didn't even flinch. He ripped his sword upward, cleanly snapping the wooden club in half, before carving a savage crescent strike straight across the beast's ribs. The giant collapsed like a puppet with cut strings. But the nightmare wasn't over. Another savage pack boxed him in, snarling with pure bloodlust. Taking a deep breath, he shut his eyes and tuned out the deafening roars. Thank God he actually maxed out the Sword King martial arts. Dropping his center of gravity into a lethal stance, he triggered his ultimate skill, the Raging Wave Sword technique. A massive kinetic shockwave blasted from his blade, instantly vaporizing the front line into dust. This insane skill buffs his impact damage by an absolute 100%. And nailing a critical weak spot stacks on another 140 damage. But the stamina drain is absolutely brutal. Hansu stumbled, dropping to one knee as his mana tank hit 0, gasping that the skill's firepower was straight up broken. Suddenly, a glowing holographic prompt popped up. Mine, purge complete. Emergency rescue quest, success. All 96 targets survived the massacre. He officially S-ranked the chapter. A tired smile wiped across his face. Thankfully, there were 0 casualties. But then the system teased a hidden perk. By totally exploiting the dungeon's chaos, he could bag some premium bonus loot. Playing hero was cool and all, but if they were handing out top-tier drops, he sure wasn't going to say no. Using his sword as a crutch, he forced himself to stand, a genius scheme brewing in his head. Cut to Rec, hauling the very last survivor out of the collapsed tunnel, flashing a huge relieved grin at his crew. He hyped the team up, shouting that they could finally breathe. The whole squad was accounted for. The group erupted into massive, emotional hugs, while Bella strolled past the tearful reunion. Scanning the surviving faces, she locked eyes with Rec and casually dropped that Hansu totally soloed the aggro to save them, deep into the abyss. Catching wind of this, he instantly rallied the crew, revealing the blacksmith literally dragged that beast way down into the dark just to keep them safe. Their relief vanished, completely replaced by pure, gut-wrenching dread. Suddenly, the missing mobs made perfect sense. The boss stepped up, admitting he felt like straight garbage as their leader, since they had left their brothers behind. He ordered every single miner who could still stand to march right back into the darkness with him. Grabbing blazing torches, the squad mobilized. They branched out across the pitch-black tunnels, screaming his name until they spotted him, slumped out cold against a massive rock. The whole crew rushed over in a total panic. Bella shrieked, seeing his brutal injuries. Pressing her ear right to his chest, she realized, crazily enough, his heartbeat was totally stable. She opened her mouth to drop the good news, but our boy snatched her wrist. He leaned in and whispered for her to just play along. Putting on a masterclass performance of exhaustion, he choked out that he was fine. The fight was hell, but he somehow lucked out. He claimed he wiped out the swarm. Everyone is safe, right? Rex dropped to his knees, gripping his hand tight, pouring out his gratitude. The man was practically crushed by guilt for ditching him during the rescue mission, and felt incredibly ashamed. He hadn't done squat for him, except buy a couple of meals and rounds at the tavern. So why risk it all? Our guy countered that the crew treated him and Lady Bella like literal family. Seeing their insane loyalty, he just couldn't sit back. He wanted to throw down for them, and he was genuinely hyped that they made it out alive. Suddenly, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, sending Rex into full panic mode. Calling him an absolute idiot, he accidentally shoved Bella aside, locking Hansu in a massive bear hug, while completely bawling his eyes out. He swore the crew would take this debt to their graves. Meanwhile, Bella just stared at this soap opera, totally baffled, wondering what his deal was. Like, he was perfectly fine 2 seconds ago. The boss barked out that this wasn't the time for a heart-to-heart. They needed to haul their hero. Lifting Hansu, they made a break for the exit. Right on cue, a system prompt popped up, confirming the foreman. And 95 other dudes were now eternally loyal. He flashed a sly smirk, thinking about how he had literally rolled in the dirt to fake those injuries. He realized milking the drama was a top-tier play. Bella caught that sneaky little smile, and when he tossed her a casual thumbs up, it clicked. This dude was faking his deathbed scene the whole time, just to farm sympathy points. Fast forward, and our MC finally wakes up. Stretching with a massive yawn, he flexed about getting the best sleep of his life, when Banya's wild shouting pierced the silence. The kid literally leaped out of his chair the second he realized Hansu was conscious. Startled, Hansu asked how long he had been creeping there, but the kid totally ghosted the question, whipping toward the hallway and screeching that their hero was awake. Rex crashed into the room a second later, desperate to know his status. Was he bouncing back? Our boy played it cool, assuring him he was 100%. The rest of the crew was good, right? A bunch of heads peeked through the doorway, swearing they were solid, but insisting he prioritize his own recovery. Rex dragged a chair up to the bedside, bringing up the dude's pending errands. He was a blacksmith on a mission, after all. He was super bummed about his upcoming exit, but needed to drop something major. Hansu, looking curious, asked what the deal was. So Rex gave a nod toward the hall, signaling the crew. A wave of rough-looking miners filed in, and Rex dropped the bomb. Today, the entire squad was hitting the mines purely for him. It was payback time, since he literally put his life on the line. They were going to dig up that 1,000-year-old cold iron he had been hunting. Totally shook, he asked if they were seriously doing all that. He played humble, claiming he just did his duty. But he was wildly grateful. He thought that was the big surprise. But Rex threw a look to the boys, who took the hint and immediately dipped out. Clearing his throat, the boss admitted there was actually one more thing, but decided his kid needed to be the one to spit it out. Vanya rubbed the back of his neck, super awkward, before his face shifted into pure determination. He hailed Hansu as their absolute savior, dropped straight to his knees, and pledged to follow him to the ends of the earth. A system notification blasted. This NPC just swore eternal loyalty. Better yet, the kid had god-tier potential to become a legendary miner. And he unlocked the option to take him in as a disciple. Our boy just stared at the glowing screen, utterly stunned, trying to process this insane power-up. Cut to the admin realm. In the special user department, So-Yan was aggressively monitoring his stream. Judging by the mountain of trash around her desk, she was deep in a sleepless grind. She literally clutched her hair, staring at the monitor, stressing over how things spiraled this fast. With the department boss out of office, this unhinged player was causing chaos again. And the craziest part? He wasn't even a guild master. The dude didn't even own a speck of land. Yet a literal legendary NPC was begging to join his squad. Sensing another brutal grindfest on the horizon, she mentally checked out. Hansu, absolutely hyped, scrambled to get the guy on his feet, insisting he was way out of his league for this kind of worship. But Vanya wasn't backing down. He had witnessed the whole crazy spectacle firsthand. The savage way Hansu swung that pickaxe, the insane dive to rescue them. It wasn't just mind-blowing, it hit him right in the feels. Total, undeniable respect. Staring up with pure admiration, he practically yelled that he would go all in for the cause. He would grind those mines, begging to tag along on his journey. Our boy just blinked, totally caught off guard. But the raw sincerity hitting him was undeniable. Zero cap, just pure, unfiltered devotion. Catching him spacing out, Vanya low-key panicked, asking if his trash skills were the deal-breaker. Hansu frantically waved his hands, swearing that wasn't it at all. He just wasn't built to be anyone's master yet. He needed a sec to process everything. Reaching down to pull the guy up, he asked for a breather to get his own stuff together. Once he leveled up his own life, he would send the invite. Vanya's face absolutely lit up. He vowed that the second he got the call, he would drop everything. Throwing his arms around him in a massive bear hug, he poured out his thanks. Right on cue, the system pinged. Vanya was officially locked in as his follower. The guy's hidden stats finally flashed into view. Turns out, Vanya was a straight-up epic tier unit, sitting at level 165, strapped with insanely busted mining perks. The lore drop? He was literally fated to become the greatest miner on the server. His EXP gain was off the charts, packing limitless potential. Hugging him back, Hansu realized he had just secured an absolute powerhouse. From here on out, they were going to skyrocket to the top together. Finally letting go, Vanya promised not to pressure him, but couldn't hide his eagerness about their next meetup. Hansu assured him the wait wouldn't drag on. Bouncing on his heels, Vanya promised to keep grinding in the pits with the crew until then. Dropping the formal, stiff talk, they vibed like old friends, while Rek watched the whole wholesome scene with a grin. But eventually, the clock ran out on the frozen caves. The whole squad crowded the portal for the send-off, passing over his massive haul. 415 chunks of iron ore and 51 blocks of cold iron. Rek pushed a heavy cart forward, apologizing for the holdup. Gripping the tarp covering it, he yanked it back and proudly flexed his masterpiece, 1,000-year-old cold iron. A completely unique drop that demanded a level 300 blacksmith just to scratch the surface. The stats were cracked, boosting fire resistance by a massive 91%. evolving ice skills to unique tiers, cranking blade sharpness up by 150%, and ramping sword impact force by 58%, all wrapped in infinite durability. This stuff had been soaking up earth energy for 10,000 years. Same name, sure, but regular cold iron couldn't even stand in its shadow. Hansu stared at the glowing metal, totally blown away. Leaning close, Bella whispered that he must be feeling pretty smug right about now. He instantly shushed her, hissing to keep it down before the locals got the wrong idea about his motives. She just tilted her head, totally clueless. Meanwhile, Rek admitted he never dreamed he would lay eyes on the legendary 1,000-year iron before he died. The older man gave all the credit to our guy. Turning to face the ragged crew of miners, Hansu offered a deep bow, dropping genuine thanks for everything they had served. They fired right back, swearing they had his back any time, urging him to chill for a bit longer. But as he turned to leave, a teary-eyed Vanya came sprinting over. Hansu held up a hand to stop the waterworks, casually mentioning he had a parting gift. Reaching into his inventory, he whipped out his trusty pickaxe, knowing full well that equipping Vanya with this bad boy would multiply their mineral gains down the line. Vanya practically melted at the gesture, realizing Hansu was handing over his personal, prized tool. Clutching it to his chest, he screamed to the heavens that his loyalty was locked in until the day he died. The kid's over-the-top joy made our hero cringe just a little bit out of sheer embarrassment. Throwing up a final peace sign to the crew, he stepped away. Walking toward the glowing portal, Bella replayed everything. She had dragged him as a scammer, yet he still threw his life on the line for these people, completely winning over their hearts. Stepping into the swirling light, she quietly muttered that he was actually pretty cool. Catching the end of it, he trailed. "Wait, did you just say I'm cool? Was that about me?" But she just ghosted him, leaving him hanging. Fast forward a few days, deep inside the salamander dungeon. Hukshu was slumped on a scorched rock, looking absolutely defeated. He had completely lost track of his failed attempts. Even throwing money at a Tier 5 blacksmith couldn't score him the fireproof shield he desperately needed. Clearing this fiery hellscape, just as he was about to rage quit, it perched right on his gauntlet, followed by a system chime. Hansu had mailed him a mystery drop. He snagged the package, figuring a level 59 newbie couldn't possibly afford anything game-changing. Still, the thought was super wholesome. He cracked the seal on the box, and a glowing holographic window violently exploded into his vision. His jaw basically hit the floor. He blinked hard, totally convinced his eyes were playing tricks on him. "Bro, what even is this?" he muttered, mind blown. Did the devs leave a glitch in the Matrix? But no, sitting right there was Hyun's custom, unique tier shield. It was literally tailor-made for his build. Fire resistance, jacked up to 201%. Defense against flame-type mobs, a massive 247%. And the attack buff, boosted by 222%. Plus, both the passive and active skills were dripping with ice attribute energy. This was Hyun's 8th signature shield, an absolute god-tier artifact. If the crafting materials mirrored the original blueprints, it would be downright flawless. Hyuksu just scratched his head, realizing his gaze locked onto the intense engraving slapped on the front. A woman with literal snakes for hair. Medusa? The Gorgon herself. He had actually forged a legendary piece of gear straight out of Greek mythology, an absolute masterclass. Suddenly, a glowing red system alert flashed. The quest timer was literally running on fumes. He shot up to his feet, shaking his head at how this game just kept dropping insane surprises. With this broken artifact, he might actually solo this raid. Without hesitating, he charged straight into the blazing salamander dungeon. And a sleek notification popped up, declaring this was his final hidden quest. Cut to our main guy, linking up with Belle. She was practically glowing, hyping him up because he was the reason she finally got VIP access to the kingdom's throne room. He humbly brushed it off, saying she totally carried him, and catching a vibe, she checked in to see how he was holding up. He gave her a weak smile, saying things had been chilling out since their crazy run in the ice mine. But behind the scenes, he had been grinding 24/7, taking care of his sick dad. Belle's face softened. "I heard being a full-time caregiver is super draining," she said. "Is he doing any better?" His gaze dropped, a shadow crossing his face. He hasn't woken up yet, he whispered, but I'm not giving up on him. The air got a little too heavy and awkward, so Belle smoothly pivoted, totally shifted. All right, down to business, she announced. Today, we strategize about the guild. She slammed a stack of crisp files onto the table. She pitched her vision. They needed to squad up and operate as a unit. Her master plan? To turn him into the most goated, highly sought-after blacksmith in the entire server. Look, if we recruit a bunch of high-level sweaties, we're going to lose control of our own narrative, she explained. The ultimate speedrun strat to blow up a guild? Hype up a superstar. She pointed straight at him. And that main character is you. She leaned in. Got any elite players in your contacts for the starting roster? He rubbed his chin, brain racing. Honestly, the only name dropping into his head was the absolute legend who originally forced him to download this game. He trailed off, dead silence hanging in the room. Finally, he shrugged. That's literally it. I haven't exactly been touching grass and making friends in game. Belle just cracked up. No stress, we can totally network. But right then, a random memory hit him like a truck. Wait, there is one guy, he blurted out. Instantly in try-hard mode, Belle ripped open her holographic UI. Drop the gamer tag. He goes by Bark, he said. Belle frowned, swiping through the database. Literally who? What's his current level? He winced. Yeah, so I only got his tag and his class. My bad. Belle immediately tried to pull up his player's stats. But the dude had his entire profile locked down on private. Frustrated, Belle sighed, reminding him they were hunting for a core, and here he was, nominating a complete random. He paused, his expression turning serious. Look, back when my life was straight up falling apart, that guy threw away his own loot so I could hit the reset button. I owe him big time. Belle slumped back into her gaming chair, rubbing her temples. Please don't tell me this guy is a corporate merchant player, she groaned. His eyes went wide. How did she know? He nodded, and she fiercely face-palmed. Bro, are you clueless? She snapped. Your market value in Ares is insane right now. This suit is absolutely going to milk your clout to build his own empire. Or worse, finesse his way into the guildmaster spot. But Hansu wasn't having it. He crossed his arms, defending his bro. No way. He's not built like that. Bark would never backstab me or use me for views. I'd bet my account on it. Belle caught his intense stare, totally taken aback, before letting out a massive sigh. Fine, your guild, your call, she conceded. But I'm interviewing this guy first. Hansu gave a thumbs up, and Belle dropped one final, crucial rule. Keep his identity. As the legendary blacksmith Hyun, strictly on the down low. But yo, here's the massive plot hole. The care package he literally just mailed to Bark had Hyun slapped right across. Belle immediately lost her mind, tearing into him. Meanwhile, cut back to Hyuksu, sweating through the dungeon, when a massive, fiery salamander suddenly ambushed him. On pure reflex, he slammed his shield right into the beast's face. The built-in frost passives triggered, chunking the monster's HP bar to 0 in seconds. And boom! The salamander practically disintegrated into fiery pixels. Hyuksu stared at his new gear, totally breathless. Okay, this thing is actually busted. He honestly didn't expect his crazy stat theories to play out flawlessly in reality. Still hyped, he flipped the shield around and froze. Right there, carved perfectly in, a massive grin spread across his face. No shot, he laughed out loud. Wait, is Hansu actually the mythical blacksmith everyone's looking for? What other insane secrets was his bro hiding? He was literally spacing out, trying to plan the ultimate thank you gift, when out of absolutely a gigantic glowing palm shadowed over him. His spidey, and he completely whiffed the dodge. The massive fire elemental swatted him out of the air like a total rag doll. He slammed brutally into the cold stone wall. Without missing a beat, she conjured a massive barrage of fireballs behind her and hurled them all straight at him. A deafening blast rocked the cavern. Shrapnel of rock and ice blasted everywhere, leaving a massive crater exactly where Hyuksu just stood. But catching the elemental completely off guard, he tanked the entire hit without a single scratch. Furious, she demanded to know how he survived. She ordered him to drop the name of the blacksmith who forged that insane shield. She unleashed another storm of flames. He bolted, weaving through the fiery onslaught, and quickly flanked her blind spot. She threatened that if he kept his mouth shut, she'd hunt him down along with the mystery creator he was protecting. Panic spiked in Hyuk-soo's chest. He realized if this boss actually went after the real player, he'd be forced to log out, but there was zero chance he'd ever sell out Hyun-soo just to save his own skin. He launched himself at the fiery spirit. Lobbing another blazing sphere, she sneered, asking if he was seriously eager to die. Deflecting the blast with his shield, he threw her a cocky smirk and hyped himself up, yelling that she was absolute trash. But as she raised her glowing hand, the system flashed a massive warning. The Flame Queen's clone was charging an instant kill strike. His confidence instantly evaporated. The explosive shock wave slammed into him, tearing a ripped scream from his lungs. She mocked him, screaming that he was throwing his life away over a piece of metal. A red system alert popped up. He was down to exactly 33 HP. Flashing back to Hyun-soo, he gritted his teeth, screaming that this wasn't just loot, it was a priceless gift from his absolute best bro. The system announced the shield was now sinking with his pure willpower. Instantly, a bone-chilling blizzard swept through the cavern, making the fiery boss, actually, the ultimate hidden skill, Ice Stage, fully triggered. Furious, the elemental screeched, asking if he seriously thought some cheap parlor trick could take her down. System alarms blared that the clone was charging a catastrophic spell. Without hesitating, he hurled his spear with every ounce of strength left in his body. For the spirit, time basically hit a slow-motion freeze. A massive shard of ice reflected in her glowing eyes. She let out a defeated gasp just as the weapon brutally impaled her, and violently buried itself into the rocky floor, shattering the ground. The system instantly chimed. The Flame Queen's clone was officially dead, and the Salamander dungeon was cleared. He secured a massive drop, the epic Fire Dragon armor set. But the chaos wasn't over. The massive cave ceiling began caving in. Hyuk-soo desperately rolled out of the way of falling boulders. As he was gasping for air, the system declared he had passed the ultimate secret trial. He kept his bro's identity locked down, even at death's door. Wiping the sweat, he laughed, saying that being loyal was just standard behavior. Then, the interface dropped a massive bomb. He had unlocked the right to evolve. His jaw practically hit the floor. This was the legendary Hidden Class Awakening. The system praised him, stating that, as a frontline tank, his stats were already god tier. He secured the epic Growing class, a scaling build that could literally hit the legendary tier. It was an ultra-rare class, totally dedicated to protecting what matters most. Hyuk-soo paused to process this, flashing a knowing grin as he asked, "So this entire raid was a class change test from the jump?" The system randomly chimed in, reminding him he was still guildless, and highly suggested he join a squad as soon as possible. Stroking his chin, a totally devious smile crept across his face. Oh yeah, he and Hyun-soo had some serious business to discuss. Cutting to a local tavern, he strutted in to meet his buddy, totally flexing his flashy new armor. He practically glowed, instantly making every single player in the room stare. Our MC popped up from his booth, excitedly waving him over. The whole bar started whispering, swearing he had to be a top-tier ranker. Even Belle was silently swooning over his insane drip. Word on the street was that he was a total powerhouse, meaning she needed to stay sharp. Hyuk-soo strolled right up to Hyun-soo, slapped a heavy, grinning hand on his shoulder, and gave a massive shout-out. If it wasn't for his insane gear, he totally would have failed the quest. And to think, no one here knew his actual secret identity. Panicking, Belle frantically waved her hands, signaling him to zip it before he leaked anything. Glancing around the packed room, Hyuk-soo casually muttered that he completely missed how many randoms were eavesdropping. He casually slammed a heavy bag of gold on the table, declaring the tab was fully on him, so they could dip to a VIP spot for some actual privacy. Shortly after, the crew relocated to the insanely lavish palace guest suites, settling in for a massive feast to talk strategy. Clearing his throat, Hyuk-soo got completely serious. He mentioned seeing the custom Hyun tag stamped on his shield. And suddenly, all the puzzle pieces clicked. The legendary Blacksmith Hyun was literally Hyun-soo this whole time, Bell internally sweated at how blunt he was, but our MC just coolly nodded. He admitted he was done keeping secrets from his bro, which is exactly why he left his signature on the god-tier item. Smirking like a madman, Hyuk-soo motioned him closer, and as Hyun-soo leaned across the table, the energy between the two totally shifted. Bark gave Hyun-soo's shoulder a solid clap, his voice filled with genuine gratitude. He admitted the truth hit him the second he tried buying back the forge. Hyun-soo was seriously built different. Rubbing the back of his neck, Bark sheepishly confessed that back during the quest, when some random player tried snatching the custom artifact, Hyun-soo defended it, proudly calling it a gift from a friend. A warm, easy grin instantly lit up Hyun-soo's face. He thanked Bark for the massive respect, promising that since Bark wanted to stay totally under the radar, his secret was completely safe. Shifting awkwardly, Bell shot Bark a super guilty look. She'd totally misjudged him, assuming he was just another leech trying to milk Hyun-soo's talent. Clearing her throat to break the tension, she pushed back her chair and stood tall. It was time for a proper introduction. "I'm Bell, Hyun-soo's manager," she stated clearly. She admitted she'd caught major bad vibes at first and completely owned up to it, offering a sincere apology. Bark blinked, totally lost. Flashing a tight, awkward smile, Bell explained her parents. She was low-key convinced he was plotting to exploit him. Her brain had instantly jumped to the absolute worst-case scenario. Bark nodded, letting out a heavy sigh. She wasn't totally wrong. Half the server would kill to use a guy with that kind of crazy potential. Honestly, he'd actually been dreaming of launching a guild with him. But hard pass on using the kid as a stepping stone. That wasn't his style. Plus, seeing Hyun-soo already backed by a solid, loyal squad put Bark completely at ease. Knowing the kid was safe was more than enough. Leaning in, Hyun-soo dropped a total bombshell. He looked Bark dead in the eye and officially invited him to join his brand new guild. The veteran tank's eyes went wide. Hyun-soo didn't miss a beat. He desperately wanted Bark on the team so they could grind, level up, and become absolute beasts together. The young blacksmith nervously studied Bark's intense, calculating expression. The silence stretched until a confident smirk finally cracked across Bark's face. "Bet," he chuckled. From this second on, he was Hyun-soo's personal meat shield. He thrust out a massive, calloused hand, deciding to restart on the right foot. "In-game name's Bark," he rumbled. Level 371, class, growing tank, and he casually dropped the ultimate flex. He was inches away from unlocking a mythic legendary class. Bell's jaw practically hit the floor. Hyun-soo mentally high-fived himself. He was holding a legendary class right now, too. Gripping Bark's hand, the MC fired back with his own intro. Real name's Hyun-soo, level 80, class, god of blacksmiths. It was Bark's turn to get absolutely mind-blown by the sheer weight of that title. Their handshake sealed the deal. Hyun-soo sheepishly scratched his head, admitting the guild didn't even have a name yet, but he was insanely hyped to party up. Bark's smile widened as he mirrored the hype, instantly dubbing the kid his future boss. Watching the bromance bloom, Bell couldn't help but beam. Stomach rumbling, Hyun-soo eagerly suggested they chow down while plotting, but Bark suddenly interrupted, insisting on dropping some serious cash for the shield. Bark's fingers flew across his glowing system window. Hyun-soo frantically protested, swearing the shield was a freebie, but it was too late. Boom. 400 million and 1 gold instantly hit Hyun-soo's account. The notification pinged, and Hyun-soo's eyes bugged out of his skull. He wildly... Bark just threw his head back and let out a booming laugh. No way was he scoring god-tier gear like that for nothing. Changing the subject, he asked about their master plan. Slipping instantly into boss manager mode, Bell declared Phase 1. Skyrocket the blacksmith's clout to absolute maximum levels. They'd open the floodgates for crazy expensive, custom crafting commissions. Intrigued, Bark leaned forward. So, the ultimate goal was to aggressively market the guild's brand first. "So, what's the big brain play?" Bark asked. Bell's eyes glinted wickedly. They were tossing the absolute hottest guy onto a live broadcast, and that guy was Hyun-soo. Hyun-soo violently choked on air. He stared at her like she grew a second head, desperately wondering if his ears were glitching. "Wait, hold up. Going live on air? You're trolling, right?" he pleaded. But Bell and Bark just stared right back, giving him matching, devilish smirks. Bark cracked a dry, impressed smile. The strategy was honestly pure genius. Ever since the game blew up into a global phenomenon, major TV networks were violently fighting for broadcast rights. From massive online platforms to cracked solo Twitch streamers, but standing above the rest was one specific network that used to completely dominate the viewer ratings. Cut to a while later inside their studio. The control room was a chaotic war zone of stressed-out staff, scrambling for the broadcast. The main host took a deep breath and dramatically synced into his high-tech VR capsule. Pacing behind the monitors, the head producer gnawed on his fingernails, absolutely sweating the analytics. Swiping through the stats, his co-producer gave a grim nod. That was exactly why they had aggressively hyped up tonight's stream to a literal... The viral Blacksmith Hyunsu had hard rejected their invite, but to save the show, the brutal champion of the recent martial arts tournament agreed to step in. Both producers nervously locked their hands together, praying to the algorithm. If this stream flopped, their network was dead. Suddenly, a massive graphic flashed. The stream starting soon overlay dropped, and 6,000 concurrent viewers were already flooding the waiting room. The live chat was absolutely flying. "Yo, the legendary Truth Room is finally back," one chatter spammed. But another viewer instantly fired back. "Yeah, but they always drag the most basic, snooze-fest guests into the Truth Room. It literally forces players to expose their deepest secrets." The countdown hit 0, and the stream went live. The host materialized in-game, throwing up a hyped greeting to the chat. "It's been a minute, chat," he yelled smoothly. "Tonight, we're dropping a massive exclusive with the absolute beast who just swept the martial arts tournament. I know you're all dying to see the face behind the fists, but the chat wasn't having it." A highlighted comment sliced through the hype. "Hold up, didn't the leak say the Blacksmith was showing up today?" But the guy completely refused to do a face reveal. The live chat was buzzing, with one anon dropping a massive rumor that this mysterious crafter was just some short, balding boomer rocking a massive beer belly. The chat erupted into a toxic debate, betting the stream's concurrent viewers would completely tank to 5,000. But the hype-chasing host smoothly stepped in, announcing that they were diving headfirst into the main event. He aggressively pointed at the empty seat next to him, practically screaming, "Give it up for our martial arts tournament champion, Hansu." The second he stepped into the frame, the entire live stream collectively lost their minds over his insane visuals. And while he was casually bantering with the host, Hansu glanced at the monitor, only to see the chat completely flooded with question marks. Did he mess something up? Nope. One anon just spammed, "Wait, he's literally majestic. Why is he actually so cute?" He let out a totally awkward chuckle, dodging the thirst. Suddenly, a massive 500,000 won super chat dropped from a user named Roan, demanding, "When is Blacksmith Hun making an appearance?" The rest of the viewers instantly lost it. Roan wasn't just anybody. He was the absolute top guild leader and a god-tier blacksmith himself. Flashback to a few days prior in the Black Anvil Guild's boardroom. Sylvia, a core member, was visibly annoyed, questioning why they called a massive emergency meeting when their crafters were already swamped. Dax shot her a look, asking if she even checked the forums lately. This dude is literally going viral right now. Especially after forging that absolutely cracked sword for the Sword King Barad. Bon chimed in, "But do we seriously need to lock him down right this second?" Dax shut that down fast, claiming you can never be too paranoid. They desperately needed to scout this guy before his clout went completely through the roof. He glanced over at their boss for validation. "Right?" Roan calmly stated that he was taking all their feedback into account, but when it came to this mysterious Hun, he was going to verify the hype with his own 2 eyes before making a move. That's exactly why he was currently lurking in the stream and casually dropping massive super chats. The host was practically drooling over the massive payday, clapping his hands in pure hype, flexing to the audience that they had an absolute VIP in the chat. The top dog of Korea's #1 blacksmith guild is officially watching us live. You literally couldn't buy this kind of clout. He begged the chat to smash that like button, and right on cue, Blacksmith Hun threw down a 100,000 won donation, announcing he was actually down for an interview today. The host completely lost his mind, screaming that they were beyond honored to have him. Meanwhile, our MC internally smirked. Just as planned, he had completely manipulated the setup, so everyone would think they were two totally different guys. Dragging the spotlight back, the host locked eyes with Hansu, hyping him up to finally introduce himself to the stream. "So, what's your age?" Hansu smoothly replied that he was 23. When grilled about his real-life hustle, he casually dropped that, at least for the moment, he was hard focusing on the game. The host immediately pried into his dating life, asking if he was taken. Hansu just let out a soft laugh, admitting, "I mean, that would be a dream." The fangirls in chat went absolutely feral, aggressively throwing donations while claiming they were single too and desperately needed his socials. The host was eating this up, flashing a sly, borderline predatory smirk, declaring that since the vibes were immaculate, it was time to grill the mysterious Blacksmith. So, what does Hun actually do off-screen? Our MC suddenly recalled Bell's master plan. Fake a live comms check. Tapping his earpiece like a secret agent, he relayed that Hun was a full-time blacksmith. The host pressed for his age, but Hansu just relayed that Hun wanted to keep his stats totally off the grid. Pushing harder, the host demanded his height and weight stats. Hansu flashed a super tight nerd, claiming that was classified intel too. Big mistake. The chat's theory that Hun was some crusty, bald old dude, and the host leaned in, viciously whispering off mic, "Bro, are you trying to totally nuke my stream right now?" Hansu's brain scrambled. If he kept gatekeeping all his info, would his brand be permanently cooked? If he kept dodging these questions, things were going to get toxic fast. Suddenly, he locked in, firmly declaring that Hun preferred to let his god-tier crafting do the talking. The host just stared at him, totally caught off guard. Realizing he broke character, Hansu violently tapped his earpiece, nervously chuckling that Hun literally just relayed that message. The host totally bought it, announcing that worked out perfectly because they just happened to have some absolute fire content lined up to flex his gear. Slapping a graphic onto the live feed, he hyped up the chat. It was the ultimate crossover event. Martial arts champion Hansu. They were officially launching a high-stakes, timed dungeon speedrun. The catch? Blacksmith Hun had exactly 10 days to forge game-breaking artifacts from scratch, and Hansu had to absolutely wipe the dungeon using only that specific gear. The chat was utterly stunned. This challenge was insanely hardcore. Even the most sweaty, top-tier crafters would struggle to not completely choke under those conditions. The host masked his anxiety with a tight grin, secretly praying the chat wouldn't ruin the vibe. Who could possibly look away from this peak entertainment? This was the absolute golden ticket to reviving his channel. Out of nowhere, another massive donation exploded on screen from Blacksmith Roan. He laid out an insane bounty. If Hun forged a rare item in 10 days, he would drop 1 million won, a solid 3 million for an epic drop, and a staggering 10. Was he seriously dropping that kind of money on a whim? The host's mind was completely blown, his hype levels going straight through the roof. Roan then dropped a massive ultimatum. If Hansu choked this challenge, he'd be forced to leak top-secret info about the legendary blade that was crafted specifically for the Sword King, Borad. The stream host was absolutely eating up this insane drama, while our boy frowned. So Roan doubled down to see what he was truly capable of. Hansu simply tapped his earpiece and smirked, challenge accepted. After that wild roller coaster of a day, our main character headed straight back to his forge to grind. Meanwhile, Belle was busy scrolling through the absolute chaos unfolding online. The internet was losing its collective mind over him. She pointed out that literally everyone had been hyping him up since he first dropped into the scene. She teased him, asking, "What does it actually feel like?" He completely tuned her out, so she practically tackled his shoulder and yelled in his ear, making him jump out of his skin. She demanded to know what kind of overpowered gear he was cooking up next. He shrugged, admitting the blueprint was still brewing in his head. Any item he forges is guaranteed to be epic tier at the very least, but since Roan cranked the stakes up to maximum, he wanted to flex a totally unique tier creation and put his name on the map for real. Belle warned him that the entire player base was treating this like an all-out deathmatch between him and Roan. Totally baffled, Hansu argued that it wasn't even a real fight, but she shut that down fast, telling him it had completely snowballed into a massive rivalry. If he actually pulls this off, he won't just secure the bag. His entire reputation as a god-tier blacksmith will practically go straight to the moon. The Black Anvil Guild would be begging to recruit him. Anxious, he asked what the fallout would be if he absolutely bombed the mission. She gave it to him straight. His crafting value would totally tank, and his spotlight would vanish overnight. Hearing that, he stood up, fire in his eyes, declaring he had no matter what it takes. He threw her a warm smile, genuinely thanking her for the reality. Her pep talk really hyped him up. She proudly told him he could always count on her, and then, without missing a beat, he ruthlessly shoved her toward the door, bluntly stating he was going full tunnel vision on crafting now, so it was time for her to bounce. Catch you later. Standing outside, processing the fact that she just got totally booted, she was left absolutely speechless. Fast forward 10 days, deep inside the dungeon, the massive live stream kicked off. And thanks to the insane internet hype, a mind-blowing 81,000 viewers flooded the chat, leaving the producer completely hyperventilating. He frantically shook the scriptwriter by the shoulders, screaming that these were the highest viewer numbers they had ever hit in history. And he literally pressed his hands together, desperately praying to the algorithm gods that the chat would vibe with this content. As soon as Hansu stepped into the dungeon, the hyped-up host officially kicked off the broadcast. The first hurdle seemed like a total breeze. Down below lurked about 40 ugly mobs, and his objective was to completely obliterate a glowing red rock, sitting on a hill 400 meters away, by shooting straight through the horde. Just for context, the current record holder is sitting at number 7 on the national leaderboards, flexing a flawless run of 1 minute and 23 seconds, a legendary time that absolutely nobody had managed to touch. If our boy managed to smash that record, a sweet 10 million won bounty was waiting for him. The host was practically jumping out of his shoes with excitement. While the chat was spamming bets on how long he'd last, our MC casually strolled up to the edge of the cliff, getting a perfect bird's-eye view of the monster pit below, and the giant timer ticked down. The second the buzzer went off, he stared dead into the camera lens, revealing that his secret weapon today wasn't some basic bow and arrow setup. It was a heavy-duty gauntlet. The chat was instantly flooded with doubts, thinking he was about to totally throw the run. But then he gripped the bowstring and yanked it back with terrifying force. His new gauntlet instantly buffed his core strength by a massive 111 points, while heavily extending his strike zone. And as any gamer knows, when your strength stats skyrocket, your destructive output becomes totally unhinged. He let that arrow rip. With a deafening screech, it sliced through the air, screaming straight over the mob horde, and absolutely nuked the red rock into dust. Just like that, he completely shattered the standing record for the dungeon's first phase. The entire run took him a measly 41 seconds. The host lost his mind, screaming into the mic that since he just obliterated the world record, he instantly secured the 10 million won bag. Hansu flashed a confident smirk, thanking them for the cash, but casually dropped that his actual payout was about to be 20 million won. The host was completely stunned. Then our boy locked eyes with Roan, taunting him, asking if he somehow forgot about their little wager. He flashed a cocky grin and shoved the gauntlet right up to the camera, revealing its absolutely cracked. A shiny new system pop-up flashed before him. Roan frantically demanded the system to scan the item's raw stats. Hansu shoved the display in his face, leaving Roan totally glued to the screen, sweating bullets as he verified that this insane gear was genuinely a unique tier masterpiece, entirely forged by Hansu. This exact gauntlet was an absolute cheat code for archers. It massively buffs physical power, stretch distance, armor penetration, and pure explosive damage. Hansu tilted his head, asking, "Are you a believer now?" Roan went dead silent for a second, then bitterly sent over a massive 10 million won super chat, which Hansu instantly and cheerfully thanked him for. The chat went wild as they saw the dollar signs lighting up his eyes, and our MC announced that the blacksmith was bringing a totally wild twist to the stream. He boldly declared he was throwing this overpowered artifact onto the live auction block right now. Roan stormed off in a huff, barking at his guildmates to keep the stream running, and to instantly ping him if anything crazy went down. With the stage completely his, Hansu dramatically waved his hand, officially kicking off the chaotic bidding war. Bidding kicked off at a cool 10 grand in gold, but crickets. Nobody was dropping a dime, catching our boy totally off guard. He flashed a stiff, sweaty grin, panicking over the dead chat. Did he completely overprice this masterpiece? But Bell literally hyped him up to set that exact tag. His eyes darted across the empty screen. Suddenly, the chat absolutely exploded. Bids flooded the screen, sending the price to the moon. Hansu was so hyped, he practically shouted even though they were the ones getting a massive steal. He knew he just struck absolute gold. Taking a deep bow, he told the whales to slide into his Forge's DMs with their offers. Then, the MC grabbed the mic, hyping up the crowd for sticking around. Stage 2 is officially live, baby. Keep those wallets out. The auction ain't over. What insane challenge is dropping next? Hansu's next victim? A massive, level 121 Cyclops. The chat was sweating, questioning if a blacksmith could actually solo this beast. Right on cue, the one-eyed titan hoisted its massive club high. Hansu dialed in, sidestepped the fatal crush, and launched himself straight at the monster. Mid-air, the beast swung a wild, desperate haymaker. By pure instinct, Hansu threw his guard up, tanking the massive impact. The entire audience gasped, swearing that single strike just wiped him off. Talk about jumping the gun! Shrugging off the hit, our boy burst forward, radiating absolute menace as he pushed the offensive. He ripped his blade forward, just as the Cyclops brought down its club. Steel met stone in a deafening crash, but Hansu's masterwork didn't even flinch. It sliced clean through the beast's arm like butter, followed by a dizzying flurry of slashes before Hansu touched down perfectly. The chat went wild. He literally one-shot. Was Hansu just built different, or was that weapon totally broken? Everyone was dying to see the stats on that god-tier blade. Viewers swore it had to be a rare drop at minimum. But reading the comments, Hansu scratched his neck, nervously chuckling as he admitted this second drop was actually... The chat went feral, instantly spamming demands to reveal the weapon's stat sheet. And half the stream just busted out laughing. The so-called legendary blade? Completely common tier. The tooltip literally stated this custom sword caught a brutal, random debuff. Viewers were mind-blown. The power gap between his first drop and this rusty butter knife was insane. So Hansu's first success was just pure, dumb luck. Item 1 was a unique banger, while Item 2 was literal trash tier. Any noob at a forge could whip that up. Hansu flashed a cringe smile and mumbled, "Yeah, major buzzkill, huh?" Internally, he was screaming. He had absolutely zero clue that using the emergency crafting panel automatically nuked an item's rank. The system didn't even pop a warning. Talk about rigged. Meanwhile, Roan, who was heavily concluded that Blacksmith Hansu was just a one-hit wonder riding on RNG. Suddenly, his phone buzzed. A guild officer reported that while the second drop was totally mid, they absolutely needed to recruit this guy. The guild master stayed ice cold, pausing before asking what signing bonus they should drop. Eyes locked on the screen, Roan flatly stated they needed to slap a massive 2 billion on the table. He hung up, briefly sweating if he just totally overpaid. But honestly, securing a cracked, high-level blacksmith right now would save them endless headaches down the line. Leaning in, he scrutinized the trash sword's hidden stats and spotted something genuinely insane. Back at the arena, the host was screaming his lungs out. Hansu just absolutely blitzed the second round without a scratch. But the final round? It's going to be a total bloodbath. Why? Because the map is practically overflowing with elite bosses. The mission is simple: sprint up the hill and capture the flag. Obviously, the local wildlife isn't going to just let him waltz past. He has to survive the gauntlet without getting completely wiped out. Honestly, looking at the setup, anyone would scream. The chat echoed the dread, typing out that they were ready to rage quit the stream. Just the host dropped the bomb. The dominant mob here is a level 138 werewolf. Their fur acts like pure Kevlar. So absurdly tanky that even max-level pros bounce right off. Bottom line, the survival rate for this run is a measly sub 20%. Even the reigning speedrun champ barely scraped through alive. Tossing Hansu a salute, the host shouted, "Game on, and good luck." Hansu sighed, accepting that his busted sword was useless here. No point crying over spilled milk. He had to lock in for the grand finale. Viewers spammed him to start dashing, but when our boy stayed planted like a statue, the chat freaked out, asking if his timer just hit 0. Smirking, he announced he wasn't about to play tag with a bunch of mutts. The chat completely roasted his massive ego. Out of nowhere, he whipped out a sleek combat bow, vowing to literally wipe the server with it. The audience begged him to just sprint while he still had legs. But Hansu wasn't backing down. Staring down an absolute ocean of rabid beasts, he drew the string back, locked on, and fired an arrow right between a werewolf's eyes. The beast shrieked in total agony, desperately clutching its crushed skull. Violent tremors ripped through its massive body, as the earth literally shattered beneath it, slamming the monster face first into the dirt, under an invisible, crushing force. A massive boom shattered the silence as dirt rained down everywhere. Our guy just grinned, totally hyped, declaring that he finally nailed it this time. The chat went absolutely wild, minds totally blown, spamming the comments to see the actual stats on this crazy new weapon. Hansu leaned in, announcing his third masterpiece, a mythical bow straight out of Jeju Island folklore. Legend has it, an ancient king literally sniped the sun and moon out of the sky with it. He called this bad boy the Thousand-Gun Bow. Growing up, his dad would tell him all about these wild Jeju myths. Back in the day, in the mortal realm, the sky was scorching with 2 suns and glowing with 2 moons, throwing the entire world into absolute chaos. The mortal king, Sobyul Wang, was desperate. He begged his older brother, the ruler of the underworld, Daebyul Wang, for a massive favor. The underworld king crashed down to the mortal plane to back up his little bro. He wielded a bow so ridiculously heavy, weighing 1,000 gun, or a whopping 600 kilograms, to blast the extra sun and moon from the sky and fix the world. That was the lore, but little Hansu only cared about the weapon. He told his dad he was going to craft one himself. Fast forward to now, and he wasn't playing around anymore. He figured with his insane crafting IQ, he could forge an actual bow that carried the crushing weight of 1,000 gun. But wielding something that heavy is basically impossible. Then, it clicked. A total galaxy brain moment. Instead of making the bow itself weigh a ton, what if the arrows made the enemies weigh 1,000 gun? He got straight to work, sourcing this ultra-sleek, midnight black wood, famous for soaking up magical buffs like a sponge. And boom, the mythical bow was born. Cutting back to the action, Hansu was tearing through a massive swarm of monsters like it was nothing, sniping them one by one. Every single target just face-planted instantly. Watching the stream, the caster lost his mind, screaming that this was actually impossible. Were werewolves seriously getting one-shotted by an arrow? The chat was totally mind-blown too. While our boy scanned the area, he wiped the pack, sure, but the vibes were totally off. The whole forest suddenly felt heavy and suffocating. Without warning, a fresh squad of werewolves ambushed him from the dense canopy. He drew his bow, ready to drop them all with a single trick shot, completely missing the massive shadow creeping up his blind spot. The beast unhinged its massive jaws and unleashed an ear-shattering howl that literally blew through the trees like a hurricane. Hansu whipped around, freezing cold as pure terror gripped his chest, completely baffled as to why his knees were suddenly shaking. The system pinged. He was caught in the roar of an apex predator, forcing his primal survival instincts into overdrive, instantly slapping him with the fear debuff. A titanic wolf stepped out of the tree line, each thundering paw step echoing with the harsh rattle of the thick chains around its neck. The glowing blue screen alerted him. A new epic quest had triggered. The descent of a Fenrir fragment, the absolute alpha king of the level 178 werewolves. The bounty for taking it down was off the charts. Back in the studio, even the veteran caster had no clue a boss this insane was hiding in the dungeon, literally gripping his head in panic. The viewers freaked out in the chat, spamming that Fenrir was a literal legend and that the fear status effect tanks your agility. Out in the woods, Hansu was completely paralyzed, and the wolf pack instantly capitalized. They swarmed him, slashing brutal combos across his body, before leaping back into the shadows. Even bleeding, Hansu somehow stayed standing, glaring as the next wave of beasts rushed him. He tried to raise his weapon, but his arms felt like lead. He cursed under his breath as the interface flashed red. He was suffering from severe bleeding. Stacked with the fear debuff, his physical stats were absolutely tanking. Gritting his teeth through the panic, he realized his raw strength was gone, purely because of the debuffs. But hey, if his body was failing, he would just let his gear do the heavy lifting. He quickly slipped on a mechanized gauntlet, instantly bypassing the paralysis to draw the string back. The arrow ripped through the air, completely locking onto Fenrir. But the boss countered with claws of destruction, slicing the projectile in half mid-air before it detonated in a massive fireball. Through the thick smoke screen, the stream went completely blind. Nobody knew if Hansu survived. One chatter nervously typed, "Bro, there is no way he lived through that, right? This run is pure madness. Is that even survivable?" Thankfully, our guy was practically untouched. The blast crater was totally empty, except for the alpha wolf. Hansu had parkoured off the trees, launching himself dead center over the monster's skull. Aiming straight down, he whispered, "End of the line." He sunk the arrow right into its glowing eye. But while he was still hanging in midair, the boss swung a massive paw to bat him out of the sky. Hansu just smirked. That wasn't the finisher. He told the beast the bow's actual gimmick was something else entirely. Suddenly, a crushing gravitational force slammed into the wolf. 600 kilograms of pure, concentrated pressure flattened the beast into the dirt. The gravity just kept crushing it down, until the ground practically exploded, throwing jagged debris everywhere. The caster was completely speechless at the sheer, brute. Meanwhile, Hansu casually hopped onto the boss's shattered corpse, popping a squat like an absolute champion. The caster dragged his hands down his face in pure shock, screaming, "What did we just witness? And how insanely broken is this bow?" Naturally, seconds later, the chat absolutely exploded with massive offers to buy the weapon. Even Yan, the legendary #1 archer, was in the mix. These notifications flashed right across the MC's screen. He announced to the chat that Hansu just dropped him a direct message. The message was crystal clear. This bow is strictly off the market. While some disappointed viewers instantly threw in the towel, the hardcore fans absolutely refused to back. They flooded the chat, literally begging him to name his price. Meanwhile, Hansu leaped off the massive monster carcass and swaggered over to the flag. He doubled down, repeating his hard no on selling the weapon. But he did drop a massive compromise, exclusively for the archer mains. He was taking exactly one custom commission. Hoisting the flag high, he looked dead into the camera to address the bow wielders directly, telling them to shoot their shots and slide into Hans Forge's inbox. With that epic mic drop, he phased out of the dungeon, shouting out the stream for tuning in. Stepping back into his rented workshop, his notifications were absolutely blowing up. The live stream hype was actually unreal. Today was an absolute massive win. He had bagged legendary tier loot and soaked up a ridiculous amount of experience points. Hitting that sweet level 100 milestone unlocked the ultimate feature, his very own guild. His mind instantly raced to Hyuksu and Bell. Finally, he could squad up with his true day ones, and the best part, Banya was coming along for the ride. Suddenly, the system prompt flashed, demanding a guild name. He took a second to vibe with the moment. Chasing that energy of a brilliant, unstoppable future, he locked in the name, Guangming. A glowing notification instantly crowned him Guildmaster, blessing him with the exclusive title, Lord's Grace. Wasting zero time, he shot out instant guild invites to Hyuksu and Bell. Hyuksu hyped up the sick new name, and Bell was totally obsessed with it. She practically squealed through the comms, hyping up their fresh start. She called dibs on scouting their new headquarters, then immediately asked about his next play. His answer? Honoring a heavy promise he made to Barad. Totally caught off guard, she gasped. Wait, what promise? He spilled the tea on his recent private chat with the man. The deal was, the second he founded a guild, he needed to track him down. To make good on that word, he was packing up and heading straight for the Goyard Kingdom. Right now. Meanwhile, the king caught wind of this brand new guild and pulled a handing over prime real estate to some random nobody. The nobles were losing their minds, but Barad just brushed off the drama, fully aware of the stakes. Claiming territory demands major heroics. Did these snobs really think he was out here just handing out freebies for fun? Back on the grind, our boy he picked up with a quick, "Yo?" The dude on the line was buzzing, totally hyped about how insanely well the stream popped off thanks to him. Kim Po was practically begging to recreate that magic, promising him an open invite for future collaborations. Hansu soaked in the massive win. The chat had dumped a whopping 37 million won in donations. Even after the platform took its cut, he was walking away with a clean 25 million. Plus an extra 10 million won bonus for casually shattering viewer records. Then, clearing his throat, Kim Po awkwardly pivoted to the whole paying Hansu the blacksmith situation. A sly grin crossed our hero's face as he pitched a flawless workaround. Just wire it all to his personal bank. He promised to split the cash 50-50 and hand-deliver the cut. Kim Po bought it without a second thought, locking in their next meetup. "Catch you later," he smirked, hanging up. His eyes glued to the bank notification as he let out a breathless, "Holy crap!" Just the stream tips alone hit 25 million won. Factoring in that insane glove sale, his 10-day grind netted him a mind-blowing 100 million won. His thoughts were interrupted by Bell's text. "Hansu, you hopping on?" He typed back a quick, "Yup." Loading into the server, his avatar materialized right in the bustling village square. Suddenly, Belle was sprinting toward him, screaming his name. Pumping her fists with a massive grin, she completely lost her cool. "Dude, you are literally trending right now. This is actually insane. The Black Anvil crew is practically begging you to join." And Hansu's Forge just blasted past 410,000 subs. We're officially top 49 in the whole server. "Hello, Earth to Hansu. Are you even listening?" He gave a sheepish grin, rubbing the back of his neck. "Hey, I'm just the muscle, Belle. You're the one hard carrying the management side." Her cheeks flushed pink as she squeezed her eyes shut, shyly mumbling an apology for totally geeking out. Shifting gears, she brought up his trip to the Goyard Kingdom. "Are you fully geared up for this?" she pressed. He nodded confidently. "Oh yeah, the loadout is locked in." He had secretly rigged up some busted quest gear, totally overhauling it with his own signature forging hacks. This custom armor was his golden ticket to flex his skills and win Barad's trust. Belle was totally on board, pumping her fist as she hyped him up. "You'd better trigger a sick hidden quest this time," she demanded. He just chuckled, softly thanking her for always having his back. She stared at him a little too long. Feeling totally self-conscious, he touched his cheeks, muttering, do I have dirt on me or—" Jolting back, she stammered, "What? No, obviously not." Then she nervously cleared her throat, mentioning that she was still digging into their little side project. She hadn't uncovered any clues yet, but promised to ping him the second she found a lead. Flashing a warm smile, he told her to chill and take her time. He seriously appreciated the hustle. Meanwhile, over in the royal court, Marquis Vallo, the Lord of Goyard, eyed a menacing beast and shot Barrett a questioning look. Is His Highness randomly into taming wild wolves now? Barrett calmly stroked the predator's fur, smirking as he revealed it was just a little trophy from his latest dungeon clear. Lord Balo tossed another hollow congratulation at His Highness, before slyly dropping the real issue. Rumor had it, the royal was about to hand over prime real estate to a total nobody. Barrett blinked, caught totally off guard. "Yeah, why? You got an issue with that?" Balo quickly backpedaled, claiming he was just treading lightly. But come on, gifting an entire territory to some random blacksmith? Wasn't the guy literally just a rookie? Barad's gaze turned icy. "Hansu literally saved my life. You still want to argue about this?" Balo stammered. "Well, according to the sacred traditions of the Goyard Kingdom." Before that boring lecture could finish, Barad spotted his pet wolf suddenly shrinking back. A guard burst into the— "Your Highness, Hansu is here." All eyes snapped to the heavy wooden doors as our MC confidently strode inside. But wait, the shadowy phantom of a massive black wolf was literally manifesting behind him. Balo's jaw dropped, totally shook by this blacksmith's insane aura. Hansu just casually raised a hand. "Your Highness Barad, I'm back." Fast forward a bit. They were chilling around the table. Barad took a slow sip from his goblet, noting how Hansu's entire vibe had completely leveled up. "You changed this much in no time? Gotta be the new gear, right?" Hansu smirked. "Spot on. Your Highness never misses a beat." "I'm rocking the Fenrir's helmet and cloak. They don't just boost my base stats, they actually radiate this alpha wolf energy." Barad leaned in, hyped. "Wait, did you forge those yourself?" Hansu brushed his hand over the dark fabric, explaining, "Nah, not quite. I just restored some broken loot I snagged as a reward." He threw a glance at Barad's trembling pet wolf. "But seeing your wolf freak out? Yeah, the intimidation buff is definitely working. Anyway, why'd you summon me, Your Highness?" Barad's expression instantly darkened. He stared out the window, his voice turning dead serious. Out in the western fringes of the kingdom, there's this tiny rundown territory called Wallace. It used to be a legendary blacksmithing hub. A few years ago, it was booming. Now, it's basically a ghost town. Things are so trash there that it's dragging down the neighboring regions. The local nobles won't stop whining about it. We've dispatched countless top-tier officials trying to revive the place. But every single attempt has completely flopped. The weirdest part? The officials always end up running away in pure terror. Like they're sprinting for their lives from some invisible monster. Then you showed up. The second I saw that god-tier sword you crafted, I knew you were the only one who could fix this mess. Right on cue, a glowing system prompt flashed in front of Hansu's eyes. Quest alert. Restore the western territory of Wallace. Difficulty? S rank. Exclusive to players holding Barad's personal recommendation. The payout? A massive 10,000 gold coins. For every 10% you boost the town's development. Fail, and Barad's trust plummets. The quest details stated. The cursed zone of Wallace and the Goyard Kingdom has hit rock bottom for an unknown reason. Uncover the hidden threat and bring the village back to life. Hansu stared down at the royal mandate resting in his palm, his mind racing. City building? That was totally new territory for him. He looked up, his eyes burning with resolve. "I won't lie, zero experience in urban planning here, but this is a blacksmith's turf. If my skills can pull these people out of the dirt even a little, I'm all in. I'll bring Wallace back to life." Cut to a bit later, our crew was navigating the desolate streets of Wallace. Belle stepped ahead, looking totally creeped out. "I thought this was a crafter's paradise, but literally everything is boarded up," she muttered. Benson scanned the creepy, empty alleys, adding, "You can count the locals on one hand. Something twisted is definitely going down." Belle suddenly locked onto a shadowy corner, suggesting they split up and scout the perimeter. Hansu kept his guard up, mentally noting that this ghost town was way worse than he ever imagined. Suddenly, Belle pointed toward a crumbling workshop. "Hey, I see a flicker in that window. We gotta check it out." They pushed open the creaky wooden door. "Yo, anybody home?" Hansu called out into the darkness. Belle shivered, brushing aside thick, dusty cobwebs as she whispered, "Is this place actually abandoned?" Hansu loudly apologized for trespassing, trying not to spook anyone. Benson cupped his hands and yelled, "Hello? Anyone alive in here?" Suddenly, a faint noise made them snap their heads toward a back room. The rusty hinges shrieked as the door cracked open. A terrified guy named Parahau peeked out, holding a trembling oil lamp. "Who are you? Why are you breaking in?" Hansu immediately put his hands up, apologizing for the major jump scare. He quickly explained they were official inspectors, sent directly by His Highness Barad. Parahau squinted, lowering the lamp just a fraction. "Wait, so you're not the thugs from the Edril Merchant Guild?" Hansu frowned. "Edril? Who's that?" Ignoring the weird name drop, Hansu whipped out the glowing royal mandate. "I have no clue what guild you're talking about, but if you think we're capping, read the king's seal for yourself." He smoothly unrolled the parchment, stepping up to the doorway and sliding it over the threshold, promising to back off so the guy could read it safely. Slowly, Parahau reached out and snatched the royal decree from the floor. After a tense pause, the old man confirmed the royal seal was totally legit. He muttered that it had been ages since outsiders set foot in his territory. Stepping out of the shadows, he finally dropped his guard. "I'm the lady's personal forge master." Our MC stepped right up, sensing something was seriously off. "Why are practically all the town's furnaces completely dead?" he pressed. "What the hell went down here?" The old man let out a heavy sigh. "The Enro syndicate invaded our home about 12 months back. That was the beginning of the nightmare." Our boy's eyes widened. "Wait, Enro? The exact same crew you mentioned before?" The blacksmith shook his head bitterly. "It's a massive tragedy." "Care to hear a dying geezer's tale?" he asked. "Word got out that top-tier crafters were flocking to this sanctuary, and that drew their... They rolled in acting like VIPs. Their boss showered us with insane luxury items, buttered us up, and threw down a massive business proposal. Our lady just wanted to put her artisans on the map, so she blindly took the bait. Boom, just like that, those vipers slithered right into our ranks. Then came the night that ruined everything. Mid-banquet, their ruthless leader randomly tossed out a high stake. Everyone brushed it off as drunken banter, but it was a total death trap. She lost the gamble, and instantly got stripped of absolute authority. Enro's brutal reign kicked off right then. Dozens of smiths made a desperate dash for freedom, but anyone caught was dragged straight into hardcore forced labor. "That is absolutely sick," Bell spit out, totally disgusted. Our MC was seething internally. Not only did these scumbags manipulate and bleed the workers dry, but they literally robbed them of their entire livelihoods. Scowling hard, he decided right then he couldn't just walk away. He locked eyes with the veteran smith. "So, are you chained to their forge too?" The geezer avoided eye contact, his voice cracking. "No, I'm nothing but a runaway coward." The very second everything collapsed, her ladyship smuggled me out. My one ultimate directive? Beat them at their own game and liberate our people. Benson crossed his arms, looking completely skeptical. "If she banked the entire village's survival on you, you must be some kind of crafting god, right?" The old man shut his eyes, exhaling deeply. "I might be a cranky old bastard, but true genius doesn't just rust away." Standing up heavily, but hiding as a ticking time bomb. "Their hounds will sniff me out any second." He turned his back on the crew, limping toward the exit. "Thanks for humoring a broken man's rants. Now get the hell out of Dodge before you become collateral damage in this mess." "Hold up," our MC barked, stopping him dead in his tracks. Clenching his fist over his heart, he made his move. "Just say the word, and I'll fight this battle." Para spun around, completely stunned. "Why?" Our boy flashed a fierce grin. "I swing a hammer too, man. No way I'm letting this level of garbage slide." "I respect the fire in your belly," Para warned, his voice shaking. Bam! The door violently smashed open. Bucks, a notoriously brutal enforcer for the Enro cartel, stormed into the hideout. "Found you, you filthy little sewer rat," the thug roared with an insane grin. The whole squad whipped their heads around, totally caught off guard. Stomping straight toward his prey, Bucks sneered. "You ran. Ain't no exits left. Time to man up and take the syndicate's ultimate gamble." Ching! A freezing steel blade pressed hard against Para's jugular. "Decline, and I'll slice you open right here." "Oh wait, did you recruit a pathetic little boy band?" Bucks yanked out a bizarre artifact. Instantly, a massive, glowing barrier warped reality around them. The villain flashed a psychotic smirk. "Welcome to the Dream Forge, losers. In this dimension, pure brain power, killer instincts, and raw muscle memory let you craft legendary gear at lightning speeds." Panicking, Bell screamed out, "This is absolute bullcrap." Benson gripped his weapon. "This isn't a fair duel, it's a straight-up execution." Ding! A massive holographic prompt flashed. Para, level 230. Bucks, level 299. Our boy gritted his teeth. A colossal 69-level gap was totally... "Beat my masterpiece, and you keep breathing," Bucks taunted. "Of course, you'll still be spending the rest of your miserable life chained to our anvils." Another glowing system warning popped up right in Para's face. "Trial commencing. Failure results in severe penalties." The AI ruthlessly demanded the challenger state. The old man stared at the dirt, knowing this was 0 hour. Snapping his head back up with pure fire in his eyes, he roared. "When I crush you, her ladyship's contract is shredded. and every single captive smith walks out free. The entire debt gets wiped to absolute zero. The merciless system chimed in, locking his very soul as the collateral. Terms accepted. Bucks jabbed a furious finger at the old guy. Do you have any clue how much blood, sweat, and cash I burned trying to hunt you down? Grab your damn hammer and let's go. He glared daggers at Para, his voice dropping to a deadly whisper. Highest quality blade takes it all. Para gave a single, heavy nod. That's when our MC grabbed the veteran's shoulder, locking eyes with him. Boss. We barely know each other, but I owe you massive respect for standing your ground, our boy said, his voice packed with a silent nod. The old master stepped into the glowing void of the domain. Our MC could only watch intensely from the side. Para exhaled a massive, trembling breath and triggered his anvil. He thought, I gotta hammer out the absolute craziest magnum opus of my entire existence. Clang! He furiously pounded the blazing steel, showering the room in sparks. But a split second later, his eyes darted over, locking onto Bucks's instantly completed weapon. A cold sweat broke out on the old master's face. Every instinct in his artisan blood was screaming at him. This enemy blade